How to Launch Your Lizard, a June Nash mystery. June Nash Mysteries, Book 3. Written by Melissa Bonzak, narrated by Cassandra Metcalf. Thanks to Janet and John for suggesting a kangaroo. Smooches to Mark. 1. Sarah Sunshine was killing my buzz. I slid out of my seat in the back row and dropped onto the carpet without spilling any of the lovely zacapa in my flask. Up on the stage, my brother's book agent was scanning the dark auditorium, searching for me. Someone at the party must have witnessed my getaway. "Junie, are you in here?" Like I was going to answer. I'd been successfully avoiding the woman for more than an hour. She held out her cell phone, trying to light up the couple hundred seats between me and her, and took a sip of champagne. Sunshine isn't her last name, of course. It's something with at least 2 syllables. Maybe. I just call her that because she's happy. All the time. It gives me the willies. "Junie, it's Sarah, Dewey's book agent. I wanted to talk before lunch." All these years, and she still introduced herself every time I saw her, like I never paid attention to things. I took another sip of zacapa, screwed the cap back on my flask, turned to crawl toward the red neon exit sign on my left, and slammed my head into an armrest. I clamped a hand over my mouth and groaned into my palm. Back on stage, Sarah hadn't given up. "Junie, I have some things to discuss." Normally, she'd talk business with my twin brother, but at the moment, he was out of the area. Far out of the area. Dewey is the star of Gone Herpin', the #1 nature show in the world. I'm his personal assistant and handle his fan mail, schedule his appearances, and keep his hardcore fans, the Dewzers, in check. But all that changed a year ago. Some bigwig at the production company that owns my brother's show got together with some other bigwig at NASA and, after what had to have been a few bottles of wine, decided it would be really cool if my brother did a series of shows that could be broadcast to the whole world at the same time, from space. And that's where he currently was, 240-ish miles above the Earth's surface on the International Space Station. Which is why we were all here. Celebrating. His first show was in 4 days. "Are we playing hide and seek?" Sarah sang out. I dug around in my hobo bag and exchanged the flask for my cell phone. Leaning over my purse to cover the screen brightness, I clicked on the text app. NASA had given me a guy to help with anything I needed. And right now, I needed an escape route. I tapped on the messages. What was the guy's name? He'd texted me when I'd gotten to town. I started scrolling. Mom, Leaning Tower of Pizza with a coupon, Lucille the dog catcher back home. Why was she texting? I didn't have a dog. My bank, the dentist. Geez, I needed to take some time and clear all this. There was his introduction text. I tapped the message box and typed, "Auditorium. Open the door on the left." Wait, his left or my left? There were doors on both ends of the room. I thought about it, erased "on left," and continued typing, "Closest to party. Act casual." I crawled to the end of the aisle. About 30 seconds later, the exit door opened. A bright shaft of light spilled in, and a tall, clean-cut white guy with dark hair and a trim beard filled the doorway. "Hello?" Sarah called out. My NASA guy cleared his throat. "You look lost." "Oh, hi! We met at the party. I'm Sarah, Dewey's book agent. I'm looking for his sister, June." He nodded. "I'm Charlie." That was his name. He stepped into the room, leaving an arm on the door, propping it open. I crawled behind his feet toward the hall. And freedom. "June!" It was Sarah's voice. I kept going. "June!" This time it was more of a shout. "I think she can see you," my NASA guy whispered. Didn't matter. I was already committed. "Junie, are you sick?" Blast. Out in the hall, I scrambled to my feet and turned to face the stage. "The acoustics are dreadful in there. I'm doing the Q&A Sunday, and I'll never hear anyone in the last..." Sarah waved a dismissive hand. There'll be mics. Do you have a minute? There's this thing I was hoping you'd... But it's Wednesday, and Sunday is going to be here before we know it. I threw up my arms in a I'm overwhelmed gesture. I'd better go talk to... I pointed to my right, then turned in the opposite direction, and ran. I pushed open the first door I came to, fell out into the sunny afternoon, and slipped into a convenient mob of families taking the tour. The guide was holding up a space shuttle glued to a stick and walking backwards. This is the Vernon Banks Auditorium. Starting this Sunday afternoon, Mr. Dewey Nash of the nature program Gone Herpin' will be conducting the first session of his Universal Classroom live from the International Space Station. There were oohs and ahs, and everyone stopped to take pictures of Sarah standing in the door I'd just escaped. I held my breath and ducked behind a bear-sized dad with a toddler on his shoulders. Wait, the guide whispered loudly. Nobody move. He pointed at the sidewalk, and everyone looked down. That is a brown anole. Just like the 10 anoles that Dewey took with him to space, where he will be seeing how the lizards react to a weightless environment. And everyone looked back up. So exciting, the guide whispered. No one said anything, because normal people weren't excited about lizards, even ones that went to space. The guide gave the group a "you don't deserve me" look and pointed at a banner on the building. And then, Sunday morning, of course, is our annual half and full marathon starting at 5 a.m., with both ending at the lighthouse. Don't forget, you can still sign up. There are plenty of bibs left. No one seemed interested in those either. Whatever a bib was, it must not have been very good. The tour guide let out a little "why do I bother" sigh and waved his space shuttle stick. And we're walking. I hadn't driven to Kennedy Space Center. Parking sucked, so I dug my cell phone out of my purse. I was limited to who I could call. Dewey was in space. I was trying to get away from Sarah. Mom's plane didn't land until the weekend. And if I'd have called, she would have answered, and I would have had to talk to her. My only option was Morgan, my brother's best friend and my former arch nemesis. I knew he was coming up for Dewey's first show. I just wasn't sure if he was in town yet. I slipped into the crowd and dialed. Morgan answered on the third ring. Are you in town yet? I could hear someone in the background crying, probably because of something he'd done. The guy had a knack for getting people in trouble. Usually me. June? The crying in the background stopped, and I heard a woman's voice ask, Is that your partner? There was a mumbled response from Morgan, and I heard the woman say something about me being a lucky girl. He must have been trying to break it off with someone he'd picked up the night before. For a skinny guy with wiry brown hair, Morgan had left quite a trail of broken hearts over the years. Hey, I need a ride back to my hotel. Where are you? Kennedy, near the visitor center. Over at the exit door, Sarah had given up and gone back inside, so I broke with the group. I'll be waiting in the parking lot. Hurry. Be right there. Before he hung up, the woman started crying again. Morgan's "be right there" turned into 20 minutes. I spent the time hiding behind a little cluster of trees just in case Sarah Sunshine made more of an effort to find me. She didn't. When I heard Morgan's Dodge Charger roar into the lot, I leaped out of my hiding spot and tucked myself into the front passenger seat before he'd even stopped. In a hurry? I yanked the seatbelt into place and slid down till I was well below the window. Good to see you, June. I twisted a bit to look over and up at him. Yeah, you too. And it kinda was. It had been about a year, but it felt like it could have been yesterday. Same wiry brown hair. Same "I spend too much time outdoors" tan. Same lopsided grin. He was a little overdressed for the Florida heat. Jeans and a button-down lemon yellow shirt rolled up to his elbows. Maybe whatever he'd been doing all morning had involved being inside. Air conditioning here was just as intense as the heat. Cyrano leaned into the front from the back seat, and I gave her a quick scratch as Morgan shifted the Charger into gear. I think your hair is caught in the door. It probably was. Thanks to a chunk of Greek grafted onto my family tree, Courtesy of the man my mother never liked to refer to as my father, my twin brother and I had wild, dark, crazy hair. Dewey kept his fairly short, and it looked great. I'd cut mine once. It had made the curls angry. Since then, I'd let it get to around the middle of my back. Usually, it was contained in a loose ponytail. Today, I hadn't bothered, and I was paying the price. 5 minutes into the ride, I realized we weren't headed to my hotel. Where are we going? Do you mind if we make a quick stop? And then he pulled over and parked before I could answer. I'm looking into a missing person case. I freed my hair from the door and then twisted in my seat to look at him. Just past his head, I could see picnic tables, a soccer field, kids on swings, neglectful mothers occupied with cell phones. I didn't think you were really serious when you said you wanted to be a PI. Almost a year ago, in Key West, we'd been involved in a case of mistaken identity. Morgan had come out of the excitement with the investigation bug and had stayed in Florida to pursue a license. I'd put the islands on my never again list. Morgan lifted a small notebook from the console. This case is pretty basic. And before I could object, he ran down the details. 2 sisters, both lived in town, both worked weird hours, both loved breakfast, and met at that corner cafe every morning. Morgan pointed up the street. At least until yesterday. Helen never showed. They live in the same town, but they have breakfast together every day? Some families like each other. I guess. I lived with my brother, when he wasn't in space, and I still didn't see him every day. And I liked him. So, your client's sister misses 1 meal and she calls a PI? 2 meals. She didn't show up this morning either. Didn't you drive up from Key West yesterday? He nodded. How did you get a client so fast? Lucky. Right. I'd bet my flask and its delicious contents that this client was some woman he'd met last night at a bar. Can't she call the cops? She did. They didn't take her as seriously as me. What are you going to do? Start by seeing if the missing sister is home. He held up a key. Why can't she do that? She did. But she can't keep coming over here. She has a job. What if one of the neighbors thinks you're a burglar? He grinned and dug his wallet out of a pocket and flipped it open. There, in the little plastic window, was an ID card proclaiming that the great state of Florida had found him to be competent enough to be awarded a license in the field of private investigation. Nice! But you could have dropped me off first. This was on the way. It really wasn't. He reached behind me to scratch Cyrano. This shouldn't take long. The missing sister is probably at the mall, and when she gets home and finds you in her house, she's going to shoot you. This is Florida. Just walk Cyrano around if she gets whiny. Which is why he hadn't dropped me off. What if I get whiny? Morgan gave me a cut it out, please look, got out, jogged across the street to an apartment building, and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. He knocked on a door, waited, and then let himself in. I glanced back at the hound. Her bottom lip quivered, and she rooed at me. That hadn't taken long. He'll be back. I yawned, scanned channels on the radio, found an emergency stash of Bee's bunts in the glove box. The little snack cake with the creamy sriracha kick. Score! I tossed a couple in my purse, thumbed through Morgan's inferior collection of CDs, and decided I'd had enough. How about some fresh air, Cyrano? She rued. I found a scrunchie in my hobo bag, got my curls under control, shut off the engine, and clipped the hound to her leash. Over at the park, the parents were packing up their kids. We'd have the place to ourselves. I dug one of the Bee's bunts out of my purse and turned left toward the swings. The hound jerked my arm to the right toward the apartments and took off at full speed. I stumbled out onto the road, tripped, lost the little cake, and screamed as the front left tire of a boxy green car screeched to a halt, right on top of the sriracha-flavored, cream-filled goodness. A bald white guy behind the wheel rolled down his window and started shrieking some sort of gibberish. Hey, I was the one with the dead snack cake. I stood up and did a quick Dewzer check. My brother's fans liked to make up stories about me, so it was always good to make sure there weren't any around. The coast was clear, So I replied to the driver with both of my angry fingers. That shut him up. He hit the gas, got a few car lengths up the street, and slammed on the brakes. I watched the tires adjust, and the car zoomed back at me. I scrambled to get out of the way, tumbled over Cyrano, and clutched the hound as a bumper sticker stopped just shy of our noses. I blinked at the black letters on the plain white background. What do women and coins have in common? Rolls. Cyrano let out a little roo, and a drop of nose juice splashed on my arm. Me too, girl. The car idled a moment longer, and then roared to top speed and screeched around a corner and out of sight. I got us out of the street, took a moment to let my heartbeat return to normal, and headed for the same door that Morgan had used. It wasn't locked, so we went in. I stopped in the entryway to tear open another Bee's Bunce and gawk. The place was a typical starter apartment. Narrow stand by the front door for hats and keys, living room to the right, couch, chair, coffee table facing a TV stand topped by a flat screen. Past that to the right, a hall that probably led to the bedroom. And about 10 paces in front of us, Morgan sat at a breakfast table, facing the other way, stacks of papers around him. To his right, I could see the edge of what I guessed was a galley kitchen. The apartment might have been nice, if every inch of available space hadn't been covered in knickknacks. Some were space-themed, which made sense. Cape Canaveral was a space town. But the rest were an eclectic mess. A snow globe of an alligator at the beach, a die-cast green Mustang the size of my thumb, a harmonica, 2 ceramic sugar packet holders from the Greystone Diner, a Cupid doll wearing an I Heart Truckin' t-shirt, and a shot glass from the Keystone Bar and Grill. Dewey and I had eaten there the day before he'd been quarantined for his trip to space. The hound smacked her muzzle against my leg, and her wet tongue worked its way around the bundt cake, liberating it from my fingers. I wiped my hand on my shorts and slipped her leash around the front doorknob. Morgan would kill me if she started drooling all over the place. At the table, I leaned over his shoulder. "So, what are you looking for?" He squeaked and leaned back in his chair with a hand over his heart. "Sorry." "What are you doing in here?" "Making sure the sister didn't shoot you. She's not home, I take it?" "No." "What are you looking for?" He bobbed his shoulders once. "Whatever led to her disappearance. New Jimmy Choos. Maybe a Coach purse." Though from the looks of the place, something from the corner gas station made more sense. He twisted in his seat to look up. "I don't think she's at the mall." Then his eyes darted to either side of me. "Is Cyrano in the car? 'Cause I don't want her in here contaminating the scene." "She's—" I turned to point and stared at the empty front doorknob. Blast. "In the car? Yeah." "You left the engine running, right?" I gave him a non-committal grunt and waved a finger at the table. "What's all that?" "Court cases." "The missing sister's a lawyer?" He shook his head. "She transcribes depositions. Stuff from lawyers." Which was kind of interesting. "You think some crook decided she knew too much and got rid of her?" "They probably would have started with a lawyer. Or the judge. Or the jury. If you're going to stay, sit." Morgan pointed toward the 2 bar stools at the tiny island in the tiny kitchen. Then he wagged a finger at me. "But don't touch anything." He went back to the files, and I slinked away to look for the hound. The couch and sofa were empty. I tiptoed up the hall past a bathroom. Glanced. No dog. Did a double-take and went in. There was a toilet seat nailed to the wall. I flipped on the light. The seat was about 6 inches wide and had a gold key dangling from it on a black chain. Like something they'd give you at a gas station when you wanted to use the bathroom. The words Prattville 76 and Ladies were written on it in black Sharpie. Okay. The missing sister was weird. Who steals bathroom keys from gas stations? The bedroom was next. Sun streamed in from a window, lighting up walls filled with posters. Comic book related. Maybe. Over-the-top guys and gals in weird clothing. Probably superheroes. A long dresser was covered in jewelry stands. I'd never had a use for accessories. Jingling things just gave you away when you were trying to hide from Dewzers. But the missing sister was quite the fan. Bangles of every imaginable color, braided silver chains, things with feathers, and beads, and shells. She had almost a dozen lockets, and 3 bracelets with 3 different names. Jean, Emily, Phoebe. Huh, maybe relatives? After checking out a selection of rings on 3 hand-shaped stands, I turned toward the bed and sighed. There was the hound, sprawled out on the quilt, head and shoulders sunk deep into an orange gym bag. Hey! Cyrano lifted her head out of the bag. A little tan stuffed animal dangled from the sides of her mouth. So much for keeping things contamination-free. You are so dead. She spit out the toy and started poking it with her nose. Come here. The hound ignored me, of course. I crossed to the bed and snatched up the toy before she could scoop it back into her mouth. It was a little kangaroo. I gave it a quick once-over. It didn't look like the hound had damaged it, though it had been mended at least once before. Its pouch was sewn shut. The only issue seemed to be the layer of Cyrano slobber, which seemed to make it pretty contaminated to me. Probably better if Morgan didn't know. I dropped the kangaroo into my purse and wiped my wet fingers on my shorts. Hopefully the sister wouldn't miss it. Cyrano let out a pathetic little roo and tried to flip my purse open with her long nose. Stop it! I shifted my bag to the other shoulder. Don't think I won't tell your daddy how bad you've been. There was a creak behind me. I turned away from the delinquent hound as the closet door swung wide and a ninja leaped out. 2. I was too stunned to scream. I held my breath and threw up my arms, waiting for the slew of ninja stars to slice into my tender flesh. Instead, hands clutched my wrists, yanked my arms straight, swung me off my feet, and let go. I flew at the wall and hit with an oomph. Sliding to the carpet, I tried to suck air in through a face full of curls. Somewhere in the room, Cyrano rude. Then there were 3 thuds, a long squeak, and the sound of traffic drifting up from the street below. I peeled the curls out of my eyes in time to catch a flash of orange at the now open window, and then Cyrano was half in, half out, yapping at something below. I scrambled to my feet, ignored the pain in my side, and leaped onto the bed in time to grab the hound's collar before she could jump. She struggled, dragging bits of me over the edge of the sill and toward the street below, and as the wind beat my face with my hair, I wasn't sure I was going to win the battle. Then Morgan was there, wrapping his arms around his dog and dragging everybody back onto the bed. What are you doing? We were attacked! I jabbed a finger at the window. Ninja! What? I wiggled out from under Cyrano and sat up in time to see the ninja race through a crosswalk, the orange gym bag slung over a shoulder, completely ignored by 2 young women pushing strollers. 'Cause a ninja is something you see every day. Don't move, June. I got out a nod, and he took off. They travel in packs, I shouted after him. At the bedroom door, he paused to give me a, "That's the stupidest thing you've ever said. Look, only in the movies." And then he was gone. I heard his footsteps in the hall, and then a thud. Grunts. A shout cut short. More ninjas? I held my breath, listening for any sounds of life, and finally got out a choked whisper. Morgan? Cyrano jumped off the bed and went to the door to roo into the hall. She looked back at me. Her jaw dropped open, and her lip began to quiver. A shake started in the tip of her tail and rippled through her body to her nose. And then another ninja leaped into the room. Wait, it wasn't a ninja. It was a short, dark-haired guy wrapped in an apron that proclaimed barbecue as his true love. Cyrano rooed and leaned against his leg. I was safe. Then I noticed the long barrel of a rifle pointed my way. Okay, he was dangerous after all. This is a citizen's arrest, he growled at me. I lifted my hands over my head. Morgan's new line of work was going to get me killed. Unlike the ninja, Mr. Apron wasn't alone. One of his friends called the cops, who called Morgan's client, who vouched for us and came right over. When everybody with a gun had left, I sat at the tiny island in the tiny kitchen, ignoring Cyrano, who was licking my knees, took a couple of aspirin the lady had been kind enough to find for me, and tried to figure out how I knew her. She'd introduced herself. Faith Carmichael. That hadn't rung any bells. Her outfit wasn't giving me any clues either. Navy slacks, white blouse, a thin navy sweater, chunky black shoes, dirty blonde hair off her neck in a high ponytail. The outfit had a uniform look to it, but she wasn't wearing a name tag. People should really wear name tags. All the time. Sorry about that. They mean well. Yeah, guys charging in with guns always do. She set a cup of coffee in front of me, with a teaspoon still in it, and came around to sit on the stool to my right. Sprinkle some of this in your cup. She offered me a little tin shaker that smelled like the florist aisle at the grocery store. What is it? Just give it a try. I shook a bit in and stirred, took a tentative sip, and then another. It was delicious. And the coffee itself didn't have that usual destroy my insides if I drink too much taste to it. Good, huh? What is it? Cardamom? Faith took the little tin and shook a bunch into her own cup. Helen was dating a guy from Istanbul a few years ago and got addicted to it. She brews it with the coffee beans, but I like to add a little extra dash to the finished cup. I guess I'm addicted too. Cyrano went back to licking my knee, and I shifted in my seat. I was never going to figure out how I knew this woman. I'm so glad that you and your partner were at Kennedy this week. Ah, okay. She had something to do with Dewey's space show. Wait, did she say partner? Did she mean Morgan? Morgan and I aren't dating. She didn't sound jealous, but the last thing I needed was another crazy woman thinking I was coming between her and her man. That's smart, considering you two work together. Oh, she thought I was a detective. I'm not a... Morgan came out of nowhere and set my phone down on the counter. You dropped this in the bedroom. There's a bunch of missed calls. I glanced at the screen, saw Sarah's name, and dropped the phone into my purse. Morgan raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Instead, he cleared his throat and opened a little notebook. Faith, can you tell if anything's missing? I thought about the stuffed kangaroo zipped in my purse. His client shrugged. It's so hard to keep track of Helen's stuff. She's a bit of a hoarder. Good. No one would miss it. Morgan pocketed the notebook and wandered back to the missing sister's bedroom. Faith sprinkled some more of the spice in her coffee and leaned on an elbow. Though, she pointed a finger in the direction of the bedroom. I did notice one thing gone. Last Christmas, I got Helen this little stuffed kangaroo. A few favorite words ran through my brain, which I kept to myself. In the past, I'd gotten into trouble when nasty Dewzers had caught me on videos that ended up going viral. The last thing I needed was my colorful vocabulary tainting Dewey's reputation, so I'd had to come up with a PG standby, which I whispered to myself. Blast. We were going to go to Australia on vacation, and then our mom got sick and we had to cancel the plans. Faith spun the little tin on the counter. I didn't think she really liked it, but I don't think she'd throw it away. Maybe she took it with her. I buried my face in my cup. Maybe. If Faith had feelings about the stuffed kangaroo, the sister probably did too. I'd have to wash it and come back, maybe for more of that coffee, and then toss it in a closet. Morgan returned, holding a black hoodie that featured a neon-colored, wild-eyed man in a leotard. I leaned a bit to see the writing on the back. The Pit. Wrestling every weekend. Does Helen hang out here? Faith wrinkled her nose. Yeah, they have a wrestling club that performs, she did air quotes, on the weekends. That explained all the weird posters on her bedroom walls. Faith used more air quotes. She has season tickets. Clearly, she wasn't a fan. But I called the gym already. No one's seen her this week. Morgan picked up my cup for a sip. Maybe the ninja was a wrestler. I rubbed the spot on my left shoulder where I'd hit the wall and winced. They did kind of throw me. I was going to have a ginormous bruise. Morgan swirled the liquid in my cup.
What's in this?
It's cardamom. You want some? I tried to reach for my cup. I'd love more.
No time.
Morgan finished my coffee and set the empty cup back on the saucer.
We need to pay that Jim a visit.
He grabbed Cyrano's leash and helped me to my feet. Faith tagged after us to the door. Can you call me if you learn anything?
Of course.
Outside, I yanked my arm away. Why does she think we're partners? He chased me down the stairs.
She may have inferred that from a previous conversation.
And you didn't correct her?
I'm sorry, June, but she got really excited about you working on her case.
I'm not a private detective. I don't want to be a private detective.
There's nothing really to it. It's mostly research.
He got to the car first and opened my door for me. My purse started vibrating, and I tossed it on the front passenger floor. There was a killer hiding in that woman's closet, Morgan.
You shouldn't really call them a killer. They didn't kill you.
I tugged on my seatbelt and kicked my vibrating purse further away. I knew who was calling, and there was no way I was answering. They tried!
Did they, though? It sounds like somebody else was searching the house and we walked in on them. Helen may be into something that Faith doesn't know about.
Whose side are you on?
Un momento.
Morgan dug his cell phone out of a pocket and answered it, then looked over at me and smiled. Uh-oh.
Sure, just a minute.
He held out his phone.
It's for you.
I could hear a voice drifting out of the little speaker. June? June, are you there? Not my favorite person, but still far better than Sarah Sunshine. I put the phone to my ear. Hi, Mom.
I thought you might be with Morgan.
He's just dropping me off at my hotel.
Perfect.
I heard her muffled voice say, she's with Morgan. And then she was back. Have him bring you to the Kennedy Space Center instead. Why? Your brother's book agent has been trying to call you. Is your phone turned off again? Oops. Well, call her back. It's very important. There was some sort of cancellation on one of those morning shows in New York, and Sarah was able to book you. Me? Why me? To talk about Dewey's Universal Classroom. I don't want to do that. This is important for your brother. Call Sarah. Maybe you should do it. I liked being my brother's personal assistant because I stayed behind the scenes. They don't want Dewey's mother. They want his contemporary. Give me back to Morgan. Gladly. I covered the phone with my palm. I'm not going back to Kennedy. Make an excuse.
You don't want to be on TV?
You heard that?
Your mom's voice carries.
It did.
It's not public TV, right?
I slapped his arm. Years ago, he'd made a fool out of me on public access television, and I'd considered him my arch nemesis for almost a decade. Or, as I liked to refer to that period of time, the good old days. Morgan took back his phone.
Ms. Nash?
Yeah, hang on. He covered the speaker and smiled at me.
Uh-oh. Help me look for Helen,
he said.
It'll make Faith happy, and you'll be too busy to do the show for Sarah.
Blast. I was about to become a detective. The gym was a block off the tourist strip in Cocoa Beach, behind a small surf shop. Morgan parked, clipped Cyrano to her leash, and started for the door. He turned back when he realized he was alone.
Come on, I need you to look around, see if you spot anyone who could have been the ninja.
He'd shut off the engine and taken the keys, so I was going to die from heat stroke if I stayed in the car. I grumbled a few of my favorite words, but caught up to him as he went inside. The place stank. Just like you'd expect. I followed him to the door of a little office in the back. A guy at the desk gave us each a once-over.
Can I help you?
Morgan slipped Cyrano's leash over my wrist and turned his head to whisper,
See if anyone looks familiar.
Then he stepped into the office and shut the door. I did a quick glance around. A couple dozen people were working out. Any of them could have been the ninja. That was easy. Now that I was done playing detective, I looked around for a chair. I spotted a couple along the wall and led the hound that way. We got as far as the water fountain. Cyrano dug in her heels and rued at me. Me too, girl. I took a quick sip. Warm and metallic and disgusting, but I figured the hound wouldn't care. She drank out of the toilet. I filled up a little paper cup and squatted down to hold it for her. While she lapped it up and got water all over my shirt, I leaned against the wall and gave the place another once-over. It was the least I could do for Morgan. He had saved me from Sarah Sunshine, and there was nothing else to do. It seemed like a typical gym, at least from what I'd seen on TV and the movies. An empty boxing ring filled a good portion of the room. Strips of mats were laid out in the remaining space. Lots of people grunting over weights, punching and kicking bags, skipping rope, doing crunches. The walls, like the missing sister's bedroom, were filled with posters of people in bright costumes. Wait, make that women in bright costumes. And actually, the ones working out were all women. I didn't see a single guy in the place. Just the one in the office talking to Morgan. Other than that, the place seemed pretty cut and dried. And boring. And then 3 black women, about my age, stepped out of the ladies' locker room. They were dressed in lime green leotards with a purple lightning bolt on the chest, orange tights, shoulder-length natural curls, and bare feet. The leader had a purple silk bag over her shoulder. The other 2 carried purple foam lightning bolts, like something you'd see at a sporting event. Everyone in the gym stopped what they were doing to stomp their feet and cheer. Bold babes! Bold babes! Bold babes! The 3 waved their arms over their heads and danced around as they headed for the ring. Okay. Things just got interesting. 3. Cyrano was done with her water, so I trashed the cup, wiped my wet hands on my shorts, and led the hound over to the chairs. I settled in to watch, and Cyrano leaned against my left thigh. One of the Bolt babes stepped into the ring, and one of the women who'd been cheering joined her. They sized each other up, then began tossing each other around. It was brutal and elegant, all at the same time. When the babe had flattened the other woman, she climbed up on the ropes, reached her arms above her head, and then did a backflip as she screamed, "Kaboom!" slamming her competitor to the ground as she tried to stand. The place erupted in cheers. The babe who'd been fighting went to the ropes, high-fived one of the other babes, still outside the ring, and they changed places. The woman who'd been clobbered leaped to her feet, suddenly fine, high-fived a replacement as well, and it started all over again. Maybe I needed to take a wrestling class. It would be an excellent way to deal with my brother's fans, the Dewzers. Then, the next time one of the nuts got in my face, I could toss them into a wall and leap out a window to freedom. Cyrano rued at me. I'd somehow ended up on my feet, with a fist held triumphantly in the air. I swallowed and dropped back down into the chair. Maybe nobody'd noticed. I did a little glance around. Everyone was busy with their own thing. No one in the gym was looking at me, except for the ladies in the ring. The one who'd kaboomed pointed an arm at me. "You've got some nerve showing up here," she said. Great. She was probably a Dewzer. A few were rather upset with me about Dewey being up in the ISS. They figured it had been my idea. The ultimate way to keep my brother from his true fans. Kaboom slipped around the side of the ring and stomped her feet. "I'm gonna knock that crappy wig off your block." Wig? I patted my curls. Normally, I'd take offense, but I wasn't about to argue with someone who did flips on people for fun. I gave her an "I surrender" wave and stood up. "Where are you going?" Kaboom's teammates fell in behind her. "Morgan?" I glanced over at the little office, which was now empty. Where had he gone? "You're not so tough without your June bugs, are you?" I curled my fingers into fists. I certainly wasn't going down to a trio of Dewzers without a... Wait, what had she said? My who-whats? Kaboom cut the distance between us, got in my face, and then her scowl was gone, and her eyes danced as she smiled at me, which freaked me out even more. "You're June Nash!" Over the years, I'd learned that it was always best to deny it. But right now, there didn't seem to be a point. "Yeah, you're her!" She slapped a palm over her mouth to stifle a giggle. Okay, she was a nut, Dewzer or not. "Ladies!" she turned and shouted at the gym. "It's the real June Nash!" Then she slipped an arm around me and squeezed my bruised shoulder. I tried not to wince. "You're here 'cause you're gonna sue, right?" The other babes hurried over for a group hug, and I felt my bruise gathering strength. I was going to be black and blue, head to toe, when this was over. I tried to wiggle free. "What are you talking about? Big June and the bugs?" Kaboom moved me to the other side of the chairs and smacked the wall with an index finger. The poster had 3 women, all white, all decked out in red leotards with gold tights and capes. The 2 on the ends had some sort of bug on their chests and hands on their hips. The one in the middle had crazy hair piled high up on her head. Her chest, which was as big as her hair, featured a giant yellow D in a circle with a line through it. "Big June and the bugs?" Kaboom leaned to spit in the trash can. She had the nerve to ask me if I wanted to audition for one of her bugs. Then she raised an index finger. "Number 1, I do not audition." Then she motioned to her costume. "And this woman is no sidekick." I believed that with every ounce of my being. She glanced over at her teammates, who were busy loving Cyrano, and lowered her voice. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We both turned back to the poster. I traced a finger over the letter on my alter ego's chest. "What's the D for?" "Dewzers." "Does she crush them?" That wasn't something I was against. "She tries." I did a quick 360. "So, where are these people?" "They used to train here, but Big Daddy got into it with Len, the guy who runs the place." She bobbed her head at the empty office. "Something about a fee increase. Whatever." She leaned to spit at the trash can again. "Next thing we know, Big Daddy cuts ties here and takes Big June and the bugs with him up to the burial chamber." Which didn't sound like a good thing. "Me and the babes have 3 times the followers. Should have been us." "That's around here?" This felt like something I might need to investigate. For a laugh. Or an address for the cease and desist. "No, they're in the big time now, playing the Upper East Coast circuit. Hang on." She jogged over to her purple bag by the ring and came back with a cell phone in hand. "This place is their home base." She showed me an address. I took a photo with my phone. "Thanks. Listen." She tapped away at her screen and held it out. "Text me if you decide to sue. I'm serious about helping." I didn't want to get flipped, so I created a new contact for her. I hadn't gotten a name, and I didn't want to ask, so I just labeled it Kaboom and dropped my phone into my purse. She gave me a quick once-over. "You got some time? Want me to throw you in the ring?" Thankfully, Morgan chose that moment to reappear. "Ready?" "Sorry," I told Kaboom. "No time." I untangled Cyrano from the teammates, and she zoomed off to catch up with her daddy. I followed them to the exit. Outside, Morgan jogged after the hound to the car, and Kaboom caught up with me. "I think there's some comp tickets for the burial chamber if you want them." She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "Just ask in the office." Ooh, I did want them. I got a couple of steps and realized that Kaboom wasn't beside me anymore. I did a little turn and went back. She was still in the same spot, staring at Morgan's car. "What's wrong with the dog?" Morgan had the back door open, and the hound was looking up at him with a quivering lip. "She has a bit of an issue with cars. She doesn't like to ride in them? She doesn't know how to get in them. Wait for it." It took another full minute before Morgan gave up and began the multi-step process of loading the confused hound. He started with her front legs, lifted, then set them on the seat, and went around to her back ones, lifted those, and walked everything forward till she was a ball of dog. Kaboom tilted her head. "What's he waiting for?" "He thinks that someday that last step will finally occur to her." But it never did. He gave Cyrano another moment to make a connection that she was never going to make, and then, with a gentle motion, tossed her in the back and slammed the door. She spun around and squished her nose up against the window. It squeaked as she began to lick the glass. Kaboom templed her fingers over her mouth. "She's so adorable." Sure, that's what she was. Kaboom slapped my shoulder and headed back to the open gym door. "Don't forget, sue June and the bugs." I gave her a wave, then turned back toward the car. Wait, the tickets. I stopped, felt a rush of wind, a glimpse of a bike, and my purse strap was yanked off my shoulder. I was spun, shoved, and flew at the ground with a scream. 4. Purse thief! The voice was a woman's, followed by the slap of bare feet on pavement, and then Morgan was helping me up, and we were nearly knocked back over by the rush of women pouring out of the gym and pounding up the sidewalk.
Are you all right?
Was I? I'd scraped my arm where I'd landed, but otherwise I was okay. The women had turned a corner, but we could hear shouts, and a scream, and the squeal of tires, and then nothing. After a few minutes, they were back, with one of them riding the bike. And Kaboom had my purse. She gave it back, and they all crowded around me. What happened to the guy? I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The woman on the bike, a Latina, began to explain, but it was in Spanish, and way too fast for me to pick out the few words I knew. One of her friends put up a hand. "English, Gabriella." She started again, but was speaking so fast, I wasn't sure it was English. Kaboom leaned in. "She's always long-winded. He got away. Is anything missing?" I unzipped my hobo bag and sifted through the contents. Receipts, a ball cap, the spit-soaked kangaroo that I still needed to clean and return, a giant green paperclip, the last bee's bunce, which was now a cellophane bag of smoosh, my wallet, cell phone, and my flask. I dug it out, twisted off the cap, and got in a good gulp. Morgan flipped open his notebook and slid the stubby pencil out of the spirals at the top.
What did the guy look like?
"White," the Latina said. She looked around at the others, who all nodded. "Dan, like a surfer." Which didn't help much. This was a beach town. Everyone looked like a surfer, when they didn't look like a wrestler. "We almost had him," said another, "but this car showed up, and he got in and they took off." Morgan scribbled something in his notebook.
Anyone catch the license?
They all started shouting out numbers, and letters, and colors. The plate was a special education one. No, it was regular. No, it had a fish on it. No, it glorified hunting. No, Morgan held up a hand.
What color was the car?
More shouts, with pretty much every option called out.
How about the make? What kind of car was it?
"Square!" somebody yelled. All the heads nodded in agreement. Now we were getting somewhere.
Did anyone see the driver?
And then we weren't. The guy behind the wheel was white. No, he was Latino. No, he was a light-skinned African-American. No, he was a woman. No, Morgan drummed his pencil against the notebook.
Ladies.
But no one was listening. They were too busy trying to prove their point about the plate, the driver, the car. "There was a bumper sticker," somebody shouted. "Yeah," added another. "It was something tacky." "Women and cinnamon rolls?" "No, it was about women and coins." I flashed on the green car that had tried to run me over. There'd been a bumper sticker. Everyone started shouting over each other again. I leaned against Morgan and whispered, "I think I know the car."
From where?
There was a guy outside the sisters' apartment, right before we went in. He almost ran me over. Morgan grabbed my hand.
Let's get out of here. We need to talk.
I got in a last look at the ladies. I wanted to go back in for the comp ticket, but I didn't want him to find out about Big June and the bugs. He'd never let me live it down. Morgan drove us up the street to a little outdoor cafe on the beach. We parked, got in a quick pee walk for Cyrano, and found a seat on the patio. I sat down, but he didn't.
You hungry?
Was I? When had I eaten last? There'd been a buffet at the NASA thing, but I'd been too busy avoiding Sarah Sunshine to actively partake. I'd had breakfast when I'd woken up. My hotel suite had a tiny kitchen, so I'd warmed up leftover pizza. Canadian bacon, banana peppers, black olives, and Italian sausage. There'd been 6 slices left from dinner the night before. I'd gotten the extra large, but I'd been running late and had only gone through 3 when my ride had shown. I was probably hungry. I tried to see inside the cafe. There were cases with things in them, but people were blocking my view.
I'm getting you black coffee.
Morgan disappeared before I could make a request. Ah, well, I probably wasn't hungry. I scooted my chair further under the umbrella and dug my phone out of my purse. Out in the water, a little kid was making a lot of noise. I shielded my eyes to see what he was squealing about. He stomped out of the waves and kicked sand at what I guessed was his sister, who chased him back into the water. The beach was packed. Lots of families. Surfers, castle builders, shell collectors, all having a great time. And to me, none of it looked appealing. The sand was sandy, the ocean wet, and I could feel the salt air doing tragic things to my hair. I took a sip from my flask, Googled the burial chamber, New York wrestling, and clicked what looked like a homepage. A glossy photo of Big June and the Bugs popped up on the screen, followed by a scrolling banner. Limited engagement. 2 nights left. 7 o'clock and 9:30. Get your tickets now! I tilted my phone this way and that. Big June looked nothing like me, especially in the chest department. I clicked on tickets.
I got you the dark roast.
And almost threw my phone across the table.
Sorry, did I scare you?
No, I said, dropping my cell into my bag. Morgan set a cardboard tray on the table. 3 cups. One with my name, which I took. One that was topped with a clear plastic dome full of whipped cream, drizzled caramel, and colorful sprinkles. Ew. He set that cup in front of himself. The third was clear plastic and full of water, obviously for the hound. In the 4th slot, there was a brown bag set on top of a stack of napkins. Morgan unfolded one and dumped a bunch of the blue frosted cookies out of the bag. They looked soft and flaky and smelled like good Mexican vanilla. My stomach rumbled a thank you. I guess I was hungry after all. I reached for a cookie and got my fingers slapped. Hey!
You said you weren't hungry.
I never said I wasn't.
You never said you were. Go order if you want something.
I glanced in the cafe, which was now full of everyone who had been out on the beach. I gave the cookies a long, sad sigh and took a sip of my coffee. Ew. Bitter. I tipped my flask over my cup and gave it a stir with one of the little plastic sticks. Morgan took a sip of his syrupy concoction and yanked a blue, rubber-looking circle from a back pocket. He gave it a shake, and it turned into a little bowl, which he filled with the water and set it in front of Cyrano. She promptly ignored it and rolled onto her side with a wheezy little roo. Morgan settled into a chair across from me.
Describe the white bald guy who almost hit you one more time.
He shoved one of the little cookies into his mouth and picked up another. He was bald and white and a guy. Not a rare commodity in the world. There was one at the next table.
Any distinguishing marks?
He was a jerk. He ran over my bee's bunt. Morgan looked up from the plate of cookies.
Did you raid my stash?
He narrowed his eyes, and I could almost hear him counting in his head. No, there was no way he knew how many had been in that glove box. I looked down at my coffee, bobbed my shoulders, and gave him my best, "Why would I do that?" look.
Did the white bald guy say anything to you?
The aroma of vanilla wafted up from the little cookies, tickling my rumbly tummy. If you want my help, you're gonna have to feed me. Morgan ran his tongue over his teeth and then slid the napkin halfway between us. I reached for a cookie and got slapped one more time. Seriously, I can take you. I know moves. I tried to visualize how Kaboom had flipped onto that first girl.
Put your arms down and tell me about the guy.
He was bald and
white and a guy. Let's try something different. Close your eyes.
I glanced down at the cookies. Why?
It's a technique. I want you to visualize him and tell me everything you remember.
You learned this in detective school?
My mentor taught it to me.
Knowing him, the mentor had probably been a woman, and the teaching had been late at night over drinks, or early morning over breakfast. Fine. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes.
Okay.
Morgan lowered his voice.
I've just gone into the sister's apartment. What happens next?
Your dog missed you. I clipped on her leash. No need to mention raiding the little snack cakes. We got out. I was going to take her to the park, but she wanted to follow you, so she ran into the road. I opened an eye to make sure he didn't look mad. He motioned for me to keep going. I glanced down at the cookies. Only 3 left. Bald, white dude's car almost hit us.
Could it be the same car the purse snatcher got away in?
Could be. It was green and boxy, and the ladies got some of the bumper sticker right.
Picture the guy behind the wheel. Can you see him?
Could I? I thought about the bee's buns. So delicious, yet so squished. And imagined raising my head from the sponge cake, up over the tire, across the door, to the open car window, and the face of the guy behind the wheel. I could see him, his silent mouth moving in slow motion as he rattled off some sort of angry gobbledygook.
Can you see him?
Yeah, I said. I actually can.
Okay, concentrate. Don't lose the visual. Tell me about him. What's he wearing?
I let my eyes drift down from the driver's noisy mouth to his chin. There was stubble, blonde, and then a rounded neckline. He's got on a t-shirt. It's black.
Did it have anything on it?
There's a big circle.
A circle? Any words?
I shrugged. All I remember is a big circle. It was grayish, and there might have been a face on it.
Could it have been a wrestling club logo?
In my mind, I squinted at the shirt. I don't remember words, just a face. Or a blob of a face.
Did he say anything to you?
He was yelling, but it was gibberish.
Could it have been a foreign language?
Maybe.
Any idea which one?
I shook my head. My brother's show, Gone Herpin', airs in 143 countries, and so far, I'd been yelled at by Dewzers in at least 141 of them. Since we lived on the U.S.-Mexican border, Spanish was the only one I tended to recognize.
What did it sound like?
Foreign.
Would you recognize it again if you heard it?
Would I? Maybe. I opened my eyes. And that's it. I looked down at the table. The napkin was empty. I hate you.
You love me.
Are we done? I want to go back to my hotel. Maybe get a nap. And refill my flask. I tapped the last drops into my mouth.
If it was the same guy from Helen's apartment, he must have followed us.
I shrugged. I guess.
The guy on the bike must have been after your purse to see who we were.
Sure. Morgan leaned back in his chair.
Helen liked to hang out at the gym, and there was talk that she was close to Big Daddy.
And before I could ask, he added,
the talent manager, who cut ties with the gym.
Kaboom had mentioned the guy. Maybe she's with him.
That's a good place to start.
He sat up and clapped his hands.
See how good you are at this?
I don't want to be a detective.
I'm not asking you to dress up and fight crime.
I pointed to my face and rolled my eyes. I'm serious, Morgan. Take me back to my hotel. He ignored me and took a long sip of his gross coffee.
I want to go see Big Daddy in person.
So go, I said. I can get a taxi back to the hotel.
He's not in town, and it's a 14-hour drive.
Fly.
Do I look rich?
That kind of thing was always hard to judge. I knew a lot of rich people who dressed down so they could pretend to be poor and get free stuff. But as my brother's personal assistant, I knew what Morgan got paid to work on Dewey's show. It wasn't as much as it probably should have been.
I could use your help with this one,
he said. I don't want to be a detective.
Faith is really worried about her sister. Think about how you'd feel if Dewey was missing.
I'd be inconsolable.
We'll make it super quick. Here to New York and overnight. I'll sleep on the hotel floor.
I narrowed my eyes at him.
In my car. You can have the room. We'll be back the next day.
Wait. New York? Big June and the Bugs were in New York.
Yeah.
And they were wrestling for the next 2 nights. I glanced at my watch. It was after 3. Too late to make it to either of today's shows. If we drove. If Dewey had been earthbound, I'd have called the jet. Thanks to the popularity of my brother's show, the production company gives him unlimited use of a private plane. Unfortunately, Dewey was in space, and the lady who booked the flights had it in for me. There was no chance I'd be able to get the jet on my own, or survive 28 round-trip hours in a car with Morgan and his hound. And I really wanted to check out Big June. I was left with only one option. I don't want to be a detective, I said, digging my cell phone out of my purse.
I get it. Morgan stood up. I'm going to let you get that taxi. I've got a long drive ahead of me, and I didn't get the best night's sleep. Fingers crossed I don't crash and die on the way.
Hang on, Mr. Passive-Aggressive, I said. Get some more of those cookies, and I can do you one better. I unlocked my phone and scrolled to a number I never thought I'd willingly dial. 5. Sarah Sunshine was waiting for us in the parking lot of my hotel, which I was expecting. I'd called her, after all. Junie! I was barely out of the car before she had me squished up against her perfectly crisp blue linen suit dress, patting my sweaty back. I'm so happy you changed your mind and decided to do New York morning. Anything for Dewey. Blast. She was going to read a lot into that. I appreciate you setting up this flight for us. Us? She let go and looked down in the car at Morgan. Oh, hello, Mr. Durgan. She was going to read a lot more into that. I took her arm and walked her back toward her own car. I've emailed you the schedule, she said. At 7 p.m., pick up for the airport Friday night. You'll be staying at the Parley. It's gorgeous, and right across the street from Central Park. I've arranged a town car to take you to the studio Saturday morning at 7. Your segment is at 7:42. Afterward, the town car will deliver you to the shuttle for your flight back here. I leaned against her car. Is there any way to leave today? If she could get us there in the next couple of hours, I'd have time to catch one of Big June's matches tonight. Ah, you're interested in some sightseeing? And maybe a lawsuit. You'll need to pick up the cost of the hotel between now and Friday night. Sure. I'll take care of all the arrangements then. Sarah dropped a hand into her purse and produced a tiny cell phone. Her fingers flew over the screen, and I could hear dings as emails or messages were sent and returned. After a couple of minutes, she dropped her phone back into her purse and flashed a few dozen of her perfect teeth at me. You're set! The town car will pick you up here in 45 minutes. Have fun! I let her hug me one more time, and after she'd gone, I went back to Morgan's car. We're set.
I appreciate this, but why are you helping me?
I shrugged. I'd be inconsolable if it was Dewey.
Me too. Good idea on leaving early, just in case we have trouble finding Big Daddy.
I glanced at my watch. I had just enough time to shower, pack, and get a taxi back to the gym for that comp ticket. The town car was waiting out front by the time I got back. Thankfully, I'd taken my bag with me to the gym. I had the taxi drop me around the side of the hotel, and I snuck into the lobby, ready to pretend that I'd just come down the elevator. I didn't see Morgan, so I went out front. The driver leaped out of his car and opened a door, and a roo escaped. I could hear Morgan inside, laughing. The driver reached for my bag.
Can I take your luggage?
All I had was a small leather carry-on. It could have fit on the floor by my feet, but the guy seemed insistent, so I handed it over. Thanks. I climbed in the car and gave Cyrano a gentle shove off my seat. She resisted, and then leaned against my left shoulder, and began sniffing my hair. Why is she coming with us?
I can't leave her with anyone, and I checked. The hotel allows pets.
Unfortunately, the private jet did too. Great. Whenever the dog was around, I ended up being the one to watch her. The hound's nose had worked its way far enough into my hair that she'd found my ear, and was nibbling on it. A little help, please? Morgan moved Cyrano to the floor. She rooed, shook, and stuck her head deeply into my purse, and came back out with the stuffed kangaroo dangling from her teeth. I really had to start zipping that thing. The hound might not have had the greatest set of chompers, but eventually she was going to do some damage, and I'd have to look for a new kangaroo.
Aw, you got her a chew toy.
I heard her rip and flinched. Blast. Now I was going to need a replacement. The drive to the airport was short, but felt like an eternity. Morgan kept going over the facts of the case. And there weren't that many. Faith's sister Helen had missed 2 breakfasts. She was a wrestling fan and hung out at some place called the Burial Chamber. She was friendly with and might have been dating a guy called Big Daddy. Big Daddy was in New York. Helen might be too. By the time we'd boarded our plane and it was leveling off for the short flight, Morgan had me repeating everything we knew. which still wasn't much. Maybe we should get some rest. I closed my eyes before he could reply. He didn't get a chance to bring the facts of the case back up on the way to the hotel, because our driver fancied himself a tour guide, and we got a condensed history of the city and how the parley fit into it. There was something about pirates, which made sense. Morgan asked a lot of questions, and I kept an eye out the window for a toy store. When we arrived at the parley, they were ready for us. Sarah had called ahead, and gotten us one room.
We used to sleep together all the time, June.
Morgan winked at the blonde behind the desk, who blushed. We were 5, I said, looking around for the concierge desk. It was in the corner, but the host was missing. The hotel's theme wasn't. There was a giant bronze pirate statue in the middle of the lobby, treasure spilling out of his arms to the chests around his feet. A mini collection of ship's wheels covered the walls, and the theme continued to the ceiling, where golden chandeliers hung from a twinkling sea of stars. I felt like we were in Vegas. We'll need a second room, I added. I won't be able to put you both on the same floor. Perfect. I reached out to take the keys from her hand, which was full of dog biscuits. Your puppy is so adorable. I handed the bones to Morgan, who made Cyrano dance around for one. The check-in clerk stood up on tippy toes to watch. She batted her eyelashes at Morgan. If you want to get over to the park and not run into a lot of people, I can show you the best exit to use. Seriously, what did women see in him? I wiggled my fingers in her direction. Keys? She frowned at me and set 2 envelopes on the counter. I grabbed the one on top and headed for the elevator. The doors had almost closed when Morgan and Cyrano caught up. I hit the open button. Since most of Morgan's leg was already inside the door. Hang on, a female voice called after us. Clack, clack, clack. The clerk's heels echoing over the deserted lobby. She held out the stuffed kangaroo. Your sweetie forgot this. I opened my purse and she dropped it in. Then she smiled at Morgan, and I punched my floors button a dozen times. 11, Morgan said, looking at his keypack. I got out on 8 and followed the arrows down to my room, tapped the key against the lock, swung open the door, and barely escaped being mowed down by a flying hound. She sailed past me, landed on the bed, and began to roll around on her back. And snort. Morgan! He came running up the hall.
Sorry, she got away from me.
This is now your room. I traded keys and did a big, noisy yawn. I'm exhausted. I think I'll hit the hay. He frowned.
I thought we could swing by Big Daddy's office before dinner.
It's after 5. Nobody's in the office after 5. He checked his watch.
We'll go first thing in the morning.
Okay, see you then. He followed me out into the hall.
It's really early. You're going to bed?
I got out another fake yawn and stretched my arms over my head. Morgan leaned against the door jamb and easily caught the hound's collar as she tried to chase after me.
I guess I'll see what Google has to say about Big Daddy. Meet you in the lobby? 7 a.m.?
I waved over my shoulder, hustled back to the elevator, and rode up to 11. After a quick shower, I changed into a pair of jeans, a black t-shirt, black sneakers, and a red antelope jacket I'd gotten in Turkey a few years ago. It weighed close to nothing and could ball up in a suitcase without getting wrinkled. I slung my hobo bag over my neck and across my right shoulder and checked my reflection in the wall mirror by the door and reached into my bag for a hat. Last thing I needed was anybody at the match recognizing me. I tugged the cap down past my eyebrows and headed out. The club was a 40-minute cab ride, and more than once I worried that I wasn't going to make it to either show. Traffic had a bad habit of starting off like it meant business, then changing its mind half a block later and slamming to a standstill so that everyone could honk their horns at each other. I finally gave up and got out a few blocks shy of my destination. There was a line outside the burial chamber, which took up another 15 minutes. When it was my turn, a tattooed girl exchanged my ticket for a program and waved me in. At first, it felt like a typical nightclub, if you ignored the boxing ring in the middle of the room. Loud music, strobing multicolored lights, a crowd buying beer at a counter that ran the length of one wall. But the center of the room had a show vibe. Rows of folding chairs on each side of the ring filling up. Round tables at each corner point crammed with VIPs gorging on boat-shaped trays of sushi and glasses of champagne. I followed oversized numbers and arrows taped to the floor and found my seat. Section 3, row 12, seat 8. Morgan was sitting in seat 7, with a Big June and the Bugs commemorative travel cup. And a grin. 6. I dropped into the seat beside him. The guy at the gym told you, didn't he?
He thought you'd somehow decide that he was involved and sue him.
Maybe I will. Morgan laughed and eased out of a tan blazer that he slipped over the back of his chair and began to roll up the sleeves of a deep blue button-down shirt, which all went perfectly with the faded jeans and red sneakers, and had caught the eye of the woman on his other side, who was trying to chat him up. Like I wasn't even there. Geez. I dropped my purse to the floor as the lady next to me was doing the same. We locked eyes for a moment, and then moved our purses back to our laps.
Big Daddy and Helen,
Morgan said. I glanced around. Where?
No.
Morgan leaned closer to me.
Check out the photo.
He held his cell phone out in my direction.
Big Daddy manages Big June.
Not very original with the names. He ignored me.
Big June and the Bugs. And it sounds like Helen might be dating him. My guess is that if we find him, we'll find her.
Good luck with that, I said, trying to catch the waitress's eye, which might have been easier if Purse Lady hadn't blocked my view of the world with a sign she started waving. Big block letters read, "Launch my lizard, baby," whatever that meant. I leaned to one side, looking for the waitress, who was now gone.
They're probably around here someplace,
Morgan said. Who? I caught sight of the waitress on the other side of the ring. I was never going to get her attention.
Helen and Big Daddy.
You want to look now? The show was about to start.
It's why we're in New York.
No, I said. I was guilted into getting you here. Finding the sister is your job, detective.
And it's not going to kill you to tell me if you spot them tonight,
he said.
You know, on your way to the bathroom, the bar, backstage to threaten your doppelganger with financial ruin.
That woman looks nothing like me. To prove my point, I showed him the program. His eyes dropped to my chest.
No, you're right. No comparison.
I almost smacked him, but he caught my arm and flashed me a crooked smile.
Come on. Yours are perfect.
I heard a soft female voice beside me. He's right. And I gave Purse Lady my best stay-out-of-my-life look.
You know,
Morgan continued,
I could compose a sonnet dedicated to their architecture, if you'd like.
I yanked my arm free. Just show me the picture.
He's the one in the middle.
I heard a soft, whoa, and gave Purse Lady another glare. He's big, she said. I nodded, then turned back to Morgan and leaned to the side to block her view with my hair. She mumbled something about me being rude and punctuated it with quite a few of my favorite words as she got up and left with her sign. I squinted at the photo, trying to pick out 3 individual faces, and saw only one. I'd been expecting the name Big Daddy to be ironic, but it was spot on. The guy wasn't just big. He was tall, and wide, and thick. Like someone had put him in a copy machine and hit 158%. Twice. You could have just said he was a giant. I hardly needed a photo. How many were we going to run into on this trip? Morgan sighed and held the screen up a bit higher. Fine. My eyes went back to Big Daddy's face. Round with fat. White. Middle-aged. Thin hair. Lots of forehead. Wispy brown curls that hit the collar. Crooked teeth. Silly grin. Then my eyes dropped to the middle of the shot, and there, about halfway down the guy's t-shirt, were 2 other faces. Both women, both clinging to him, which explained his grin. Which one is Helen? Morgan pointed.
The one on the left.
She looked a lot like Faith. White, pale, about my age, dirty blonde ponytail, dark eyes, mole by her lip. I gave her features another once-over, and knew the only thing I was going to remember about her was the mole. Not sure I'd spot her, but Big Daddy is a gimme.
You'd think, Morgan said. I was backstage and somebody said he was here, but I couldn't find him.
You were already backstage? How did you get here so fast?
The Parley has a limo.
Something I should have known. And since you called from my room, they thought you were me. He took a sip of his drink and tucked the commemorative cup under his seat.
I know you want a drink, so take that side of the room. I'll meet you back here.
He fiddled with his phone.
I'm sending you the photo.
I don't want to be a detective. Hadn't I said that already?
What else are you doing while you wait for Big June to come out?
I tried to think of a couple options, but nothing came to mind. I assume you're getting paid to find the sister?
I am.
Good. You get the drinks. Make mine Zacapa, a double shot, plus some munchies. I'll take the left aisle, which led to the bathrooms and probably the dressing rooms, which I might be able to peek in. Morgan stood up and I caught his arm. What do I do if I spot them?
Text me. Don't approach them.
I hadn't planned on it, I said. See you in a couple. The crowd was getting themselves pretty worked up, waiting for the show to start. Lots of selfies, and shouting, and dancing. It took quite a bit of maneuvering to work my way up the aisle, and I had to check the photo a dozen times. A lot of women in the place kind of fit the sister's description. I didn't spot the giant either. I did find a door marked dressing rooms. It was shut and locked. I leaned closer and heard a voice inside complaining about somebody being late. Then the knob turned, and I did a quick two-step away from the door as a lady in a robe stormed out and headed for the exit. She kicked it open and stood there, with the door against her shoulder and her hands on her hips. Somebody was in trouble. I did one last 360 and spotted Morgan over at the bar. He was reaching over someone's head for one of those stupid Big June and the Bugs commemorative travel cups. Blast. I'd have to make sure I threw those away before Mom saw them. She'd want a whole set. Are you in line? I blinked at the woman behind me. For the bathroom? She added. Huh. I was in a line, which worked well, since I had to go. I am, I said. She nodded, then frowned, then leaned forward a bit to give me a better look. I tugged my hat further down my face and turned toward the bathroom as the line began to move. When I was back out, I was surprised to find Morgan still at the bar.
Look who I found.
He shifted to one side, and Kaboom gave me a ta-da. She traded her lightning bolt outfit for jeans, a thin red sweater, and a dozen or so bangles on the wrist of her drinking hand. How'd you get here so quick? It was supposed to have been a 14-hour drive. We flew, she said. Me and the girls figured we'd spend the weekend. Stay with our friend Celeste in Soho. Have some fun.
Apparently, Morgan said, it's only an hour drive to Orlando, and from there, you can get a direct flight.
$49 each way, Kaboom added.
I could have just had you watch Cyrano,
Morgan said. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he gave me his best, golly, what do you think about that? Look. Blast. I'd been played.
Here.
He handed me the commemorative travel cup, which probably wasn't full of Zacapa. I took a sip. Ew. Orange soda.
We're still on the clock.
I'm not, mainly because I'm not a detective. Come sit with us. Kaboom grabbed 3 commemorative Big June cups and bobbed her head. This way. The bartender had moved on to other customers, so all I could do was follow. We passed the aisle that led to our seat, wound around to the back of the ring, and stopped at a corner VIP table. The other Bolt babes were in the middle of an animated conversation, which they abandoned when Kaboom handed out the drinks. Did you kick Big June's ass yet? One of them asked me. Before I could reply, she lost interest as Morgan took the seat beside her. You're the guy with the dog. Oh, yeah, the other Bolt chimed in. She's a sweetie. All 3 shifted their chairs closer together and got into a discussion that involved photos from Morgan's phone. So much for keeping an eye out for Big Daddy. I leaned closer to Kaboom and shouted at her. When's this supposed to start? The lights flickered. I wish I'd asked that 20 minutes earlier.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen!
A male voice boomed over a loudspeaker. Everyone around us began to scream and clap.
It's Wednesday night at the Burial Chamber, and you're in for some of the best semi-professional tag team wrestling action in the world.
Not till you book us, honey! Kaboom tipped her head to the ceiling and yelled, Not till you book us!
Tonight's card is packed with grudge match action, starting with...
Then, everything went black, and a spotlight swept the room before moving to the left wall and lighting up a door I hadn't noticed. A figure appeared, just out of the spotlight.
Good adventures!
A male voice screamed over the loudspeakers. Ew. My brother's catchphrase. He ended every episode of his show Gone Herpin' with it, and his silly fans considered it some sort of secret handshake. The crowd leaped to their feet and began to chant it back. Good adventures! Good adventures! Good adventures!
And here, tonight, joining us all the way from outer space, the announcer voice boomed, the dude!
The figure stepped into the light. It was a guy. No, it was my brother. Well, not really, but it was a pretty good likeness, except for the blue tights, white leotard, and the word dude on his chest in gold, and orange cape. And the stuffed snake around his waist. I got my cell phone out. I was pretty sure Dewey's fellow astronauts needed to see this. As headbanger music thumped over the loudspeakers, fake Dewey strutted down the aisle, stopped to dance with random women, and a couple of men. He was followed by two brunettes in midriff tops and skimpy skirts. Both sported oversized D's on their chests. When everyone reached the center, they all flipped over the ropes and danced around inside the ring. Fake Dewey brought the mic back to his mouth.
The dudettes!
He screamed, pointing at his teammates. The two young women danced around, blowing kisses to the crowd.
How are my Dewzers tonight?
Fake Dewey screamed. Everybody stomped their feet and whooped and chanted, Good adventures!
As you know, Fake Dewey continued, nothing can keep me from you, my fans, except...
Then he leaned across the top rope and opened his arms wide. The crowd screamed in unison, Big June! The lights flickered again, and Fake Dewey pointed an arm. The lights went out, the spotlight returned, and brought us back to that side door, where Big June was waiting.
Big June and the bugs!
The announcer voice screamed. The audience started booing, and I smacked Morgan when he joined in.
It's expected,
he said. I slid down in my seat and tugged my hat over my eyebrows. Just what I needed. A whole club full of Dewzers ready to kill Fake June. Or the real one, if they knew where to find her. Big June danced up the aisle, followed by her teammates, the bugs. When they reached the ring, Fake Dewey and one of the dudettes flipped over the ropes, leaving just one in the ring by herself. Big June took up a spot opposite Fake Dewey outside the ropes, both waving arms and flinging insults at the other. One of the bugs slipped into the ring with the lone dudette. And it was on. The two women went straight for the kill. Bodies were flung, flipped, and flattened before it became clear that the bug was going to lose. She barely made it to the ropes to high-five her teammate and make a switch. The dudette worked over the new bug for a while before her teammate replaced her with a high-five. Then the crowd began to stamp their feet and chant, Kill June! Kill June! Kill June! My worst nightmare come to life. Fake Dewey climbed up on the ropes to yell across the ring at Fake Me,
You can't keep me from my fans!
Wow. It was like they'd taken a page from IHateJuneNash.com, a stupid website my brother's nutjob fans had created to collect fake stories about me, keeping them away from their sexy snake man. Which I did. I just wasn't rude about it. Usually. On the other side of the ropes, Fake June threw back a slew of insults, a couple of which I wrote down in my phone for a rainy day, and two high-fives put the main attraction in the ring. Together. Big June and Fake Dewey spent the first few minutes sizing each other up and shouting insults and pointing fingers. Then Big June rushed. Fake Dewey threw out an arm, catching her across the chest, and she flipped into the air to land on her back with a smack. She raised her legs, then slammed them down, and somehow ended up back on her feet. Skipping around the ring, she and her bugs, still safely outside the ropes, waved their arms at the crowd, bringing the noise to a pitch just below jet engine level. Then, Fake Dewey went after Big June, and it was more of what I'd already seen. Lots of flips, slams, spins, grunts, and then Big June was sprawled out on her back. The dude put a foot on her chest, and her body jerked, and her arms went high before falling back down with a resounding slam.
"Would you look at what I found?"
he called to the crowd. They replied as one, "A lizard!"
"I think I should send this lizard to space."
The crowd cheered.
"How should I do that?"
"Launch it! Launch it! Launch it!"
"What should I do?"
he screamed, one hand to an ear. The crowd screamed back, "Launch your lizard!" Fake Dewey reached down and picked up one of Big June's ankles, one of her wrists, stood up, and began to spin. As he went faster and faster, he moved across and out of my line of sight, and I realized that I was looking at the giant, at the back of the place, near the locked dressing rooms. I leaned over to Morgan, who was looking at me.
"I saw him too."
And then Morgan's eyes got wide, and he threw himself away from me. I turned back to the ring as Big June came flying my way. 7. She never made it to the airspace around our table. A half dozen of the Dewzers sitting to my left caught various parts of her body and collectively threw her back. You'd think it was planned. All the wrestlers bowed to the crowd, and then Fake Dewey and the Dudettes chased Big June and the bugs through that side door, and the lights went up.
"We'll be taking a short intermission," the announcer voice boomed. "Ask your waitress about tonight's drink special, the Launch Pad, and be sure to get it in one of our Big June commemorative cups."
Both of the Bolt Babes leaped up and headed for the bar. Beside me, Kaboom rattled off a few of my favorite words. "They dropped her in the earlier show," she said. And then she fiddled with her phone and held it out. On the little screen, Fake June missed her catchers by a mile. Even with the noisy crowd around me, I could hear the clangs and a thud when her body hit the chairs and rolled to the floor. Kaboom sighed. "It was a thing of beauty." I would have agreed with her, but Morgan got up and came around behind me.
"He's on the move. I'll see you back at the hotel."
I caught his arm. I didn't like the idea of him going after the giant all by himself, but I didn't feel like I'd be adequate backup. Plus, I wasn't a detective. "Are you sure you want to get involved?" He gave me a lopsided grin.
"You're worried about me."
"You're my brother's best friend." And he was.
Uh-huh.
"And he'd be heartbroken if you got yourself tossed in the East River wearing cement shoes."
"You watch too many movies."
I did. Still, it would be sad if Dewey had to look for a new best friend. Why don't you just wait till tomorrow, find his office, and talk to him?
"Thanks for being worried about me."
I shrugged and took a casual sip of my drink, and almost spit it back out when the icky orange soda hit my tongue. I'm just worried about my poor brother having to spend time best friend shopping. And I was. Really.
"I'll be careful. I want to see where he goes."
I watched Morgan step around the table to the aisle and take an interest in the ceiling. I leaned till I spotted Big Daddy, who must have sat down. He was the same height as the people standing around him now, but his oversized head gave him away. I watched Morgan move a few steps closer, trying not to act like he was watching the guy. The idiot was going to get himself killed. I got out my cell phone. "At least pretend you're taking selfies," I texted. He nodded at me and joined in with the small group around him doing the same. He took a few selfies with the ring behind him, then moved to another spot and took a few more. Now he was about 10 feet closer to Big Daddy, who was still chatting and didn't seem to know he was being watched. Maybe Morgan was better at being a PI than I thought. I took another sip of my orange soda, which was still disgusting, and watched his progress. He was actually doing a pretty good job of blending in, and staying about 15 feet from the giant. Maybe it would be okay. Or maybe the giant would figure it out and squish him. I leaned back in my seat and tried to think of something else. Most of the crowd had gone back to their cell phones while they waited for the next act to start. A few were standing, taking selfies with the ring in the background, and one was pointing an arm in my direction. Blast. It was Purse Lady, with one of the June bugs. Had she heard me talking about a lawsuit earlier? Had I talked about one? We'd compared my boobs to Big June, but had I actually said I was going to ruin her? I couldn't remember. And it didn't matter, because both women were headed my way. I jumped to my feet. Kaboom looked up from her program. "Where are you going?" I thought about asking her for some help. If it had been just the four of us, that would have been one thing. I could handle the pissy Purse Lady, and I'd seen Kaboom's moves. She could take the wrestler. But this place was packed with Dewzers, and way too many would be way too excited about taking me down. I didn't like my odds. I better go with Morgan. She grinned at me. I get that. Ew, she really didn't. We're just friends. Well, in that case, he needs to party with us tomorrow night. Then she added, and you can come too. What a nice afterthought. Thanks. My friend Celeste knows the best clubs. She held out a hand. Give me your phone. I glanced over at Purse Lady's progress. A couple of fans had stopped the bug for photos. Kaboom took my phone, tapped away on it, and her own phone began to dance around on the table. Now I've got your number. I'll call you with the club address. Okay. I took back my phone and checked on Purse Lady and the bug. They'd gotten a few more feet, but were now surrounded by fans. Wait, Purse Lady was with both bugs now. What part of town are you staying in? Kaboom asked. 'Cause it might take you longer to meet up with us. I'm at the Parley. And now Big June herself had joined the group. Ooh, the Parley. High-class lady. No, I said, tugging my hat tighter over my eyes. Famous brother. Now, Purse Lady was clearing a path for Big June and the bugs. It was definitely time to go. Later, I got 2 steps and heard a whistle and went back for my Big June commemorative travel cup, which Kaboom was holding out with a grin. I certainly didn't want to lose that. I gave her a thumbs up and put some hustle into catching up with Morgan, who was about to head out the back door. I slipped my arm into his. What are you doing? It'll look less conspicuous if we pretend we're on a date. Are you sure? I glanced back. Purse Lady was pointing my way again. We're going to lose him. After you. Morgan, slow down. I emptied the commemorative cup over the curb and dropped it into my hobo bag. It's not like we're going to lose him. It was a warm night, and the sidewalk was packed. People hitting the clubs, the bars, little dive coffee shops, cafes, and despite all that, it wasn't a problem keeping Big Daddy in sight. He was easily 2 heads taller than the tallest person around, and 2/3 wider. There was no way we were going to lose him. Which would have made my night more interesting. We'd been tailing the giant for what felt like forever, and Morgan had talked non-stop, sharing an endless stream of detective tips. Always stay a half a block back. We could have been a mile back and we wouldn't have lost the giant. Avoid storefront reflections. It was night, so that didn't seem to matter. Stay on someone's left side. People naturally look over their right shoulder and they won't see you. Which didn't apply either, because Big Daddy was sticking with the middle of the sidewalk, and I'd seen him look over both shoulders. Twice. Pretend you're doing something other than tailing a suspect. Which explained Morgan's arm draped over my shoulder. I shifted his hand off my left breast. So, what's your plan? We see where he's going. You think he's going to lead us right to the sister? You mean Helen? I used my right hand to smack the side of his face. So I had a bit of a problem remembering people's names. He didn't need to keep going on about it. Morgan tightened his grip. Can you pick up the pace? I don't want to get too far behind. Yeah, I yawned. 'Cause a good detective is always prepared for the guy you're tailing to suddenly disappear. I glanced around. Where'd he go? 1 minute, he'd been there. The next, he'd dropped out of sight, like he'd fallen into a hole. Morgan started running, and I took off after him. weaving through and around people and then skidding to a halt at the top of a subway entrance, where Big Daddy'd obviously gone. Morgan flipped open his wallet.
Have you got any cash?
I've got a credit card. At the bottom of the stairs, I jammed my credit card into the machine and picked the 3-day pass. We'd probably use it. The cards came out, and Morgan grabbed one and started after the giant. I waited for my receipt. You cover expenses, right? He was already through the turnstile and heading down another set of stairs. When I caught up, Big Daddy was at the far end of the platform. There weren't many people waiting, so Morgan turned toward me and wrapped his arms around my neck. I take it this is a distraction?
You keep an eye on Big Daddy, and I'll nibble on your neck.
How about you keep your teeth to yourself and we'll pretend we're looking at our phones? I slipped out of his grasp and headed for a bench. Morgan gave me a "you're missing out" look, but he followed me over. He sat way too close and got out his phone to stare at while we waited for the train, which Big Daddy didn't get on. A second train came about 10 minutes later, and he ignored that one too. Finally, a third one arrived. Big Daddy got up, waited for a couple to leave the train, and then ducked and got on. Morgan led me to a car about 3 up from the giant. I found a seat, and he stood. 3 stops later, he smacked my arm and we watched Big Daddy lumber across the platform. As soon as the giant disappeared up the steps, Morgan led me out. When we reached the top of those stairs, Big Daddy was halfway to another set that led to the street level. For a big guy, he moved pretty fast. Morgan started to jog, and I lagged behind. The big toe on my right foot was starting to hurt. When I caught up, I found Morgan standing on an empty sidewalk doing a 360. We'd lost the giant. Again. How was that even possible?
He's gotta be around here somewhere.
There weren't a lot of places that somewhere could be. Most of the locked doors around us were stores people went to during the day. They'd all closed hours ago. I didn't see any alleys, and street traffic was still heavy with cars going elsewhere. If Big Daddy had tried to cross the street, we'd have heard the horns. Morgan did an eeny-meeny with his index finger.
He went into one of these stores.
Why don't you come back in the morning? His office is probably close. Try actually talking to him, instead of stalking him. Morgan cupped his hands to peek into a dark storefront.
If he did something to Helen, he's not going to tell me.
Maybe he's looking for her too. I got out my phone and Googled the number for the hotel. While we waited for our ride, Morgan checked out a few more dark windows. Thankfully, no one was paying much attention to us. I had no desire to spend the night at the police station trying to explain why we were looking for a giant. About a half hour later, the limo arrived and we started the slow crawl through traffic back to the hotel. The Puh-leaze lobby was empty when we crossed to the elevators. Morgan got out on 8, and I was halfway to my floor before I realized I still had the Big June and the Bugs commemorative travel cup in my purse, which I didn't want in my room. I rode up to my floor, then back down to Morgan's, and slugged up the hall trying to remember what room he was in. And then I didn't have to. I turned a corner, and there he was, standing in the hall, staring into an open door. "You forgot your cup," I said, holding it out. He didn't take it. I moved close enough to see in his room, which was a mess. It was like he'd unpacked by throwing his open suitcase from the doorway, and then had kicked around the clothes and toiletries for good measure. "You're a slob." I took a step in, and he grabbed my arm.
"Don't touch anything. I'm waiting on hotel security."
"Why?"
"Because I didn't do this, and whoever did took Cyrano."
8. A Latina security guard showed up about 5 minutes later to take a look at Morgan's room, and called the cops. Then she shut the door, posted another guard, and we were escorted, via the elevator and a couple of long corridors, to a gorgeous conference room. Dark rich wood, heavy red velvet drapes, chandelier, more pirate crap on the walls, and an impressive coffee machine at one end, which is where I was headed when I heard my name. "We're in here, Miss Nash." The guard was holding open a door at the other end of the room. I could see Morgan inside, already sitting in the cramped space, facing a desk that belonged in a one-room schoolhouse. There was no way I'd be able to fit in there too, or sit still while they went over all the details. "Why don't I get us some sandwiches?" I said. "You want a sandwich, Morgan?" I stopped short of the room, in case the security guard tried to herd me in. Thanks to some trouble with car trunks about a year and a half ago, I was a bit claustrophobic. The guard gave me a single nod. "That's a good idea." Morgan didn't answer. He was too worried about his hound. I got all the way down to the lobby and realized I'd forgotten to check what floor we'd been on. I tracked down the overnight concierge, since it was after 11 and none of the restaurants in the hotel were still serving, and put in a takeout request. There had to be someplace nearby. I was told there was. I asked for 2 ham and cheese sandwiches, decaf coffee, and directions back to the security office, which reminded me that I'd forgotten to ask the guard if she'd wanted anything. "Make it 3, I told the concierge, just in case. While she was setting all that up, I leaned against her desk and eyed the pirate statue in the center of the lobby. He looked pretty sour for a guy loaded down with treasure. And a greyhound. Cyrano was tied to one of the lengths of gold that ran from his arms to his feet, and behind her was the check-in lady from earlier, on her cell phone, pacing. She did a bit of a turn, saw me, and grinned. "Miss Nash!" She untied Cyrano's leash, and the hound led the way. When Morgan's dog reached me, I got kisses on both knees and was turned into a leaning post. "Where'd you find her?" I dug into my purse for my phone. I needed to call Morgan. "There was a noise complaint, so I took her for a walk. Didn't he see my note?" I paused, one finger over my phone's keypad. "You left a note?" "I put it on the pillow." She tugged her cell phone out of a pocket, tapped at it a bit, and then turned it my way. There was a photo of Morgan's hound on the screen. "Isn't she adorbs? She really lit up my IG." "Your what?" "Instagram." She scrolled. There were a lot more photos of Cyrano, some by the pirate, some outside the hotel. In all of them, the hound was staring blankly at the camera. "She's so adorbs. I've got over 200,000 likes on just this photo." Of course she did. Does Morgan know about this? I wouldn't want people posting pictures of my dog online for total strangers. "He said he didn't care." She gave me a pouty frown, like she was 12. "When did you pick up Cyrano?" "About 20 minutes ago." So we'd just missed whoever'd trashed the room. I scrolled to my contacts. There were 3. Mom, Dewey, Morgan. "I'm down in the lobby," I said when he answered. And I covered the phone. "What's your name again?" "Beth." "Beth has Cyrano. Can I talk to her?" He probably meant the clerk. I traded my phone for the hound's leash. Beth listened for a moment. "No, I didn't mind. She's so sweet." Then I swear she blushed. "I left it on the pillow." I leaned over to the concierge. Maybe she could explain why women went so goofy for Morgan. "Did you see the guy I checked in with?" She licked her lips and nodded. "He's a catch." "Why do you think that?" She frowned. "You're with him. Don't you think that?" I felt a hand on my arm and looked over at Beth. "Certainly," she said into the phone. "She'll be right there." She hit the end key, and I dropped my cell back into my purse. "Do you mind taking her up to your room? I've been instructed to wait here for the police officer." I asked the concierge to send 2/3 of the food to the security officer and the rest to my room, and headed for the elevators. Beth caught up with us. "Her toy!" And I was reunited with the wet kangaroo, which was now missing both its eyes. So much for cleaning and returning. "I hope you don't mind," she said, "but Cyrano almost had one of them out, and I was afraid she was going to choke. They were plastic." Like it was my fault. "Thanks." I held open my hobo bag, and she dropped it in. When I got upstairs, I'd have to Google toy stores. Back in my room, Cyrano stretched out on the bed with me while I clicked on the TV and waited for my sandwich. I woke up to the worst smell of my life, pushed Cyrano's muzzle away from my nose, and sat up. I'd fallen asleep with my arms around the hound, which was better than my arms around Morgan, who was on the other side of his dog, under the covers, and shirtless. I slapped a hand on my chest. Okay, I was wearing a t-shirt. I felt a bit lower. And undies. Still, I flung my pillow at him. "What are you doing in here?" He raised an eyebrow. "What would you like me to be doing?" I curled my fingers into a fist, and he held up a hand.
Okay.
Get out! I smacked him a couple more times.
Stop it!
He caught the pillow and tossed it on the floor.
My room's trashed, remember?
He ran a hand over his hair and then rubbed at his stubbly chin.
I'll be right back.
He threw off the covers, and I screamed and slapped a hand over my eyes. But not quick enough. He wasn't wearing a stitch.
You're such a prude,
he said.
Guess who we spotted on the hotel's security video last night?
His voice getting further away as he spoke. I kept my hand over my eyes. Who's we?
The security guard. She thought it was cool that I was a PI on a case.
Of course she did. A door shut, and I peeked around the room. It was empty. Beside me, Cyrano yawned and wiggled onto her back, leaving all 4 legs sticking up in the air.
Come on, guess,
Morgan yelled from the bathroom. I don't know. Santa? There was a flush, and the door opened. I threw a hand up to block my eyes as he stepped back into view.
I have a towel, June.
How about clothes instead?
Fine, I'm getting dressed.
Thank you. But I waited till I heard a zipper before I uncovered my eyes. Morgan was in front of me, fully dressed, with his arms out at his sides.
Happy?
He'd put on last night's clothes, and for a moment, just a tiny one, I kind of got why the ladies went gaga for him. He wasn't horrible to look at, despite the crazy hair that mostly stood on end, and needed to be cut. He had nice eyes, sometimes greenish, but at the moment more on the blue side to match his shirt. The 5 o'clock shadow gave him just a bit of a bad boy vibe, which some women found sexy. Not me, of course.
Santa?
He crossed his arms.
Your guess is Santa. How about our giant?
I felt like he was testing me, but I played along anyway. Big Daddy?
You remembered his name.
Toss me my suitcase. Morgan set it on the bed beside me, and I dug through for some clean undies, a pair of shorts, and a t-shirt. What I don't get is why the guy would lead us around and then come back here and trash your room.
Probably a warning to stop looking for Helen.
And how did he know where we were staying? He waved a hand at the air.
I don't know. But while Joe was going through footage of the parking garage, I took another look at my pictures from last night.
He unplugged his cell phone from the charger beside the TV and fiddled with the screen before holding it out in my direction. It was a typical New York City street.
You know how you said the white guy with the boxy green car had a big silver circle on his shirt?
Had I? Morgan used his index finger and thumb to zoom in on a photo.
What do you see?
It was the sign for a store called Peeps Coins. The words formed a circle around a giant silver coin that featured a white guy's face. The same face that had almost run over me and the hound. 9. Morgan went over the plan as we rode down in the elevator. He'd go back to the spot where we'd lost the giant and check out the coin shop. I'd stay here and babysit Cyrano. I didn't like either part of that plan. The hound and I followed him across the lobby. Shouldn't you just leave this to the cops?
They're not looking for Helen. She disappeared in Florida, and trashing a hotel room is pretty far down on the list of NYPD's urgent cases. I'm on my own here.
We stepped outside. Across the street, a pretty Latina woman waved at us from the window of a junker car. Morgan waved back.
You remember Joe from last night.
I lifted my sunglasses to get a better look. It was the security guard, now dressed in civilian clothes. So much for being on his own.
She knows the area,
Morgan said. I bet she does. He smiled at me.
Jealous?
Not even a little. The flutters in my stomach were from a lack of pancakes. Don't take forever. I'm not babysitting your dog all day.
I'll keep you updated.
He leaned down to smooch his hound and then jogged over to the security guard's car. Cyrano rooed after him. It's okay, girl. I rubbed the soft fur on her neck. Let's find some breakfast. There's gotta be a few places in town that have outdoor patios. I dug a ball cap out of my purse, threaded a makeshift ponytail through the slot in the back, and tugged it down over my eyebrows. Good for protection from the sun, and any would-be Dewzers.
You looking for a spot to eat and people watch?
I turned to the doorman.
Marmalade Mary's. He pointed with 2 fingers. 2 blocks down on the left. Park side of the street. They even have a menu for dogs.
Thanks. We found the place, climbed the steps to the patio, and tagged after a waitress. She led us to a table that overlooked the park and set us up with water and 2 menus. 1 for people, 1 for dogs. Cyrano took up the best position to rue from, and I ordered canine chicken and rice for her and coffee for me while I figured out what I wanted. When the waitress left, I picked up the people menu, but never got a chance to open it. A middle-aged lady at the next table was staring at me over the top of her paper. Blast. It was too early for Dewzers. She realized I was onto her, and she started giggling, and stood up. Okay, a happy Dewzer. That was a nice change. Are you? Yeah, I'm... She held out the paper, and I squinted at the black and white picture. Of me. Having a really bad day. There was a crazy snarl on my face. My curls were a mile high, and what was I wearing? It looked like a cape? Wait, that wasn't me. It was Big June, the wrestler. The photo was with an announcement for some sort of charity benefit. A glorious showdown between Big June and the dude at Central Park's Rice Linden stage in... I glanced at my phone. Roughly 30 minutes. The lady leaned over to scratch Cyrano behind the ears. Good puppy. One of the hound's back legs started to twitch. I held onto a corner of the paper. Can I have this? The lady let go and snatched a copy of the bill from her table and a pen from her purse. If I can have your autograph. What's your name? Cindy, with an I. Are you a local? That made her giggle again. We're in town from Cleveland, Ohio. She jerked a thumb at the empty table behind her, then giggled some more. Marty's in the little boy's room. I uncapped the pen and wrote, to Cindy. Have a lovely time in New York. I hope you can come to my next show. Love, Big June. P.S. I wish I was as pretty as the real June Nash. She scanned what I'd written, paused at her name to glance up at me, decided it wasn't worth the bother, and read on. I knew she'd gotten to the last line when she made a weird little noise in her throat. Oh, you certainly... She looked me up and down for a moment. Do her justice. How kind. She danced back to her table, grabbed her purse, and gave me a little wave before hurrying away. I was rereading the article when the waitress came back. You figure out what you want? I glanced over at the closed menu, but I'd lost my appetite. It was one thing for fake June to roll around on a stage in some tacky little club. It was another for her to do it out in the open, where anybody passing by could see. Just the check, I said. I need to be someplace. Do you still want the canine chicken? Can you make it to go? 15 minutes later, the waitress came back, and I traded a couple of 20s for a brown paper bag with cord handles. I slipped them over a wrist and led the hound down the patio steps and into the park. It took 10 minutes to find someone who knew where the Rice Linden stage was, and another 20 to get there. By the time I'd arrived, I figured the whole thing would be over. Turns out, it had never started. Up on the stage, a guy with a mic was in front of an empty boxing ring, apologizing to a crowd of picnickers who seemed more interested in their phones than him. It was hard to make out everything the guy was saying, but it felt like the delay would take a while. Cyrano bumped her nose against my thigh and rued. You want your food, sweetie? That got me another rue. How about we find a nice quiet spot? I tugged my hat down over my eyebrows and led Cyrano around the outside edge of the crowd, just in case anyone recognized me. There were some trees off to the side, so we could hang out there and still keep an eye on the stage until... There you are! A lady grabbed my arm. I balled up a fist, ready to defend myself against what was probably a crazed Dewzer. You were supposed to be here half an hour ago! And relaxed my hand. The woman was wearing a shirt that said Event Security. Am I supposed to watch that dog while you're on stage? Interesting. She must have thought I was Big June, which was kind of funny, until I realized that she was dragging me toward a brick building behind the stage, where one of the June bugs was already in costume, standing in the open door. It was the same angry bug who'd been pissed at the club last night. Uh-oh. I tried to drag my feet, hoping the lady would let go. She didn't. We got to the door and I was ready for the bug to let me have it, until I saw that she was staring at a cell phone. She didn't even look up. "Why are you always late?" Huh. The bug got it wrong, too. She bumped my shoulder as I was ushered into the building, which turned out to be a long, narrow dressing room. Along the closest walls, there were spots for a couple dozen individuals to get changed. At the far end, the dude, his dudettes, and the other June bug were in folding chairs, playing on their phones beside a table loaded down with snacks and drinks. Beyond that, I could see a bathroom door and a second exit. "She's here!" security lady announced. Everyone got to their feet and complained about me being late. The June bug in the doorway looked up from her phone long enough to stick a hand in my hair and scrunched it a couple of times. "That's a better wig. It almost feels real." Her eyes returned to her phone, and she bumped my shoulder again on her way back out. And then everybody else left, including the lady who dragged me in. I looked down at the hound. Now what? Cyrano, rude. Good idea. We needed to get out of there, before the fake version of me showed up. 10. Not that I was scared of fake June, but she was a wrestler. She knew moves. The only move I had up my sleeve was leaping into my recliner as I pointed the remote at the TV. Sometimes a bowl of popcorn was involved. Come on. I tugged on Cyrano's leash and jogged down the room toward the other exit, and skidded to a halt. There, near the snack table on a portable clothes rack, was Big June's complete costume, including that stupid over-the-top wig. Huh. I looked down at the hound, and got another rue. "You're right. There's always time for revenge," I told her. I set Cyrano's takeout bag on the snack table. Ooh, they had a bowl of bees bunts. I grabbed a handful and tossed them in the takeout bag on top of the canine chicken and rice. I'd probably need a pick-me-up later. Over at the clothes rack, I yanked the costume off the hangers and stuffed everything into my hobo bag. Except for the wig. It wouldn't fit. The costume barely fit. And the bag wouldn't zip. I shook the hairy wig and did a little 360. What to do with it? A soft, wet tongue licked the back of my knee, and the hound leaned against my thigh. "Need to pee?" I tossed the wig on the floor and pointed. She yawned. Okay, what else could I do to keep fake June from using it today? I ran my eyes over the room. Nothing helpful. Then the table. The bunts, some chocolate chip cookies, carb bars, little cups of yogurt in an ice-filled bucket. Oh, that might stain. I dropped a carb bar and 2 more Bees bunts in my purse. You can never have enough of those. Then plucked one of the cups of yogurt out of the ice and lifted up the little open here tab with a nail, and tugged on it. It wouldn't budge. I grasped the container a bit tighter and yanked the tab a bit harder. The seal ripped off with a burp, and the cup collapsed inward, squishing pink goop all over my fingers. Ew. I wiped my hands off on the wig and squished out the rest of the yogurt, making sure to cover as much hair as I could, and dropped it in the middle of the table. Then I tossed the cup in the trash, grabbed a couple of napkins, and headed for the bathroom. I cranked on the faucet and washed off the strawberry goo. Clink, clink, clink. Beside me, the hound was drinking out of the toilet, the tags on her collar gently hitting the porcelain with each lap of her tongue. Double ew. Cut that out. I wrapped my arms around her midsection and dragged her head out of the bowl, and got an even better idea for the wig. I grabbed a few paper towels, lifted the lid off the toilet tank, set it on the floor, and went back to the yogurt-covered wig. I picked it up by a wad of goo-free hair, took it in the bathroom, and set it in the toilet tank. It floated, and looked like it was trying to crawl back out. I needed to submerge it. I didn't see a plunger, so I ran back to the clothes rack for a hanger. Once I had the hair underwater, I replaced the lid and washed my hands. Twice. I was about to pump more soap for a third go-around when I heard a shrill voice yell, "I'm here! I'm here! I'm here!" I poked my head out the bathroom door. A woman, who was most likely fake June, was standing just inside the door at the far end. She was wearing cut-off shorts and what looked like a pajama top. Her thin, wet hair was plastered to her head, and she was barefoot, a pair of high heels clutched in one hand, the other pointing at something to my left. "Is that your dog?" I turned my head. The hound was lying on top of the snack table. Jeez, Morgan really needed to train her better. The paper takeout bag was torn open, and the little plastic dish of canine chicken and rice beside it, upside down. She hadn't been able to pry it open. She had, however, had no problem with Bee's bunts. Torn bits of cellophane were all over her face, and she was in the process of opening yet another. Even from where I was, I could smell the sriracha on her breath. "Hey!" Fake June yelled. You're her!" It was definitely time to go. I ran wet hands down the front of my shorts and wrapped my arms around Cyrano at the exact moment that she decided to be proactive. She leapt out of my grasp mid-lift, and I chased her to the door, scooping up my purse and catching her leash as I reached for the doorknob. I twisted and pushed, glancing back as the hound took off and caught sight of the woman still standing in the same spot, staring after me. "Hey!" she yelled. "You've got my costume!" Then I was out the door and ran straight into the back of a black t-shirt. The guy I'd bumped into turned to look at me. "Dude." "Sorry." He lifted a silver rectangle to his lips, inhaled, and then opened his mouth, and I was engulfed in a white cloud that smelled like marshmallows. "How are you, honey?" "I'm in a hurry, sweetie," I said. "Cool. Me too." He took another hit of the vaping pipe and kept pace as I steered the hound around blankets covered in people, picnics, and pipes polluting the air with sweet-smelling clouds. Raspberry, watermelon, orange. It was like a virtual fruit stand. Cloud Guy stopped to high-five a group of 20-somethings who were spewing out competing flavors of cherry and licorice and patting Cyrano as she trotted past. We reached the end of the blanket, and she circled back to the beginning for another round. As everybody asked her who the good dog was, the clouds began to drift away, and I got a clear view of the stage. Fake Dewey and the Dudettes were inside the ring, doing some sort of falling demonstration. The picnickers didn't seem to be all that happy. A few had stood up. Some were clapping, and a few were chanting something I couldn't make out. The dude got the mic from the announcer and motioned for people to calm down. "My Dewzers, my public, my loves! Who's too afraid to show her face here today?" "Big June!" someone yelled. A few started chanting, "Good adventures!" "Yeah, where's Big June?" yelled another. "You a fan of the dude?" Cloud Guy had finished chatting with his friends and was standing way too close to me. I took a step to my left. Not really. "You should chill with me and my friends," he said, as a new flavor drifted up from the blanket. Pineapple. Blast. It was all starting to make me hungry. "I really have someplace to be," I told the guy. I leaned over to pick up the hound's front feet and adjust her direction. "She's out there!" a female voice boomed over the loudspeaker. I waved a thick mixed fruit cloud out of my eyes and squinted at the stage. The dude and the lady wrestlers were scattered outside the ring. Front and center, Fake June was struggling with the MC for control of the mic and shaking a dead wet animal at anyone who got too close. Wait, that wasn't an animal. It was the wig I'd stuffed in the toilet. Ew. "Let go! Look for... in her purse!" The mic was picking up bits of Big June's rant as she and the MC fought for control. "My wig! Toilet water!" Which she really shouldn't have shared. One of the bugs wiped the latest splash off her face and let out a grade A wrestling scream. She leaped. Fake June caught her, and they somersaulted. The bug was thrown clear, and Fake June got another crack at the mic. "The real June Nash is out there and ruining my life!" The tossed bug came back and made a leap that ended with her elbow jammed into Fake June's back. She let out a huff of air, but she wasn't letting go of that mic. "Greyhound!" she gasped. "I think she stole it!" That got a few more people standing up and looking around. One of the vapors looked up at me and pointed at Morgan's hound. Is she a greyhound?
No. I gave Cyrano's leash a little tug. We wove through another group of picnickers who had stood up to see what was happening on the stage, and I walked right into Cindy with an eye. She gasped, looked down at my hobo bag, and grabbed the chunk of yellow cape sticking out.
You're the thief!
Uh-oh.
And you signed her name!
Cindy with an eye screamed at the stage.
I found her!
The crowd was too noisy for the Junebugs to hear, but a couple of people nearby did turn to look at us. They stared at me for a moment, and then the look of recognition washed over their faces. One of them lifted a cell phone in my direction, while the other began to wave her hands like she was trying to shake off a hive of bees.
It's the real June Nash!
A few more picnickers turned to look, and at least 2 more voices screamed my name, which made a few more people around them turn to look. Up on the stage, the wrestlers had paused to stare out at the crowd. Fake June rolled out from under the bugs and moved to the front of the stage and pointed right at me.
She's the one! Get her!
Cindy with an eye made a grab for the strap of my hobo bag. I leaped to my right and started to run. Beside me, Cyrano found her second wind and took the lead, scattering picnickers as we reached the edge of the audience, then the grass, then the sidewalk, then a row of limos and a guy in a uniform holding a sign that said June Nash. I almost fell over, skidding to a stop. Who knew I was here? The guy opened a door, and I glanced back at the alternative and dove in after the hound. I landed on a soft leather couch that stretched the length of the car, curving into a seat for 2 at the back. In front of me, a soft purple light glowed along the length of rich wood and chrome, where bottles of liquor and heavy crystal glasses rested in their appropriate holders. 2 more strips of purple neon lights glowed in the ceiling above me. Under my feet, Cyrano stretched out across the thick purple carpet and sighed contentedly. "How are you, Miss Nash?" I turned to my right and looked at my savior, a distinguished-looking Latino man in his mid-50s, sitting in a captain's chair on the other side of the car door. His clothes, dark slacks with a white linen shirt, made him seem like a man out of time. I flashed on Key West. 1 year ago, Mom and me treading water as this guy's yacht was chased out of view by an approaching Coast Guard cutter. I figured I'd never see him again, outside of a lengthy trial. "Have some champagne," he said. I blinked, and took the offered glass from drug dealer, Dewzer, and multiple murderer on the run, Tegu Bressino. 11. What are you doing here? I tried not to look at the windows above the bar, where hand-cupped faces were pressed against the glass, eyes darting around, trying to see through the tint, mouths moving soundlessly, like fishies freshly yanked from a pond. Tegu sipped his champagne and shrugged, like running into me was something he did every day of the week. I had business in the area, which could have meant all sorts of things, considering he was a criminal. Your mother's not with you. And a bit of a dog. In Key West, he'd been on the lookout for a new wife, and had developed a bit of a crush on my mom. No, I'd like to think I wouldn't have left her out there with the Dewzers. By my feet, Cyrano snorted and began to rue. She's an unusual animal, Tegu said. That she is. I grabbed my purse. Might as well let her have the kangaroo. No point in protecting it any longer. I yanked out fake June's costume and tossed it on the seat beside me. The hound sat up and slapped her nose against my hand. Here. I tossed the stuffed toy, and she laid down to chew on it. Felix tells me your brother's in space. Tegu's youngest was a huge Dewzer and possible dungeon owner. He was creepy, but relatively harmless. You know, Tegu said, he would love a photo with the snake man one day. The limo began to rock as more Dewzers attached themselves. Tegu took it all in stride. A little tough at the moment, I said. We shall make plans for when he comes back. Probably not a good idea. Mom's sort of boyfriend, Warren Mitchell, was the sheriff of our hometown. If we planned a photo shoot with a criminal, he'd somehow find out about it, show up to arrest Tegu,
and I'd feel bad. How did you know I was in New York? Him being in the same place as me was a pretty big coincidence. Tegu held up a tablet, open to the IHateJuneNash.com website. Most of the screen was filled with a photo from last night's wrestling match. The dude had Big June in a blurry mid-flip, and on the far corner of the screen, in a bright red circle, was my face. But how did you know I'd be here? Tegu smiled, and his index finger made a keep-going motion. I scrolled down to the text below the photo. It was all about the wrestling exhibition today in the park. And just for extra fun, the Dewzers had a poll going. 97% of the participants figured I'd show up, make trouble, and get arrested. Ha to them. Though, in the distance, I could hear sirens.
It looks like you're having a bad day,
Tegu said. I was tempted to throw out a, "You think?" But he had just rescued me from what could have been a zillion angry Dewzers. Better to play nice. Thanks, I said. He leaned back in his chair and swirled the champagne in his glass.
You remind me of Isaac when he works too hard.
Another one of his kids. Not a Dewzer, but definitely a criminal.
Isaac had plans he was forced to cancel. We will go in his place. It will be fun.
Tegu tapped a wood and chrome box on the carpeted wall by his seat. It popped open to reveal a car phone. He lifted the receiver and said something in Spanish. Hanging out with Tegu didn't seem like the best idea. The guy was still wanted by the police, and the feds, and the Coast Guard cutter back in Key West. The limo rocked gently as more Dewzers arrived and tried to see in. The ugly alternative was multiplying by the minute. Am I dressed okay? He gave me 2 thumbs up.
You're dressed perfectly.
He said something else into the phone, and the limo began to inch forward. Half an hour later, we were standing in what looked like a high school gym. Freestanding nets were set up under the basketball hoops at each end. Wooden bleachers along the sides were dotted with spectators. Thick mats covered most of the floor, where a dozen or so people were kicking around a soccer ball. So far, I didn't see anything that said fun to me. No one seemed concerned about Cyrano, so I followed our host over to a table loaded with flyers and clipboards. A 30-something lady in a lime green t-shirt that read, "Bubble This," stood up to give him a hug. Isaac said you'd be joining us today. He was on the second wave, if that's okay? He leaned closer to nuzzle her neck and maybe whisper to her. I didn't want to intrude, or hear something that might give me nightmares, so I took a couple of steps to one side, pretending to let Cyrano lead me away. And then she did. Right over to a guy with an electric air pump. He was attaching the hose to a deflated pool raft. The hound gave him a little roo hello, and then leaned against his side.
Nice doggy,
Pump Guy said, stroking her neck. He looked up at me.
This might scare her,
he said. I did kissy noises and tugged on her leash. She stubbornly leaned harder, so I shrugged at him. He shrugged back, stuck the valve in the raft, and hit a button. A noisy whirl started, and the raft began to plump. Cyrano ignored the sound and started licking the guy's knee. Morgan's hound was weird. I watched the raft fill and begin to round out. It wasn't a raft after all. It was some sort of ball, but open through the middle. Pump Guy shut off the noise and then set the plastic thing upright. It was a big square, but it also looked a bit like a bubble. Oh, bubbles. Like the lady's t-shirt.
You playing today?
I'm just here with a friend. He tipped the bubble in my direction. It was hollow in the middle, with handles about 2/3 of the way in and 2 straps near the top. Ah, you were supposed to wear it. I definitely wasn't playing.
Want to try one out?
I'd rather have been chased and caught by Dewzers.
It's a lot of fun,
he said.
Here, let me show you.
He bent at the waist and slid into the ball until his shoulders were up against the straps. Then he did a small push forward. The ball bounced him back to his feet, and he was promptly mowed over by another bubble ball rolling by with a pair of legs sticking out at the end.
You'd better put this in your purse.
Tegu was beside me, holding the wet kangaroo by the edge of an ear. I opened my hobo bag, and he dropped it in.
How about a drink?
I nodded. Lead the way. The hound and I followed him out the back doors and into a true Garden of Eden, filled with a half-dozen intimate tiki bars. Everything around us was green, or covered in flowers. Pebble-lined paths led in various directions, but all met up outside a tall, thick hedge of corn stalks. I took a couple of steps closer. Ah, not a hedge. A maze. A little box at the entrance even had maps.
Miss Nash?
Tegu was waiting for me over at one of the tiki bars, most of the way through some sort of fruity drink. I joined him and took the glass of golden brown liquid he offered. I held it close to my nose and drank in the smoky sweetness of Zacapa XO. He'd remembered. How sweet. We got a bowl of water for Cyrano, and while she lapped away at it, I nibbled on a cheese plate between us and did a little 360. Rich people were weird. I'd have never imagined that this oasis existed in the backyard of that gym. A lady in a long, flowery dress and yellow parasol gave me a "Hi, how are you?" head nod as she strolled past, and a guy a few feet behind her tipped his fingers to a hat that our 16th President Abraham Lincoln would have been proud to own. A few others wandered about, outfitted in everything from jeans to a pair of sweats covered in rhinestones. At least no one was bothered by me and my shorts. I ate the last wedge of cheese and washed it down with another sip of smoky Zacapa.
I think you have an admirer,
Tegu whispered. He was well into his second round and already motioning the bartender for a third. Really? Where? He widened his eyes and then bobbed his head to the left. I took another sip of my drink and ever so casually let my eyes drift away from Tegu's face, past a tree drooping with oranges, to a rose bush, to a giant, who was trying to look at anything but me. 12. I spun on my heels and leaned both elbows on the tiki bar. That's the guy Morgan's following.
Right now? I don't see our friend.
You know Morgan?
He's often with you in pictures. Why is he following this man?
Morgan's trying out a new career, private investigator.
Ah, and what has the large man done, Miss Nash?
There's a missing woman. Tegu slouched down beside me.
Your friend believes this man is responsible? Shall I kill him for you?
Are you joking? He waved away my question.
Of course.
But I didn't think he was joking.
And now this man is following you.
You think he's following me? Maybe it's just a coincidence that we're both at the same place at the same time.
Or perhaps he's realized that your friend is investigating him.
Oh, blast. Was I the next victim?
What would you like to do, Miss Nash?
Have more Zacapa seemed like the wrong response.
Perhaps you're right, and this is a coincidence. But let's put it to a test.
That didn't sound like a good idea. Tegu took my drink and set it on a nearby table. I got in a last glance at the splash of amber liquid pooled in the bottom of the glass as he slipped his arm in mine and led me toward the maze. What are we doing?
We're going into the maze to see if he follows.
He stopped for a map, and we stepped in. Maybe he won't. Hopefully, he wouldn't.
We'll see.
Tegu patted my arm.
Don't worry. I'll shoot him if he bothers you.
Please don't. Sheriff Warren Mitchell wouldn't like that at all. Cyrano zipped on ahead, stretching her leash out in front of us, as we strolled down the long, narrow path. There was no one behind us, no one in front of us, and the walls of corn stalks didn't seem deep enough to hide the giant if he was lurking on the other side of one. What if the guy's waiting for us at the other end? Tegu smiled.
I hope he is.
You're not really going to kill him, are you?
Something is wrong with your dog.
I followed his line of sight to the hound. She was halfway down the first row of the maze. Well, the back half of her was. The rest had worked its way through the corn wall. Blast. Last thing I needed was to lose Morgan's hound, or get in trouble for breaking the maze. Cyrano! I caught up and wrapped my arms around her waist, keeping her back legs on my side. I could hear her ruse and feel the whiny vibration starting deep in her chest. I wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Just above us, 2 arms slipped through the corn and grabbed at me. I got out a yelp as I let go of the dog. She disappeared into the wall, and I was dragged, falling hard, twisting, trying to get away as a hand pressed over my mouth. I bit the fingers and heard a familiar yell. Ow! I rolled onto my back. Morgan? There was a soft click, and we both turned to look up at Tegu, who was aiming a gun in our direction. There was a long pause, and then he smiled and lowered the weapon.
You must be Miss Nash's private detective friend.
He reached down and pulled Morgan, and then me, to our feet.
Tegu Brasino.
Morgan's eyes widened just a tad at the name, but he did a pretty good job keeping his cool.
Morgan Durgan. A nice escape in Key West. Thank you. Miss Nash gets much of the credit.
A sentiment I hoped he never shared with law enforcement. I smacked Morgan's arm. What are you doing grabbing me like that?
Big Daddy's here, and I don't want him spotting you. If he saw you at the club last night, he might put you and me together. Why are you here? That's my fault, Mr. Durgan.
Tegu tucked his gun back into the shoulder holster.
I thought Miss Nash needed some relaxation.
Morgan looked from one of us to the other, and I know he wanted to ask. It's a coincidence, I said. Us running into each other.
Okay.
But he didn't sound like he believed me. Like I'd hang around with Tegu on purpose. Though, I suppose I was kinda hanging out with Tegu on purpose. I thought you were watching the coin shop with your friend.
She got called into work.
He took a couple of steps away from us, and then turned on his heels and came back, shaking his index finger in the air.
Do you find it weird that we all ended up in the same place? I do,
Tegu said.
I think the large man is following Miss Nash. I think so too,
Morgan said. Tegu nodded.
But why?
I raised a hand and waved it at them. We could ask him. Morgan laughed, like it was the dumbest thing I'd ever said.
I don't want him to know that he's being followed. I think he'll lead us to Helen.
Tegu wagged a finger at Morgan.
Then let's really test your hypothesis.
I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what he was about to suggest. Morgan crossed his arms and shifted his weight.
How?
Tegu began to pace.
We shall set a trap. Miss Nash will leave the building alone, and if the large man follows her, we will know for sure.
Morgan nodded.
That's actually a good idea.
I waved my hand again. Hello? No, it isn't. They both ignored me. Tegu pulled out a cell phone.
I will follow in my car. I'll go on foot,
Morgan said. Wait! I held up both hands, palms out. Why am I the bait?
He's following you,
Morgan said.
Not me. The question is, why?
I felt like I was going in circles. Again, why don't we just ask him? He and Tegu exchanged an "isn't she an idiot" look.
Because it's like rule number 1 in private detective school,
Morgan said.
You don't tell the guy you're following that you're following him. I didn't make the rules.
No, I said. You did make the rules. You told me all about them last night. Tegu rubbed his hands together.
Excellent. Then you're prepared.
Except I couldn't remember the rules. There was something about reflections and storefronts and looking over your shoulder. I turned to Morgan. I'm not going to be bait. If you want to figure out what's going on, ask the guy. I'm going back to the hotel. I gave him the hound's leash, bobbed my head at Tegu, and turned on my heels. Out in the gym, the soccer game was underway. Sort of. Mostly it was people in bubbles knocking each other over. No one seemed all that interested in the little black and white ball. Skirting around a shrieking senior citizen in a wayward bubble and the 3 people chasing it, I kept to the edges of the room, weaving through cheering fans and dodging the occasional player who rolled past. I got all the way to the front door and realized that I was doing exactly what the guys had wanted. Blast. I turned on my heels again, slipped behind a cluster of cheering fans, and tried to look over a couple of bouncy middle-aged cheerleaders. I didn't see the giant, or Morgan, or Tegu. Maybe Big Daddy was still back in the garden? Or eating a pretzel and minding his own business. Which is what he was doing, over near a trio of empty bubble balls. Morgan and Tegu were idiots. The guy wasn't following me. He hadn't been on the other side of the maze waiting for me to come out. He'd been in the gym. watching this stupid game, and eating a pretzel that looked amazing and incredibly tiny in his hands. This was beyond ridiculous. I was hungry, my feet hurt, and I'd lost any patience I had for Morgan's dumb new job. I dug the flask out of my purse for a hit, scrolled to the picture of Helen on my cell phone, and marched over to Big Daddy. "Hi," I said. The guy dropped his pretzel. "My name is June Nash, and my friend and I are looking for a woman you may know." I held out my phone. His eyes widened. He made a little noise in his throat. Then he threw an arm around my waist, picked me up, and shoved me headfirst into a bubble ball. 13. My scream was cut short when my shoulders hit straps and I stopped moving. My purse kept going, ending up against my throat. And then the world began to spin as I was rolled away. I slapped my hands against the plastic, trying to make it all stop, remembered there were interior handles, wrapped my hands around them, and screamed my head off, just as the whole place went up in a roar of the crowd. A goal, maybe? Stupid soccer game. I tried to see through the thick plastic, but the world was a blur. And then I was lifted up and swung around, and for a moment, my bubble was tipped enough that I could see out the open top. The soccer players, the stands. Morgan! Over near the door to the garden. I screamed his name, but the word was drowned out as the crowd erupted in another cheer. Then we were through a door that swung shut before he looked my way, and my bubble was whirled around. We were outside. I screamed and kicked my legs as I caught sight of a ramp that led down to a white panel van. Blast. I'd been thrown in vans before. It never led to good things. And then I was rolling, and whatever was in my purse kept smacking against my throat, making it hard to get in a breath, let alone scream. My bubble slammed into the side of the van. I heard a click, and a door slid open. I was lifted, turned in a new direction, and shoved into a space behind the driver's seat. At least I was face up. I kicked my feet, trying to hit something, anything, and then the door slammed shut, and the world went black. When I heard another door open, I let out another scream, which was ignored. The front end of the van sunk a couple of feet. The giant must have gotten in. The door slammed, the engine roared to life, and the van lurched forward. And took a corner. My bubble slid until my sandals hit the door. I kicked and wiggled my toes, trying to catch the handle with my flip-flop. "People are going to be looking for me!" I yelled. The giant didn't respond. And then we turned another corner, and I slid back to my starting position. "Where are you taking me?" He ignored that, too. Since no one was around to hear me scream, I tried appealing to the giant directly. He wasn't a fan of my brother's TV show. He wasn't afraid that my sort of surrogate father was a sheriff and liked to shoot people for fun. He didn't care that I was my mother's favorite child. He wouldn't know the truth. And if he hurt me, she'd hunt him down and rip his toenails out one by one with her bare teeth. Okay, that last one might have been a bit much. This went on for what felt like ages. Me threatening, my bubble rolling or sliding, the giant ignoring me. I wiggled for a while, trying to get free from the ball, but it wasn't going to happen unless I was on my feet. And I was never going to get on my feet, stuffed in this small space. Why hadn't Morgan gone through what to do when you're kidnapped on a stakeout? Though, I suppose to be fair, getting stuffed in a giant plastic bubble probably isn't on the cheat sheet. Finally, the van slowed to a crawl and stopped. A door opened. The front left side of the van popped back up. I screamed. The door closed. I screamed again. A few agonizing minutes passed. Where were we? At the river? Was he going to let the van roll in and drown me? Why had that popped in my head? That was a terrible way to go. The sliding door opened and light filled the space. This time I yelled, "Help! I'm being kidnapped!" This didn't work any better than the plain old scream. No one seemed to care. Or was around. My bubble was dragged out of the van and spun, and I felt hands in my hair, pulling curls aside. My purse shifted, and I heard tearing noises when it was yanked away. along with a handful of my hair. Ow! I might have punctuated my pain with a few of my favorite words. My bubble was lifted again. I kicked my feet, but the giant had gotten better at avoiding me, and all I hit was air. My world spun around and tilted, and I was looking at the van. And then I was rolling. I gripped the handles, hoping it would all stop. One more time I was lifted, turned, and we were through another door, and I was dropped. My bubble bounced twice, and I let out a half-hearted squeal, more in frustration than fear. My throat was pretty raw at this point, and screaming wasn't doing me much good. A door nearby slammed, and then it was quiet. Was I alone? It didn't matter. I needed to get out of my plastic world. I wiggled and spun, found the floor with my feet, pushed off and bounced like I'd seen the players do at the game to stand back up. My bubble went airborne, and I landed on my feet. I gripped the handles and pushed the bubble up and over my head. It bounced away, and I sucked in a lungful of non-plastic air, which tasted a lot like old cardboard. "You okay?" I straightened up. "You're not gonna puke, are you?" I followed the voice to the floor and looked down at a thin woman sitting against the wall with zip-tied hands in her lap. She was about my age, with dirty blonde hair, dark eyes, and a mole by her lip. Hey, I knew that mole. It was the missing sister. 14. "We've been looking for you." I couldn't wait to tell Morgan that I'd found... What was her name again? She stretched her legs. "Who's we?" "I need to call Morgan." I slapped my side. Blast. My purse. It was gone. "I'll explain later. Let's go." I leaned over and held out my hand. She ignored it. "So you're rescuing me?" Geez, she wasn't all that thankful, or in much of a hurry.
Would you two keep it down?
The voice was male. Maybe European? And familiar. I twisted around to look at the bald guy standing by a desk on the other side of the short, narrow room. It was the idiot who'd tried to run over me and the hound. The fingers on my right hand curled into a fist, and I almost got close enough to slug him. Somebody grabbed my arms from behind.
"Easy, Cupcake."
That voice was male too, but the accent was American Midwest. Okay, that explained why the missing sister wasn't all that excited about seeing me. I was trapped just like her. I got shoved from behind and whirled around, fists ready. He laughed.
"You gonna take me down, Cupcake?"
I gave him a quick once-over. He was a white guy with dark brown hair, high cheekbones, and a narrow jaw, dressed in jeans and a U of M t-shirt that hung on his frame. Maybe still in college. Maybe fresh out. He definitely looked like someone who spent all of their free time hanging out at the frat house playing video games and talking up his latest conquest. I didn't see a gun either. I readied my fists.
"You bet I'm gonna take you down, Cupcake."
And then he raised his hand. Ah, there it was. Compact and shiny, with a black hand grip and a short silver barrel.
"You find my barber?"
I shifted my weight, but kept my fists up. Was I supposed to be looking?
"I'm not talking to you."
He tilted his head, and I glanced back to follow his line of sight. The bald guy gave us a thumbs up. I spun back around. "Then don't look at me when you babble." Frat boy held his gun a little higher.
"You should shut up. I have a gun."
Though it sounded like more of a whine than a threat. "With the safety on," I said. Not that I really knew. I wasn't even sure his gun had a safety. Not all of them did. Another delightful PI rule that Morgan had shared while we'd been following the giant. It just seemed like something an idiot might forget about. And I was pretty sure the guy was an idiot. Frat boy blinked, did a very casual glance down at his hand, and then fiddled with the gun.
"I just took off the safety."
And now I was the idiot. If the guy holding you hostage has on the safety, don't tell him about it. That should have been one of Morgan's PI rules. I crossed my arms and looked away. Frat boy's laughter was interrupted when a door by the desk popped open and the giant stuck his head in the room.
"Turney, there's a guy out here to see you."
Frat boy lowered his gun, just a bit. Out front?
In the store.
The giant said. You opened up?
He has a badge.
And you let him in?
He has a badge.
The bald guy said a bunch of stuff in whatever language he spoke, and Frat boy held up a hand.
It's cool.
He tucked his gun into the waistband of his jeans, took a step, froze, sucked in a breath, rolled up his t-shirt, pulled the gun back out, and clicked on the safety. He threw me a "Don't you dare say a word" look, tucked the weapon back into his waistband, and rolled the shirt down over it.
Keep an eye on them,
he told the bald guy. Then he pointed a finger at me.
I'll be right back.
For some reason, I pointed my finger at him. I'll be right here.
We're not through,
he said. Fantastic, I said. Then he rested a hand on the spot where the gun was hidden. Like that was supposed to scare me, which it did a little. When they were gone, the bald guy looked at me and the missing sister and mumbled something in whatever language he spoke. Then he added in English,
Do not move. Okay, doke?
He dropped into a chair and rolled over the desk to look up at a pair of monitors. Hey, it was the coin shop. We must have been in the back, which seemed to be some sort of storeroom, maybe 6 feet across. No windows, metal shelves on one side, neatly filled with fancy cardboard storage boxes. On the other, a wall filled with framed posters of wrestlers, autographed. At the far end, the bald guy in the desk. At my end, on the other side of the missing sister, the door I'd been rolled through. On the other side of me, a wrought iron gate stuck on the wall. Maybe a door? Maybe a decoration. I turned back to the monitors. The one on the right covered the front of the store. The door, display window, and part of a glass jewelry case that ran up the middle. Frat boy appeared. He flipped the open sign to closed and crossed to the other monitor that showcased the back of the store where Big Daddy was talking with someone. A man. There wasn't any sound, but the new guy didn't seem all that happy. My eyes darted back to the first screen, and I wished I could see through the display window to the street beyond. The bright sun made it impossible. Maybe Morgan was out there. Maybe he and Tegu had followed me out of the garden and had seen the giant roll me into the van. Maybe they'd followed us. Maybe the cops would break down the front door any minute. Maybe the guy with Big Daddy was the cops. And maybe I was going to die in a musty storeroom with a woman whose name I couldn't remember. Beside me, the sister rose to her feet, like someone had a string in her back and had pulled her straight up, which was more than a little creepy. She lifted her zip-tied hands to her face and held a finger to her lips. Like I was going to alert the bad guys? She made it to the desk in 2 steps, picking up one of the fancy cardboard boxes along the way and swinging it at the bald guy's head as she came up beside him. The box exploded in a shower of huge white snowflakes, and the bald guy slid to the floor, stunned. "Get me out of these!" The missing sister waved her zip-tied hands at me. Sure. I took a step and slipped on one of the snowflakes, which wasn't snow. I bent down and picked up a small cardboard square. Actually, it was 2 that had been stapled together. In the center, a clear plastic circle showcased a nickel. At the top, bust dime and 1833 were written in pencil. I glanced around at the other white squares. They were all similar. "Hello, there's scissors in that pen cup." I looked up, and the missing sister bobbed her head at the desk, where the contents of my purse had been scattered. My stuff! I grabbed things as I did a quick inventory check. Ball cap, giant green paperclip, wallet, carb bar, 3 bees bunts, assorted receipts, hair ties. Where was my... my hobo bag was in the trash can, and someone had cut the strap in 2. What jerks! I fished it out and dumped in my stuff. Only things I was still missing were my flash and phone. "A little help here?" I took the scissors and cut the missing sister's hands free. "Thanks." She dropped to a knee. Hey, the bald guy had the kangaroo. Oh yeah, he'd stolen that from my purse too. The sister pried it out of his fingers. "Mine," she hissed. Has he got my flask? I asked. She ignored me, and I glanced at the cell phone sitting on the desk and did a double take. There was a picture of Cyrano on the screen. I leaned down to squint at it. It was an Instagram account. I leaned closer. There was a little picture of the clerk from the parley at the top of the screen. Oh, yeah. She'd posted a bunch of photos of Morgan's dog. The missing sister's shriek made me look up. She was holding the kangaroo and rubbing a finger over its missing eyes. What did you do to it? Sorry, this dog sitter thought that Cyrano was going to eat the glass eyes and choke, so she helped. A dog has been playing with her? She gave the stuffed animal a once-over, flipped it around, ran her finger over the pouch where it had been sewn shut, gave me another round of the stink eye, then held the little animal against her chest and closed her eyes. Okay, it's okay, she whispered to the little kangaroo, which seemed excessive for a toy, but to each her own. She tucked the stuffed animal into her shirt and started going through the bald guy's pockets. He wasn't moving, but he was moaning softly. At least she hadn't killed him, though I wasn't sure he and his friend would have returned the favor. What are you doing? Bingo! She held up a set of keys and pushed past me to the wrought iron gate on the wall. Now that I was looking at it straight on, I could see a staircase. Steep, circular, and narrow. From an angle, the gate had looked like a decoration. How about we just go out the door? They keep it locked, and the key isn't on this ring. Second floor it was, then. Okay, I just need to find my... I took another look at the desk area, and movement on the screens caught my eye. The monitor on the left was full of a fight. I wasn't sure who was winning. The new guy and the frat boy were choking each other, and the giant was trying to pull them apart. And then the group fell out of frame, and the screen went back to a serene view of the empty store. I heard a clang and caught sight of the missing sister disappearing up the unlocked staircase. She was right. It was time to get out of there. I could get another flask and phone. I zipped my purse, tied the strap into a knot, and chased after her. At the top, the staircase opened into a studio-sized apartment. Sink, stove, half-sized fridge, a bed that folded up into the wall but was down at the moment, and a TV on a rickety stand. Beside the bed, there was another stand with a desktop telephone, like the kind you found in hotels. I ran over and dialed 911. That's an antique, you know. I looked over as the missing sister swung her legs across the open windowsill and disappeared. She jumped. By the time I made it to the window, she was dangling from the fire escape. What are you doing? Ladder's stuck. She began to swing her legs. 1, 2, 3. She let go, sailed away from the ladder, rolled through 2 somersaults, and stuck a superhero landing. I almost applauded. On the ground, she straightened up, dusted off her hands, and gave me a 2-finger salute. Sorry, she said to me. I need a head start. And then she ran off. I climbed out onto the platform and watched her clear the alley and turn a corner out of sight. Hold it right there! I leaned over the railing. Blast. Yet another person was pointing a gun at me. At least this one was a cop. 15. What are you doing at Peep's place? Who's Peep? The guy who lives in that apartment. Tall, foreign, no hair. Oh, the bald guy. If I explained to the cop that I had been kidnapped, I could probably get a ride. But then there'd be questions, and he'd want to talk to the bald guy, and probably frat boy and the giant too. And then I'd have to explain that I was sort of a silent partner to a private detective here in New York looking for a woman whose name I couldn't remember. He'd think I was an idiot. Hang on. Now he was shaking a finger at me like it was helping him remember something. You're June Nash, aren't you? Of course he was a Dewzer, which actually worked in my favor, for once. Ever wake up the next morning with regrets? I asked, leaning on the fire escape railing. The cop chuckled. You're not the first woman I've seen leave that apartment via the fire escape. Wow, poor bald guy. How do I get down from here? There's a lock on the step, he said, pointing. Kick it open with your foot. I grasped the railing with one hand and kicked the latch with my right foot. On the third try, there was a clang, and the ladder rolled down. The missing sister had lied. "Drop me your purse," he said. I did, and when I reached the bottom of the ladder, he was there to help me to the ground. And up close, he wasn't bad-looking. 30-ish, dark skin, maybe Mexican, maybe a light-skinned African-American, clean-shaven and baby-faced. A casual glance at his hand told me he wasn't married, or at least didn't wear his ring. This day was getting better. You wouldn't be able to give me a lift, would you? Maybe this whole missing sister thing was all for the best. She had gotten away, and how else would I have met this guy? He smiled at me, and I flashed on the possibility of a whole afternoon with him. Lunch, biking through Central Park, him arresting fake June at her next wrestling match. "Sorry," he said. "I'm on foot patrol today doing a neighborhood check-in." Blast. I'd have to stick with suing fake June and eating lunch alone. "But don't worry," he said as he returned my hobo bag. "I'll keep your walk of shame a secret." Thanks. But I was pretty sure that this was going to end up on the IHateJuneNash.com website before I even made it to a cab. 'Cause that's how my life went. I took a step toward the sidewalk, and the cop touched my arm. "It's a faster getaway if you use the alley and take the right on Grand." Thanks. I headed the same way the sister had gone. At least Morgan would be happy to hear that she was all right. I stuck a hand in my purse and felt around for my phone. Wait. It was still back in the storeroom, with my flask. That one hurt just a little bit more. I found an electronics store and bought a new cell phone. In the past, thanks to some crazy times, I'd carried extra burner phones in my purse. But the last year had been pretty calm, and the phones had been heavy, so I dropped the ball. I'd have to go back to lugging at least one around. While I waited for the sales lady to give the new one a bit of a charge and transfer my data, I used her phone to call the hotel. I couldn't remember Morgan's cell phone number, but maybe that clerk who'd walked Cyrano was around. She was, and she had his number. But before I could get it, she said something about a line of customers and hung up. I tried calling back, but I got someone new. They told me everyone was busy, my business was appreciated, and I ended up on hold. The sales lady was still transferring my data, so I dropped onto one of the stools at her counter. Out the window behind her, I could see a bank, a grocery store, secondhand clothes. Ooh, a liquor store. I'll be right back. By the time I'd returned, with a new flask full of airplane-sized bottles of Zacapa tucked in my purse, my phone was ringing. I didn't even look at the screen before I answered. "Hi, Morgan." He was waiting outside the Parley when my cab pulled up. I didn't even get a chance to pay before the door was yanked open and he was staring in at me. I knew that look. I'd seen it on Warren's face when he was reunited with Mom down in Key West, when he'd thought she and I were goners, when I was sure he'd been about to propose. Did Morgan feel that way toward me? He always joked that I loved him, and I did, but as a brother. We'd grown up together. I'd known him since we were 5, and his index finger was still fascinated by his nose. If he declared some sort of feelings for me, things would change, and I wasn't sure we could hang around together like we did now. Not that that was a bad thing. He did almost get me killed on a semi-regular basis. Please don't say anything that is going to change our relationship. Morgan sucked in a breath, and a flock of butterflies in my stomach took flight. "You actually saw Helen?" And crashed into the side of my ribs. At least he wasn't pining over me. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." "I haven't been able to get a hold of Faith," he said. Then he quickly added, "The woman who hired me." "I know who Faith is." "It might be time to bring in the cops." And then he dialed his phone, all without checking to see if I was okay. Sometimes he was a real jerk, which worked out well, since I wasn't interested in him that way at all. 16. When I finished my story, the uniform cop stared at me for a good 30 seconds before leaning back in the booth. He took a moment to glance around the Parley's pool patio cafe, which was empty at the moment, dropped a hand on Cyrano's head for a scratch, and looked over at his sister, Morgan's friend Joe, the security guard.
What did I do to deserve this?
She was too busy studying her coffee cup to answer. The cop sighed, sat up to lean his elbows on the table, and began to slide his coffee cup from one hand to the other.
Let me see if I understand this correctly,
he began. I nodded, knowing he wasn't going to.
You were kidnapped by a giant, stuffed into a large plastic soccer ball.
Bubble ball. They used them to play soccer.
Thank you, he said. You were stuffed into a large plastic bubble ball, rolled into a white panel van, and held against your will in the back room of a coin shop by a foreign bald man and a fraternity brother from the U of M, where you found the woman your friend, the private investigator, he stopped to give Morgan one of those "why do you exist" looks, has been searching for.
Maybe he was getting it.
However, the woman turned out to be a ninja and left you to fend for yourself on a second-story fire escape, and now you're going to end up in yet another.
He let go of his cup to pick up a little notebook he'd been writing in while I told my story, and read from a page.
Idiotic Dewzer slam job on the IHateJuneNash.com website. That about right?
Those people are mean, I said.
So what do you want me to do?
How about you arrest those guys in the coin shop?
For what?
How about kidnapping me, for starters?
That's not what you told the officer.
He checked his notes again.
With the amazing smile.
It's not my fault that I was too busy being traumatized to catch his name. I was starting to get the feeling that this guy wasn't going to be all that helpful. They took me somewhere against my will.
Which you should have said to the officer with the amazing smile.
I opened my mouth to defend the description of my rescuer, and he held up a hand.
The missing woman?
Helen, Morgan said.
Helen, thank you. She seemed okay. She wasn't bleeding. She hadn't hit her head or been injured in any way.
She looked healthy, I said. He turned to Morgan.
You said you couldn't get a hold of the sister who hired you? Not since about 10. Last night? This morning. Ah.
He flipped his notebook shut.
When did you speak to her last?
Morgan consulted his own little notebook.
I updated her at 6 last night,
he said.
She was worried, but she was at work and couldn't talk. Cape Canaveral, right? Busy place.
The cop reached into a shirt pocket and got out a business card and set it on the table in front of me.
If you find this Helen again, and she wants to file a police report, have her call me.
Then he stood up.
And you,
he jabbed an index finger at his sister,
for wasting my time, you're now taking Tita to church.
That got the security guard's attention. For how long?
However long it takes me to forget this encounter.
He tipped his hat at me.
Nice meeting you, Miss Nash. I love your brother's show, Gone Herpin'.
Of course he did. The security guard followed her brother out, and the waitress came by with the check. I picked it up. It was the least I could do. It was my fault we were in New York. Last time I tried to be nice. What now? I asked.
Helen's alive. Faith knows that. Nothing left to do but celebrate.
Aren't you curious about why she ran off? Morgan leaned back in his seat to grin at me. What?
I thought you didn't want to be a detective.
I don't. I leaned down to pat the hound, who was under the table, licking my knees. But Helen said she needed a head start. Why? For what?
That's part of the business that sucks. Sometimes you don't know the whole story.
And you're okay with that? I was pretty sure I wasn't. And that irked me. I hated caring about people I wasn't related to, or had grown up with. Life had been so much easier when all I had to worry about was my brother's appearance schedule, and avoiding the idiotic Dewzers. I missed just being his personal assistant. I leaned back in my chair and squinted up through the glass ceiling. Dewey was up there somewhere in the International Space Station, having fun with... What had he brought up with him again?
Tegu is sending a limo.
That's right, lizards. Wait, he's sending a limo for us?
He said he had some time to kill before a business meeting and we should celebrate.
Why are you talking with Tegu? He's a wanted criminal.
I wasn't, but he called to check on you,
Why did he call you?
You didn't answer your phone. When he heard about what happened, he suggested dinner. Then drinks and dancing at 172.
Morgan, several government agencies have been looking for Tegu since Key West. I Googled it.
But 172 is the hottest club in New York City.
Like that made it all right.
You can't get in without an invite.
Or a rich businessman killing some time before a criminal meeting. The waitress brought back my card and I signed the bill and stood up.
Where are you going?
All I brought was one pair of jeans. If I was going to end up on the news due to consorting with a known criminal, I wanted to at least look good. I need to shop.
Okay, I'll meet you in the lobby at 6:30.
And that's where he was, at 6:25, when I showed up in a black sequined cocktail dress that was half a size too small but sort of fit thanks to the stretchy material, shiny blue flats, and a matching blue clutch stuffed with my wallet and cell phone.
You look fantastic.
Morgan tilted his head to check out my legs. Thanks, you do too. He changed into dark jeans, a pale salmon-colored button-down shirt, and a dark gray jacket. Your dog clashes with the outfit. You're not bringing her, are you?
I couldn't find anyone to babysit. Tegu said it'd be okay.
And apparently it was. We had no problem getting a table for 3 humans and 1 dog at a swanky steakhouse. When Cyrano had finished everyone's leftovers, we hopped back in the limo and stopped at a patch of grass that divided the 2 directions of traffic. While Morgan watched the hound do her business, Tegu gave me a lecture on the history of New York. Or rather, places in New York where gangsters had been gunned down, and not always by the cops. Many of the victims had been done in by the competition, and some of the killings had occurred during a mundane activity, like taking a bath, weeding a garden, picking up the mail, eating cannolis. Hopefully, waiting for a greyhound to finish her business wouldn't make the list. Cyrano finally did her thing, kicked up some grass, and led Morgan in about 50 little circular spins. Once she was tired, they got back in the limo and it was a short drive to the club. We were dropped off on a crowded sidewalk, and a doorman led us past a line of partiers waiting semi-patiently behind the red velvet rope that kept the riffraff out of Club 172. Inside, we were handed off to the manager, who practically kissed Tegu's godfather ring and whispered something that I didn't catch. It was too noisy. Loud music with a thumping bass beat, people screaming to try to hear each other, glasses clinking all around us, a couple of idiots trying to talk on cell phones. Above us, strobe lights alternated with bright beams of pink, blue, and green as a hot girl in a dress that barely covered her hip bones took over and led us deeper into the club, under a row of TVs blasting a music video, past the elegant mahogany bar, around the packed dance floor, to a series of couches in the back, where bottle service had been set up. Cyrano scattered throw pillows, making herself comfy, and Tegu began mixing what he told us were the best pisco sours in the known world. The wife of a South American dictator had shared the recipe, probably right before the husband had run him out of town. I took a sip, nodded my approval, and Tegu jumped up and caught a redhead who was passing by. They danced off into the crowd, and I spit the liquid back into my glass.
"You're disgusting,"
Morgan yelled in my ear. I tipped bottles, trying to read labels in the dark, until I found some rum. It wasn't Zacapa, but it was better than nothing. I poured 2 fingers worth and took a tentative sip, and spit it back into the glass. And now I needed to wash out my mouth. You'd think bottle service would get you the good stuff. "I'm going to hit the ladies," I yelled to Morgan. He nodded and leaned back on the sofa to scratch Cyrano's neck. How the dog wasn't freaking out was beyond me. Between the noise and the crowd, I'd have expected her to wind into a rue that wouldn't end. Instead, she had her eyes closed and looked like she was purring. I worked my way through the crowd, stopping once when I thought I heard someone yelling my name, and found the ladies' room in the back. It took about 15 minutes to reach the front of the line, and when I pushed open the door, I squinted in the stark, harsh lights. The room was tiled in red with gold trim, and TVs over the sinks kept the noise level high. I worked my way through a crowd of ladies taking up space and found an empty stall. When I came back out, most of the loiterers had moved to one side, probably because they were avoiding the woman standing in one of the sinks, pounding on the side of a TV. How do you change this? She yelled. Everyday Aliens is on. On the TV, the boom, boom, boom of a music video was replaced with a baseball field.
Bottom of the fourth, no men on, he winds up and...
I found the button! The place erupted in applause, and I slid over to an empty sink to wash my hands. The woman did a little victory dance and attacked the side of the TV again. The baseball game was replaced with a cooking show. You must whip the mixture. To get it nice and fluffy, you do not want to go and use a... Sink lady stomped her foot and went after the TV buttons again.
And the anole is a small lizard that is indigenous to Florida.
Stop! Somebody yelled. It's the Snake Man! They were right. There was Dewey on the screen, floating inside the space station. And then he was replaced with a cooking show, and then the baseball game.
That takes us to a full count, and the manager is going out to...
The drunk lady hit the side of the TV again, and the music video was back. I shook the excess water off my hands and wove through the crowd to the paper towel rack, which was empty. Above me, the TV began to rapidly flip through channels as Sink Lady got the hang of the buttons. Cooking show, news program, someone singing, more Dewey in space, another music video, another news program, a golfer. Do people golf at night? Wait. I shook the drunk's leg. Go back to the newscast. Sink Lady kicked at me. They were showing a picture of you, I said. Ow. She went back to punching buttons, and the newscaster returned. Stop, I yelled. She leaned around to look at the screen, blocking my view for a moment, before twisting again to look down at me, and my view returned. That's not me, she said. It wasn't, but it was the guy who'd shown up at the coin shop. And according to the TV, his name was Edgar Jones. He worked at the U.S. Mint. He hadn't shown up for work today, and the police were interested in talking to him about a missing, rare coin. I shook the water off my hands, yanked open the bathroom door, and worked my way through the crowd back to the couch. Morgan was right where I'd left him. But now, Big Daddy was kneeling in front of him, trying to rip his arm off. I screamed my best warrior yell and leaped onto the giant's back. 17. Big Daddy stood up and began to spin. I clung to him with one hand and pounded his shoulders with the other. Cyrano joined in the fun, barking and leaping up to bounce off various body parts each time I spun past. The room cleared around us as my feet, and the giant's arms, knocked over dancers and more than a few bottles. I felt hands on my waist and heard Morgan's voice screaming my name over the music as I was pulled to the floor. Morgan, what are you doing? I screamed in his face. He was trying to kill you! We were arm wrestling, he screamed back. You were?
We got bored waiting on you. You took forever in there.
I squinted up at the giant, who was looking down at my boobs. And then Morgan's hound was squishing her nose against my cheek, and a rush of sour air filled my nose as her wonky tongue did its usual thing and slapped at the space next to my face. After Tegu appeared and whispered something to the bouncer, who was about to escort me out, I apologized to anyone I might have kicked and replaced all the bottles I'd killed, adding a 23-year-old Zacapa to the list. When everything arrived, I sipped my favorite rum while Morgan filled me in on what he'd learned. Big Daddy and Helen were an item, but had argued when he'd seen her last because she'd lifted a barber from the bald guy's store. The guys at the coin shop were talking about a barber.
It's a dime from 1894,
Morgan said, leaning around me to grab my bottle of Zacapa. He added 2 fingers worth to his own glass, then lowered the bottle over the giant's, filling it to the rim when the guy kept giving him the not yet signal. I did a quick estimate of how many refills were left. Not a lot at this rate. What's so special about a dime? I took a sip of my Zacapa.
It's worth about $1 million.
I coughed as it went down the wrong pipe.
Probably more at auction,
Big Daddy said.
If it wasn't hot.
I flashed on the news story I'd just seen in the bathroom. There was a story on the news about the guy I saw at the coin shop.
The security guard from the mint,
Morgan added. The giant twisted a paper napkin in his hands, tearing off bits and letting them drop into his lap.
That's Edgar. He and Peep got into it. He didn't care that the coin was gone. He wanted his money.
Did they kill him? Morgan asked. Big Daddy threw up his hands.
I left as soon as they knocked him out.
We need to call the cops, I said to Morgan, but not your friend's brother. He was kind of a jerk. Big Daddy started to wheeze.
You can't. She's not.
A criminal? I finished. He didn't continue. He couldn't. He was too busy trying to catch his breath. He finally doubled over, and Morgan patted him on one of his massive shoulders.
It's okay.
He gave me a,
"What are we going to do?"
look, and we waited for the giant to get it together. Eventually, Big Daddy sat up. He attacked his drink, and I watched half the Zacapa roll down his throat.
Helen's a really good girl. If I can just talk to her, I know I can get her to return the barber.
Morgan gave him a, well, anything is possible, look.
Do you know where she is? I know where she'll be tomorrow night.
Morgan pushed Cyrano off his lap and got out his little detective notebook.
And where is that?
I stood up. You don't need me anymore, right? A dark-haired guy in a red silk shirt was headed our way. When he was close enough, I offered him my hand. Want to dance? As I led him away, I shouted back to Morgan, "Consider our detective agency dissolved." At the end of the night, I gave my dancing partner an appropriate, "This was fun, but I'm not going home with you," kiss. He had his own car. Or maybe he called a cab. I lost track of him as Tegu herded everyone back to the limo. I scooted across the seat so that Morgan and Big Daddy could fit, and Cyrano stretched out on the floor in front of us. When we pulled up to the hotel, Big Daddy got out too.
He needs to stay out of sight,
Morgan said as we headed into the parley. Good luck with that. I didn't say that, of course. I wasn't that drunk. The lobby was empty, but we got odd stares from the front desk as we passed by. Yeah, no way they'd remember the giant if a bad guy came sniffing around. I handed over Cyrano's leash when they got off on Morgan's floor. Apparently, his room was habitable again. Rode up to mine alone, and barely got my dress off before collapsing into bed. Some horrible person was knocking on my door moments later. I ignored it for a while. It didn't stop. "Go away!" I yelled. But they didn't hear me, 'cause they kept knocking. I rolled out of bed and took a moment to steady myself. It wasn't a bad hangover. It was more of an I'm too tired to live kind of thing. I managed to pick up a t-shirt and shorts with the toes of my left foot from the pile that had accumulated on the floor by my bed, while my right hand kept my place against the wall. The knocking continued as I struggled into the outfit and tiptoed to the door. It was Morgan, who was supposed to be downstairs asleep. He looked like he'd showered and changed and had slept for 3 days.
Were you still in bed?
He went over to the curtains and pulled them open. I squinted as sunlight invaded the room.
It's after 3.
Huh.
In the afternoon?
Go away, I said, climbing back into bed. He didn't. I tugged the blanket up to my nose. Where's your shadow?
He's hiding in the room.
I meant the dog.
She's making sure Big Daddy stays calm.
Great. I felt my body sinking as I closed my eyes.
Don't you want to know if we talk to Helen?
I opened the right one. Halfway. Morgan waved. You're not going away, are you?
No.
I sighed and pushed myself up into a sitting position and pressed a hand against my head.
Headache?
Tired ache. He got up and disappeared into the other room, and I could hear the faucet running. When he came back, he sat on the edge of the bed and opened one hand. I picked up 2 aspirin and then washed them down with the water he'd brought. Thanks. He smiled, but didn't move. What?
About Helen.
Yeah?
She's going to be at this club tonight,
he said.
Big Daddy thinks she's meeting a buyer for the coin.
Great. I laid back down.
We need to stop her from making the sale.
I rolled over. Excellent.
There's just one little problem.
You're not going away and I can't sleep with someone watching me? I could, but I really liked to be alone for that particular activity.
The event Helen's going to be at is sold out, and we can't get in.
Just tell the cops. He didn't answer, and he didn't get up, so I flipped over to face him. You told Joe's brother, and he didn't believe you?
He didn't. So we need to stop Helen.
I gestured to the door. So go do it.
We won't be able to get into the club.
That's too bad.
But you will.
Why? There weren't a lot of places I could get into by just being me. Morgan unfolded a piece of paper. It was a flyer for a wrestling event. And there, in the bottom right corner, with a smile just as fake as the woman herself, was Big June, bookended by her bugs. I looked up at Morgan, and he grinned. Blast. It was my own fault for answering the door. 18. Morgan ordered me breakfast, which ended up being a cheeseburger and onion rings because the parley was misinformed about how important eggs were 24 hours a day. Then he ended up eating most of it while he ran me through the plan. I scooted the last 3 onion rings closer to my side of the plate. Even if I showed up before fake June and actually got you in, her bugs are going to know I'm not her. I dipped a ring in spicy brown mustard, the only condiment the idiot had requested. We'll get kicked out and Helen will still get away. Morgan took another bite of my burger and grinned at me.
You remembered her name.
Seriously, dude, this is not going to work.
It will. They didn't know you weren't her when you were backstage at the park.
Because they were paying more attention to their cell phones than me. Plus, they were mad at her because she was late.
Just like at the club.
I'd forgotten about the show at the burial chamber. How long ago had that been? Yesterday? The day before? It felt like weeks. Can't Big Daddy just get you in? He's fake June's manager, right?
That was the first plan,
he said.
But the club knows that she has a tendency to be late, and she's second on the bill tonight. They threatened to scratch her act if Big Daddy shows without her.
How about waiting for Helen outside the club?
What if she sees me first and runs off?
Does she even know you exist, Morgan? I stuffed another onion ring in my mouth.
What if she does?
And shoved everything to one side with my tongue. Okay, start by not standing next to the giant.
He won't stay away. He's sure he can talk her out of her life of crime.
I used the last onion ring to wipe up the rest of the mustard. Even if my answer is yes, I have no idea how to be a wrestler. No one is going to believe I'm fake June.
It'll help if you stop calling her that.
He stuffed the last bit of my burger in his mouth as he took the plate out to the hall. There was a quick detour to the bathroom to wash his hands, and he came back.
It'll be quick and easy. We'll arrive by cab, have it wait. You get us in, pretend you're taking Cyrano back outside for a quick potty walk, hop in the cab and come back here.
It might be kind of funny to stick around. See if the bugs notice I'm not fake June this time.
They won't notice, 'cause they're not getting in.
Why?
Because the bugs will arrive with Big June this time.
Huh? I stood with my hands on my hips, trying to feel at ease in the gym, and not succeeding. Probably because I was standing in almost the exact spot where Big Daddy had kidnapped me. I tried not to glance over at the giant. He'd been hovering, apologizing for rolling me into that van, but interestingly enough, not about handing me over to the probable killers. I'd finally had enough and sent him to time out. AKA the bleachers. He caught my eye and stopped petting Cyrano long enough to give me 2 thumbs up.
Again, sorry for kidnapping you.
I returned the thumbs up and whispered through clenched teeth, "And you're going down for it."
Now, Morgan said. He's just a guy who fell for a bad girl. He thought he was saving her.
By giving me to them?
Well, yeah, Morgan said. He's in love. You can't blame him.
I really could. I folded my arms and turned back to the boxing ring where Kaboom and her Bolt babes were tossing each other around, in full costume, and looking exceptionally happy. You carry your stuff around with you? I'd asked Kaboom when she and the babes had shown up in full gear. You never know when an opportunity will strike. Indeed. I watched them perform a few more tosses and realized something. There's 3 of them, I said to Morgan.
Yeah?
Fake June's only got 2 bugs, I said.
So?
So, if I show up tonight with 3, the guy at the door is going to know something's up.
Tell him you made a change.
And he might notice that they're black.
I hope he notices, 'cause they are.
I mean, on the poster, fake June's bugs look white.
So you made 2 changes. Miss Nash?
Tegu was headed our way, a garment bag over his shoulder. He'd changed into a casual look. White linen pants, a pale yellow shirt, and pale blue slip-on loafers. He looked like he should have been on the deck of a yacht, and probably would be later.
"I've had your costume dry cleaned,"
He presented it with a little wave.
"and I took the liberty of purchasing you a pair of shoes specific for this type of activity."
How did you know my size? He only laughed and waved away my silly question. Morgan whistled over to the boxing ring. Kaboom did an acrobatic thing with the ropes and ended up on the gym floor and skipped over to us. You need help getting dressed? Did I? It was tights and a cape. I shook my head. I still think this is a waste of your time. She cocked her head at me. You're stepping into the role of Big June. People hate her, partly because she's pretending to be you. Thanks, I said. No offense taken. Plus, she's a jerk, so people hate her for that too. You're going to get a double whammy of bad energy. That might translate into something physical. Am I in danger? Yeah, competition is fierce in this business, and Big June got breaks others didn't. Backstage can be worse than the ring. No rules. I want you to be prepared, just in case I can't step in and help. Won't you be standing next to me the whole time? I was hoping she'd be standing next to me in a bodyguard kind of capacity. I might be distracted. By what? Darren Fitter is going to be there tonight. Uh-oh. She had an agenda. He's the manager to the stars, she said. So you might be distracted once we get inside the place? She smiled. I plan on being distracted, she said. Look, we're gonna walk you through some basics, and when you strut into that club tonight, no one is going to mess with you. I better go put this thing on then. 20 minutes later, I was close to changing my mind about the whole thing. My legs were covered in tight yellow spandex, my feet in weird slip-on yellow sneakers, and the rest of me was red. Leotard, wristbands, and a headband whose dying act was going to be an attempt to control my hair. On my chest, there was a big yellow D with a line through it. But the real clincher was the yellow cape. It took the silliness to a whole new level. You look great. Morgan was in my reflection. This is the ladies. Get out.
We were worried you'd crawled out the window.
I did one more twirl in front of the mirror. Okay, let's teach me how to be a big bad wrestler. I followed him out of the bathroom in time to see Kaboom launch herself off the ropes of the boxing ring and fly at one of her bolts. They met mid-air, and there were some flips and grunts and bodies slammed to the mat. I turned and walked into Morgan. He spun me back around.
Think of it this way,
he said.
Next time some crazy Dewzer mouths off, you can toss him.
Just what the I Hate June Nash website needed. Photos of me abusing Dewey's nutty fans.
This is gonna be fun,
he said. Morgan's volunteering to let me flip him, I yelled to Kaboom. He laughed and pushed me toward the ring. I'd been joking, but everybody decided it was actually a good idea to teach me to do more than just walk into the place like I owned it. Just in case we were all separated, and the guys that Helen had stolen from showed up. Or Helen herself decided to ninja me again, which really made me want to rethink the whole bathroom window exit idea. They decided to start with the basics, the penetrating shot, which I giggled about, until Kaboom threatened to throw me just for spite, the double-leg takedown, and the sprawl defense. By the time Tegu had come back with Chinese food, I had no idea which move was which, and I was covered in soon-to-be bruises. Not because Kaboom was a bad teacher, but because I was a hopeless klutz. I leaned back against the ropes and tugged on Morgan's sleeve. What time is it?
We should go in about an hour. There might be traffic, and I want to make sure we get there before the real fake June shows.
Everybody grabbed a bag of food and spread out on the bleachers to eat. I was too nervous, so I practiced my strut, trying to make it feel natural. It didn't. When Morgan came back from a quick Cyrano walk, Tegu announced that we'd be taking his limo.
It's nice of you to drop us, Morgan said. I'm going to do more than that. I'm going to help. Charles will be at Miss Nash's disposal.
Who?
Charles.
Tegu tipped his head to the left, and everyone turned. Hey, there was a guy standing just a few feet away. He was tall, maybe 6'1", with dark hair and a clean-shaven square jaw that made me think of a superhero. or secret agent. His clothes were the only ordinary thing about him. A black button-down shirt, dark jeans, and black sneakers. He gave us a small nod, and I half expected him to rip open his shirt and expose an oversized S. Kaboom said what we were all thinking. Where did he come from? Tegu smiled.
I go nowhere without him.
We were all trying to figure out how that had worked as we piled into the car. None of us could remember seeing him all day. I was the last one in and slid a bit closer to Morgan so the bodyguard would have room, but he closed the door. And then the partition between the driver and us slid down, and there he was, popping a cap on his head. We all let out a collective, "Ah."
Ready, sir?
He asked. Tegu waved a hand at him, the partition went back up, and the limo slipped into traffic. Morgan went over the plan with Big Daddy, and Tegu took a few selfies with Kaboom and the Bolts. For his kids, he said. I scratched Cyrano's neck and tried to ignore the knots in my stomach. When we arrived at the club, everyone piled out, including Tegu's bodyguard/driver, and a guy who'd been leaning against the side of the building jogged around to the driver's side of the limo, jumped in, and drove off. Did that guy just steal your car? I turned to point after the fading taillights.
He works for me,
Tegu said. Of course he did. Everyone let Cyrano and me lead the way. At the front door, a security guard was perched on a stool beside a section of rope that blocked the entrance to his right and continued 20 or so feet along the front of the club, holding about 50 people in line and ending where a narrow alley cut between this building and the next. We got a lot of whoops and hollers from the waiting crowd, and Kaboom and her Bolts started posing for photos. My heart pounded in my chest as I waited for the security guy to look up from his clipboard. What if the bugs were already inside? What if Helen didn't show? What if I just freaked out and ran away screaming? The guy finally pointed to the alley without looking up.
Talent goes in the back.
The Hound and I took the lead again as we strutted the length of the line, then cut into the alley, which smelled like pee, motor oil, and bacon. A nose-wrinkling combination to me. Heaven to Cyrano. She lifted her muzzle and went into sniff mode. I tried not to, concentrating instead on the graffiti that covered the brick building. I couldn't read a lot of it. The streetlights didn't help out much back here. Mostly, I could make out puffy letters in muted colors outlined in black, and an occasional phrase suggesting things I could do with various people's mothers. A light breeze kicked up, and a fast food wrapper bounced over my foot, landing in an oily puddle half hidden by a dumpster. That a guy was standing inside. He was wearing a plastic cape that you'd get at the hair salon, and he gave us a salute as we passed. At the end of the alley, we rounded the corner of the building, and there was another security guard sitting by a door. I half expected him to just wave us through, but he didn't. He actually looked up from his clipboard and grinned.
And the show will go on!
He offered a hand to the giant.
Glad to see you got your talent under control, BD.
Big Daddy worked his way to the front of my posse, wrapped his hand around the guy's fingers, and shook.
Got some new bugs,
he said. The security guard gave Kaboom and her Bolts a good once-over. He didn't notice that their costumes didn't match mine.
Nice,
he said. Big Daddy laid a massive hand on the guy's shoulder, and his whole body dipped to that side.
The other girls weren't too happy about getting the boot.
The guy tried to shrug, but only one shoulder bobbed. What can you do?
Problem is,
Big Daddy continued,
they heard about Fitter being here tonight.
The security guard wiggled a bit, and Big Daddy removed his hand.
Fitter being here tonight's not official. Course not.
Big Daddy winked.
But they know about him, so they might try to make contact.
The guy sat up and patted his chest.
If they show, they won't get in this door.
Big Daddy held up a hand, and the guy stared at it a moment before he slowly lifted his own. The high five echoed around us, and I know I wasn't the only one who winced. The guy dropped his hand to his side and gave it a little shake.
Dressing room J. She goes on second.
And we were in. I glanced back, and the guy gave me a keep going wave with his hand, and I followed BD into a narrow, dark hall and crinkled my nose. It didn't smell much better than the alley. Just different. Dust, hairspray, BO, and Yeah, pot. I waved away a cloud of smoke as we passed an open doorway. About 10 people were hanging out, some in the room, some in the hall, most outfitted in costumes as silly as mine. Others were in various stages of undress. Everybody, it seemed, had some sort of comment to share as I passed. Most involved death threats. Nothing new to me. I had the Dewzers, after all. One guy in a leopard print leotard even growled. We found the room marked J. Across from it, 2 ladies dressed like bumblebees were drinking beers in the open doorway. One of them caught my eye and gave me the finger. "Good to see you, Big June." Their sneers turned to grins when the 2 spotted the giant. "Big Daddy," they crooned, and went in for a group hug. I pushed open the door to my dressing room. "What now?" I asked Morgan. "That guy's not going to let me go out the back. Change and go out the front." That sounded good. "Who's got my clothes?" And from everybody's expressions, I realized I was screwed. "Really? Now what?" "Just stay in the dressing room and lock the door," Morgan said. "I'll come get you after." Big Daddy separated himself from the bumblebees and leaned in. "They said Helen's out front." Morgan paused in the doorway. "You okay?" "Go," I said. I had Kaboom and the Bolt Babes, and the driver/bodyguard. Tegu guided Big Daddy out of the way. "I'm going to look for the bar." He waved a hand in the air, and a guy stepped out of the shadows and trailed him down the hall. Geez, how many people were on Tegu's payroll? "Looks like it's just me and you and—" I swallowed the rest of my words as Kaboom and her bolts took off. They caught up to a guy in a white silk shirt, probably the manager to the Stars, and all 4 disappeared into another room. I glanced back at the bumblebees. One of them motioned to me. "Come here." Probably not a good idea. I'd better get ready. At least I still had the driver/bodyguard. I shooed Cyrano into the dressing room first and locked the door behind me. "Sis!" There was a big blonde guy stretched out over a love seat that looked like it was 1 month away from the dump. It was the dude, still in street clothes and nursing a can of beer. "You're early," he said, "whoever you are." 19. I turned back to the door. No, the bees across the hall had looked pretty scary. Tegu's bodyguard was out there, but was it like the Secret Service? Would he take a stinger for me? Better to stay where I was and deal with fake Dewey. Or maybe there was a window exit. I did a quick 360. The room was small. The love seat, which was supporting about 2/3 of the dude, took up one side. A place to do makeup and a folding screen that seemed to serve as a dressing room took up the other. In the middle, Cyrano was sprawled over a rug that looked like it hadn't been washed since the club had opened 100 or so years ago. I was stuck. Nothing to do but strike a pose. "I'm Big June!" I felt ridiculous saying it. Even more so when he took a sip of his beer and raised his eyebrows at me. "Okay, I'm not her." "You're the chick from the park." "Yes, no point denying it." He squinted his eyes, then started snapping his fingers, which probably helped the hamster wheel in his head go faster. "You're her." By her, he probably meant me, but I felt better leaving it vague, so I did a shoulder bob and grunted. He leaped to his feet, and I took a step back. "I love you," he said. That wasn't what I'd expected to hear. He moved closer and held his hands out near my shoulders. "Can I hug you?" he asked. I really didn't like to be touched by people I didn't know. But before I could figure out a polite way to tell him that, he pulled me into a bear hug. "I just hate what those awful Dewzers do to you," he mumbled into my hair. "Me too," I said. Had I found my people? It was like that saying where you always find the thing you're looking for when you look in the last place you look. Or something like that. Did that apply to people? The dude waved a hand in front of my eyes. "You still with me?" "Yeah." He grinned, and I couldn't believe my luck. He probably hated fake June, too. He must have just been in it for the money. Though he did kind of look like Dewey, if you squinted and had a couple drinks in you.
Come sit.
He guided me to the couch, and we did.
Are you here to sue Big June and the Bugs?
Would I be wearing this if I was? He laughed and smacked his forehead with a hand.
No, of course not.
Then he slouched against my shoulder, like he was sharing a secret.
She's such a loser. What are you doing here?
It's a long story, I said. He pointed an index finger at his digital watch.
We got time, sister.
Well, I was pretty sure he wasn't going to be happy to hear that the other half of his act would be AWOL tonight. You know Big Daddy, right? He nodded. He's having some issues with his girlfriend.
Helen?
Yeah. Why was her name so hard to remember? He needs to... How much could I tell him? Probably best to keep it simple. He needs to chat with her tonight before the show, and the guy at the door wasn't going to let him in without fake June.
So why didn't he just pick her up early?
Why hadn't he? I flashed on the conversation with Morgan back at the gym. Why was I doing this? They could have gotten in with fake June. Big Daddy could have made an excuse about why he had Morgan with him.
'Cause it's a long story,
the dude asked. That would work. Yeah, I got him in, and now I need to scram before she shows up.
So go.
The bees across the hall don't seem to like me.
Yeah, they hate Big June. She got them bumped from a show a couple of weeks ago.
He leaned over the back of the love seat and produced a trench coat.
Put this on,
he said.
I'll get you out.
You are getting an 8x10 glossy of my brother, I said, and he'll actually sign this one. The dude was okay after all, both out of the ring and in it. I'd seen his act. He hadn't done anything to disparage my brother's name. In fact, he'd treated Dewey's image with a lot of respect. I'd just sue fake June. I stood up and untied the cord holding the cape around my neck. He held up a hand.
Consider the outfit a souvenir.
Or evidence. Okay. I slipped on the trench coat, which covered me right down to my ankles, and crouched down to rub Cyrano awake. She lifted her head and yawned. I picked up the leash and made kissy noises. Come on, girl. She yawned again and climbed to her feet with a groan. She stood still for a moment. Then a shake started that rippled from the tip of her tail to the end of her muzzle and back again.
Your dog is weird.
You don't know the half of it.
I'll escort you out.
He went over to the folding screen and disappeared behind it.
Just let me change first, so I'm ready to go on.
The screen wobbled for a bit, and then I heard a zipper and he stepped out. I tried not to giggle, or let my eyes travel down his blue tights. That'd be rude. He'd been nice to me. I really appreciate your help, I said.
No prob.
He twisted the doorknob and held up a finger.
Let me check the hall.
He opened the door a bit and leaned out, then came right back.
Coast is clear.
I followed him out. The bodyguard was gone. So much for that. The dude slipped an arm through mine.
Come on.
The show must have started, because the halls were empty. And dark. Cyrano and I let the dude lead the way. We turned a corner, and I spotted the bright red exit sign. Yes! I sped up. The dude caught my arm.
That'll lead you into the alley.
I thought that was back there.
No, you want to avoid Big June, right?
He led me away from the exit, taking a side hall.
This is a shortcut to the front, he said. It'll be easier to get a cab on the street.
Halfway down the hall, he pressed a hand to the wall, and a secret door popped open. Huh. I lowered my head and stepped into another dark hall. The air was musty and electrical, which made me flash on the summer that I'd worked as a pin setter at the bowling alley. The owner had been too cheap to spring for an auto setup, and I'd spent my nights in the semi-darkness picking up pins and kissing a good portion of my hearing goodbye. All for $6 an hour. Cyrano let out a little roo, and I gave her leash a gentle tug. It's okay, sweetie. She dug her heels in, and I scratched her behind an ear. Daddy's close. That got me another roo, and she pressed on until the dude caught my arm.
Hang on.
He stopped, and I squinted into the darkness. We almost there? There was a low hum coming from nearby, like a waterfall or street. Ooh, a cab was so close. I could get out of here, back to the hotel, and out of this outfit forever.
Oh yeah, he said. I can never find the latch for the door.
I could hear his hand slap at a wall, and then he whispered, "Yes." A portion of the darkness swung away, and a bright light hit my face.
After you!
I felt a hand on the small of my back, and I was shoved. I lost hold of Cyrano's leash, stumbled out into the light, and squinted. Behind me, I heard him yell,
"Good adventures!"
Blast. We were up on a stage, and in front of me, the dudettes were already in the boxing ring. Beyond them, spectators shouted from their seats. I could make out a dozen or so rows before the rest faded into darkness. Some cheering on the dudes' sidekicks, some spotting me and standing up to emphasize their hatred, and get their boos to carry further. Way off in the distance, I could see the lights of the bar, where workers were hustling to keep up with the crowd. But that wasn't the worst of it. Fake June and her bugs were hanging in the edges of the shadows. How had that happened? They stepped into the light, and the crowd went nuts. I tried to get back through the door.
"Oh no," the dude whispered. "Darren Fitter is out there. Let's give him a good show."
And then I was shoved again. I hit the ropes, bounced back, and got another shove. This time, I went head over heels and landed hard inside the ring. 6 delighted faces loomed over me. I was toast. 20. I lifted both hands in an "I surrender" gesture, which turned out to be a bad idea. A dudette and a bug each grabbed a wrist, and I was yanked to my feet and shoved from one side of a circle to the other, all while treated to an assault of trash talk. Most statements concentrating on my inability to form stable relationships. In between the angry faces, I caught glimpses of black and white, stripes, and a big silver whistle sticking out of a mouth. A shrill noise pierced the air, and my hands flew up to my ears. My tormentors moved away. The dude and his sidekicks taking up one side of the ring, Fake June and her bugs the other. I did a 360, hands up. Now it was just me in the middle, plus the ref, who'd blown the whistle.
"Let's have a fair match," he yelled.
"Yes, let's. I'll just be over." I pointed toward the bar, got 2 steps, and that blasted whistle went off again. Everybody grabbed the ropes and flipped out of the ring, leaving me alone with the ref, which was a good start. I pivoted away from the dude, who was on my left waving his arms at the crowd, to June, who was doing the same thing on my right. I turned and ran into the striped shirt.
"Killer!"
Somebody yelled, and I flashed on the headline that the IHateJuneNash.com website would run in the morning. "World rejoices, the witch is dead." Though they'd probably use stronger language. I tried to go around the striped shirt. I just need to get past. The ref put a hand against my chest. "Hey, careful with the boobs," and shoved me back. I took advantage of the momentum and headed for an empty side of the ring. A dudette appeared and leaned on the ropes, reaching in for me, and I did a quick turn and headed back to the center of the ring. The ref blew his whistle again and reached for an oversized silver microphone that had dropped down from the ceiling.
"Lex Sky is proud to present,"
he screamed into the mic,
"Friday Night Frenzy!"
That didn't sound good. The word frenzy echoed a few times, and a techno beat took over. The sidekick started dancing around, the ref got in on the action, and in front of us, the crowd was on their feet. And their chairs, most of them chanting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" I tried to see over all the bouncing heads and waving arms. Morgan was out there. Somewhere. The giant, too. Why couldn't I see him? He was a giant! He should have been towering over the drunk masses who were screaming for my death. The music pounded a few more headache-inducing moments, and then faded enough to let the ref's words ring out over the loudspeakers.
"Up first tonight," he shouted, "we've got a special surprise for you. A world-renowned grudge match for the ages. Big June and the Bugs teaming up for the first time ever, anywhere, with the dude and his dudettes to face..."
And he waved an arm dramatically, and I was hit full force with the spotlight.
I give you. He closed the distance between us, let go of the mic, grabbed my trench coat with one hand, and spun my shoulder with the other, ripping me free from my anonymity. The real... I gathered the cape and wrapped it over my chest, like that was going to hide me. June Nash! Boo! The crowd screamed as one. Same to you! I yelled. Wait, how did the ref know who I was? The dude must have texted him, probably while he'd been changing. This whole thing was a setup from the moment the jerk saw me. Let's hear it for the real June Nash! The ref screamed, waving a ta-da hand at me. And her... He paused to look over the dude, who shrugged. The crowd surged forward, trying to see the whole stage, looking for the sidekicks that I didn't have. Screams got louder. The crowd wanted a bloodbath. I tugged my cape tighter around my body. I needed an actual superhero. And then, in a first, my wish was granted. I caught sight of a flash of blue, and kaboom swung over the ring. One arm wrapped around what looked like a long, thick vine, the other holding one of the blue foam bolts her sidekicks carried. She swung past and landed on a small balcony above us on the right side of the stage. The spotlight moved quickly to catch up, and she posed and waved her bolt at the crowd, who screamed with absolute joy. The ref grabbed my arm and pulled me close enough to yell in my ear, "Who?" was all I caught. For all I knew, it could have been followed by a string of my favorite words. It was hard to tell. The crowd was drowning him out. I took a breath and hesitated. What did Kaboom call herself? Kaboom and her Bolt Beauties. No, wait. Babes, I yelled. Bolt Babes. The ref pushed me away and reached for the silver mic. The real June Nash, he screamed, pointing at me. Then his arm swung up to the balcony. And kaboom, the Bolt Babe! Close enough. Kaboom pushed off from the balcony and came flying at us. She let go, dropped onto the mat, executed a superhero landing that would have made Helen the Ninja envious. Hey, I remembered her name. And the vine swung away and was caught by someone dressed in all black on a balcony at the left side of the stage. Kaboom stood up and lifted the blue bolt over her head and encouraged the crowd to cheer. I wanted to throw my arms around her. She'd rescued me. Thank you, I gushed. Make me look good for Fitter, Kaboom hissed. So much for love. She turned to the crowd and waved the blue bolt again. Bolt Babes! Her two sidekicks came out of nowhere and leaped onto the stage. One took up a position outside the ropes and across from the bugs. The other moved to the opposite corner and started clapping her hands over her head, working up the crowd, like they needed any help. Kaboom turned to me and lifted her hand, palm out. High-five me. Okay, I did. Didn't seem like the right moment for that, but whatever. I stepped back as she began to circle the ring, fake lunging at the others, until one of the dudettes and one of the bugs flipped into the ring, and all three went at it. Kaboom flew past the bug, full speed to the ropes, did a 180 just before she hit, bounced off and caught the bug across the chest, flipping her onto the mat. The dudette, who seemed to be waiting her turn, leaped into the air, catching each corner rope with a hand, letting her legs flip up over her head and slam down on Kaboom's shoulders. My savior crumpled to the mat and rolled away from the dudette who was back on the ropes, leaping off. I did my best to stay behind the ref, and no one else seemed to be noticing me, which was how I wanted to keep it. And that worked, until the ref backed into me and spun around, and blew his whistle. Kaboom came running over and leaned in my direction. She stretched an arm out, palm up, and screamed my name. Like I needed another high five. To my left, the dude high-fived one of his dudettes and flipped into the ring as she flipped clear. On the other side, fake June did the same with her bug. Oh, right. This was my way out. I high-fived Kaboom and then hustled over to the ropes and got a foot up on the lowest one. Someone grabbed a handful of my hair and yanked me back into the ring. The crowd went up with a roar. I
I smacked at the arm and tried to twist around to see who had me. "You owe me $300!" a voice yelled in my ear. "You ruined my wig!" Ah, fake June. I tried spinning away from her and got a glimpse of Kaboom putting the dude into a headlock, which I didn't get to enjoy. Fake June twisted me back around. Someone else caught my ankles, and I was dragged. I squinted up into the light and clawed at the mat, trying to slow my progress, which stopped when Big Daddy came flying into the ring and took out whoever'd had my legs. The whistle blew, and the ref screamed, "No managers in the ring!" I flipped onto my stomach and began to crawl away from the chaos behind me. There was another flash of purple, and one of the Bolt babes joined the action. I glanced behind me as the other Dudette and Bug joined the mass of flying arms and legs. It was a free-for-all. "June!" "Morgan?" I squinted at the crowd. "June!" There, at the front of the stage. It was Morgan. "Get out of there!" he yelled. "I'm trying!" I yelled back. I pushed up to my feet and danced around a Dudette and a Bug in a shared headlock, scooped up the trench coat that the ref had taken away, caught up with Morgan at the back of the ring, dropped to my side, and rolled under the ropes. He caught me and got me to my feet. "This way!" I led him to the door that the dude had taken me through. It was easier to see at this end. I yanked it closed behind us and let Morgan and his cell phone flashlight lead the way. We finally stumbled out into the musty air of the hall that stretched outside the dressing rooms. I took a moment to orient myself and squealed when I saw the bright red exit sign. To our left. The door was even open. Morgan went right. "Where are you going?" I yelled at his back. "Looking for Cyrano." Blast. I'd forgotten about the hound. She'd followed me to the stage, but after that, she could have been anywhere. At a T-section, we found the giant, pacing. He had a bloody nose, one of the sleeves had been ripped off of his shirt, and he looked blissfully happy. Morgan had to corner him to get the guy's attention. "Have you seen Cyrano?" A shriek erupted from somewhere up the hall before a greyhound took the corner at full speed and zoomed past, half a sandwich clutched in her jaws. "Grab her!" Morgan yelled. The giant and I both tried. I missed. He stumbled, screamed for dear life, and fell. On top of me. He was off just as quickly, begging my forgiveness and trying to fluff my hair, which was crushed, like the rest of me. I wheezed, fighting for the air that had been squished out of my lungs. "Are you all right?" I smacked away his hands. I'm Kay." Maybe I'd just lay there for a while. Or maybe not. The giant slipped an arm under my head and legs, scooped me up, set me on my feet, and went back to fluffing my hair. Morgan raced back our way. "Check the dressing rooms down there." He pointed toward the red exit sign. I got 2 steps and stopped to smack the giant a couple of times. He'd been trying to follow me. "Check that side." I didn't wait for a reply, just limped away. The first 2 doors were shut and locked. Cyrano wasn't smart enough to do that. The next 2 were open, but there wasn't any sign of the hound. The last door before the exit was open and occupied. I huffed at the bodyguard who'd abandoned his post. "There you are." He ignored me. And then I noticed the other 2 people standing on either side of him, looking down at an iPad resting on his open palms. Tegu and Helen, who had the stuffed kangaroo clutched in one hand. "You," she hissed at me. 21. The missing sister, and here she was, with Tegu. "Ah, Miss Nash," he said. "You were very competent in the ring. Felix and Isaac would have been proud." What's going on? I stood up on tippy toes to peek at the tablet. The screen showed a login page, but the print was small. All I could make out was financial. Oh, it was for a bank. I narrowed my eyes at Tegu. "You're the buyer? You've been with us all day. You could have saved everybody a lot of trouble." "No." He smacked his lips and cocked his head. "I'm a good businessman.
Miss Carmichael is having trouble locating her buyer, and since I'm already here, I thought perhaps acquiring a unique coin might be nice. This was completely unplanned."
"And none of your business," Helen added. "Not true anymore," I said. "If you don't give that coin back, your sister could be in trouble, and she's Morgan's client, and he's my best friend." Wait, was he? Yes, he was. I shrieked his name. He was supposed to be the one that found her, not me. He was the detective, not me. Helen frowned at something over my shoulder, and I glanced back expecting to see Morgan, or the giant. The hall was empty. "My contact was going to pay 900, Helen said to Tegu. He shook his head.
"I doubt it. It's worth,"
he shrugged,
"1 million. I can't make such a small profit work."
"No, you can't," I said. "And you," I turned to Helen, who was probably going to ninja me, but at this point, I didn't care. I'd been through a pretty crappy night, thanks to her. "You need to give the coin back." I braced myself for her attack. Instead, she frowned at something over my shoulder. Again. Geez, at least she could pay attention while I pushed my luck. What were those moves that Kaboom had taught me? I slid my feet a few inches apart, as casually as I could. If she came at me, I'd be ready to probably get tossed.
"I believe,"
Tegu's voice brought me back.
"my last offer was 375. Take it, as they say, or leave it."
"I want 900, Helen said. "I have expenses." Tegu shrugged.
"It's not a seller's market."
"Morgan!" I shrieked, again. Where was he? Where was the giant? Helen looked like she was about to give up on Tegu and run. "You know, the coin is all over the news," I said. "They're looking for the guard from the mint. They know he took it. It won't take long before they've figured out that he was at the pawn shop, and they'll figure out you were too." Her eyes darted from me, back to the door. "What are you looking at?" I turned in time to see Cyrano zoom into the room, tailed by Morgan. "Where have you been?"
"Chasing my dog, 'cause you let go of her."
"Stop bringing her places!" He made a grab for her leash, and it slipped through his fingers as she zoomed past to circle the room. She slipped back out into the hall and then reappeared to do another circuit. Morgan finally realized we weren't alone, did a double take, and straightened up.
"Where's the coin, Helen? You need to return it."
"We've already covered that," I said. The hound flew through another lap, bumped my legs as she zipped past, and knocked me into Morgan. He stumbled, caught the corner of a chair to right himself, and then stuffed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Cyrano skidded to a halt, twitched her ears, shook her head, and lifted her muzzle into the air to sniff. Morgan tiptoed behind her and reached. At the last second, her zoomies kicked in again. Everyone tried to step clear of the hound's path as the giant came thundering in. He saw Helen, cried out her name, and wrapped her into a bear hug. The kangaroo flew out of her hand, and the hound leaped. She caught the stuffed animal between her jaws and kept going. Out the dressing room door, she took a sharp right. Helen screamed, kicked the giant until he let go, and raced after the hound. And in that moment, her attachment to the stuffed animal made sense. "The coin's in the kangaroo!" I yelled. But my declaration wasn't necessary. Everyone else had figured that out too. We all fought our way out into the hall. The bodyguard appeared beside us, his arms stretched out, the gun aimed at Helen. There was a deafening bang, and a chunk of the door frame blew up. I screamed and threw my hands over my ears as Morgan knocked the man's arm to one side and another bullet took out part of a floorboard. When the smoke cleared, the missing sister was gone, and so was Morgan's hound. 22. Tegu called off his bodyguard, and I helped Morgan to his feet. He limped out into the alley and did an awkward 360. There was no sign of the hound, just the security guard playing a game on his cell phone.
"Did you see my dog?"
The guy looked up.
"What dog?"
Morgan put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. He did another uneven 360, favoring his left leg. I'd never seen him look so scared. Not even when we'd been kidnapped by a crazy Dewzer and locked in his basement. "We'll find her," I said. In the distance, I could hear sirens. Someone at the club had called 911. Or maybe it was just typical city noise.
"We need to go high,"
Morgan said. He hobbled over to the fire escape.
"Give me a boost."
There was no way that was happening. "I'll do it," I said. I shrugged off the trench coat and eyed the bottom rung of the fire escape ladder, which was just out of reach. "I'm gonna need a—" And then I was flying. I looked down and saw that the giant had me around the hips and was lifting me up. I zoomed to the bottom of the ladder fast and caught it. The giant kept pushing, and my feet ended up on the rung below my hands. The wind kicked up my cape, and I felt rather silly hanging there with my butt sticking out in the air. Hopefully, no one was nearby taking— A flash lit up the night, and I glanced down as another one went off. I blinked, trying to see around the huge white splotch that had taken out most of my vision, and finally saw a figure below me. It was the security guard. He flashed me a thumbs up. "Go away!" I punctuated that with a few of my favorite words before I climbed up to the first landing where a black woman was sitting in the open window. She was dressed in all purple, head to toe, ankle boots, tinted jeans, a silk blouse, and beaded hair that hung down her back. Beyond her, a few dozen people clutched little plates of food and admired walls covered in art. She gave my outfit a once-over and took a long drag on her joint. "I'm looking for a dog," I said. She blew out the smoke and nodded.
"Aren't we all? Miss Nash,"
a male voice called up from below. I felt the back of my knees go numb as I clutched the railing and looked down. Why was the second floor up so high?
"Miss Nash."
It sounded familiar. I tried to ignore my knees and focus on the street below. The guard had been replaced with Tegu. Of course, it was his voice.
"As always, it has been a pleasure."
He tipped an imaginary hat at me, and he and his bodyguard jogged off. I had to give the man props. He certainly knew when to make an exit.
"Do you see her?"
Morgan called up to me. I tightened my grip on the railing and scanned the area. Flattened cardboard boxes and a dozen or so pallets were stacked against the building next door. A car was parked to one side of the alley, motor running, and at least 2 people inside it were doing things I hoped I would quickly forget. The guy in the dumpster was still there, and waving. I waved back. 3 buildings up, a group of smokers were hanging around an open door, and I could smell Chinese food. My stomach growled, and I patted it. 2 buildings further, I could just make out a shape moving into the light of a street lamp. For a brief moment, I saw Cyrano, and then she blended back into the dark alley. I pointed. "She's going that way!" I took the stairs back to the ground and ran, easily passing the giant and then Morgan, who was doing pretty well considering his sprained ankle. My cape streamed out behind me, and I tugged at the tie around my neck, and then slowed down to look at the knot I'd created. Blast. I couldn't lift it off over my head. It was too tight. Another streetlight lit up the hound as she took a hard left. I caught up and watched Morgan's dog wiggle through a tiny space under a lock that kept both halves of the chain-link fence together. The kangaroo was still in her mouth. "Tell her to drop it." I turned to look at Helen. Where had she come from? "The coin isn't yours. Are you still on that?" I slid a foot back, ready for her. She raised a fist, like she was going to punch, but then changed her mind when Cyrano let out a tiny roo. On the other side of the locked fence, she'd dropped the stuffed toy. "Good boy," Helen said, inching forward. "She's a she." "Whatever." Helen took another step, reaching for the fence, sliding her fingers into a link and giving it a small tug. Cyrano dropped into a play pose, front legs low, skinny butt high in the air, tail slowly turning a circle. "Don't move," I said. "She thinks we're playing." Helen slid a leg through the narrow opening between the fence sections. The chain holding the lock rattled, and the hound dropped her nose to smash the stuffed kangaroo and then bounced a couple of times, but staying high in the air. Don't move or she'll run, I said. I don't care, long as she leaves me the kangaroo. Cyrano, stay! I slapped my back pocket for my cell phone and remembered I wasn't wearing pants. Or real clothes. Helen pulled her leg back through the opening and slid a step away from the dog. I looked you up, she said to me. Okay. Your brother's fans don't like you. Tell me something I don't know. That coin is my seed money. I'm starting over. She was moving backward now, one foot sliding behind the other, her pace even and slow, her eyes staying on the hound. It's stolen, I said. I felt like a broken record. Wouldn't you want to start over if you could? She asked. Can you imagine how different things would be for you if you had a fresh start? That was the last thing I wanted. I loved my life, prior to the whole up in space thing that Dewey currently had going on. I don't need a fresh start, I said. She nodded. Fine, but I do. Then she ran at the fence. Cyrano grabbed the stuffed kangaroo and took off as Helen leaped halfway up the chain link and climbed to the top. She did a flip and dropped to the ground, sticking another superhero landing before she raced after the hound. I backed up. I could do that. I could climb the fence. I could catch up. I could save Cyrano. And then I noticed the gap at the wall. That would work too. I squeezed through as the hound and then Helen took a sharp right. I kicked up my speed, skidded around the corner as a bottle smashed against the wall just above my head. I stumbled away from the flying glass, wiping cheap vodka off my face with my cape. It was the guy from the dumpster, pushing a shopping cart full of junk. How had he gotten in front of us? You're not a hero, he screamed at me. She's the bad guy, I yelled back. The hound was almost to the top of the alley, and I could see traffic in a holding pattern, probably waiting on a light. Helen was only a few feet behind. If she didn't hurt the hound, a car might. I needed to get past this joker. I grabbed the edges of my cape and spread it out. Join me in the fight for justice, I yelled at the top of my lungs. The guy dug around in his shopping cart, lifted another bottle, and tossed it at me. I pulled the cape over my face and the bottle bounced off. Plastic, thank goodness. I let the yellow fabric drop and then took off, running right at the guy. He threw out his arms, trying to stop me. I gave him the gentlest shove that I could and knocked him off his feet. Sorry, I yelled as I raced to the traffic-filled street. I skidded to a halt, working my way through a crowd that had come out of nowhere, bouncing off a lady holding a ginormous popcorn bucket. It slipped from her hands and dropped to the sidewalk. That was $15, she shrieked. Sorry, I said. Have you seen a greyhound? I know you. No, you don't. I lifted my cape to block the picture she was trying to take, but not in time. Her cell phone's flash went off, blinding me. I rubbed at my eyes and stumbled backwards, and heard a squeal of brakes and blinked at the car that had almost hit me. At least it wasn't a cop. Wait, I knew the passenger in the front seat. It was the security guard from the parley. The one who had been helping Morgan. Maybe he'd called her. Maybe she'd already found Cyrano. I leaned to look in the back seat. Blue and red flashing lights lit up my world, and the guy behind the wheel lifted a finger and pointed it at me. And then a look of recognition spread over his face, and he shook his head. Blast. It was the security guard's brother. The cop. 23. The cop wasn't interested in my story. At all. I explained why I was wearing a cape. I was undercover. Why I was running. I was trying to recover $1 million coin. Why I'd bumped into the woman. She was in the way. Why I'd knocked over that homeless guy. So was he. And one more time, why I was wearing a cape. All the cop kept saying was that I shouldn't drink so much, and maybe I needed to sleep it off. I should have just stuck to the missing coin story. He read me my rights, said he'd pass the info on the coin to a detective, stuffed me in the back of a police car, told his sister he'd see her later, told me to be quiet when I asked her to call Morgan, and took me to jail. No one at the police station gave me a second look, mostly because I wasn't all that interesting. 2 other people were in capes. 4 guys in blankets were naked, I knew because they kept sharing, and 3 little old ladies on a bench kept throwing mahjong tiles at each other. One hit me in the face, which I threw back when no one was looking. I was taken to a window where they asked me to empty my pockets, which I didn't have, and they took my shoes. A nice kid, who was carrying a stack of pizzas, set them down to help me undo the knot under my chin, and I gave the cop my cape. Good riddance. Though now, I felt exposed. A drunk lady behind me kept tugging on my leotard and asking what the D stood for. I wanted to make my phone call, but I was told I had to be processed first. They took my fingerprints, and I flashed on an image of Warren Mitchell, the sheriff in my little hometown, and my mom's sometimes boyfriend, being woken up in the middle of the night with a phone call. I wasn't going to tell these cops about him, but I'm sure someone, somewhere, would figure it out and let him know. Cops all seem to stick together. Mom was in Cape Canaveral for Dewey's Universal Classroom, which I'd completely forgotten about, so Warren wouldn't be able to tell her about my arrest right away. The only good thing was, I didn't have my cell phone, so I'd be spared a lecture. For now. I asked the cop who was taking my mugshot what day it was. I felt like I'd been in this silly outfit for weeks. Maybe I'd already missed the classroom. Maybe Mom would end up being the one to bail me out. Maybe the cops would leave me in my cell until she was finished regaling me with some unrelated anecdote about why New York itself was going to fall into the sea because I've been arrested. The cop cleared her throat. "It's Friday," she said. "I know it's hard to remember things like that when you're busy saving the world." I let her laugh at her joke, and I was led away. Next up was my phone call. I couldn't remember Morgan's number, so I looked up the parley in a phone book they provided. Beth wasn't there. I left a message, telling the clerk who answered that it was urgent she call Beth and tell her to tell Morgan that I'd been arrested. I gave the clerk the number for the police station and made her repeat it twice. I didn't think to ask for Morgan's security guard friend until I'd hung up, and the cop in charge wouldn't let me make another call. She'd seen me get arrested, though, so she'd probably already told him. Someone else took me down the hall, through several locked doors, and deposited me into a crowded cell. A good share of my new companions were trying to sleep it off, so there was nowhere to sit. I used my wrestler swagger to part the crowd and might have growled at one of the mahjong tossers. I worked my way over to a corner and leaned against the bars. No need to sit down. I'd probably be the first one sprung. I ended up being last. One by one, the others made bail. I couldn't see a clock, but I knew I'd been there for hours, maybe even days. Where was Morgan? Beth must have gotten my message. Where was he? A few times, cops would wander past, looking at their cell phones, and I tried to get their attention. Most ignored me. Eventually, I gave up and stretched out on an empty bench. An earthquake woke me up. Wait, it wasn't the earth shaking. It was a cop kicking one of the legs to my bench.
"I thought you were dead,"
he said.
"I was getting ready to call the coroner."
Funny. I was led back through the locked doors to the counter, where they returned my stuff. I threw the cape in the trash and slipped on the shoes. Now what? I asked the cop behind the plexiglass window.
"You go back to your home planet?"
I gave him the look I usually reserved for Dewzers, and he shrugged.
"Or you can go home,"
he said.
"Lobby's through that door behind you."
I got 2 steps and rubbed my arms. Somebody had cranked the air conditioner, and it might be colder outside. I went back to the trash and had to fight a drunk for the cape. I found Morgan out in the lobby, playing on his phone and wearing my trench coat. Under his feet, the hound was snoozing away. I knelt down to scratch her neck. He found her. Morgan tucked his phone away and stood up.
"I am so sorry I didn't get here sooner. Beth put a notice up on her Instagram page about Cyrano being lost, and all her followers came through. Every time we got a sighting, she'd be gone by the time we got there. I've been all over the city, twice. Someone in Soho finally caught her and held on to her until we arrived."
And then he sighed.
"I'm absolutely exhausted."
"Well, at least she wasn't rotting away in a police station holding tank," I said. "Give me the trench coat."
"Are you cold?"
Morgan asked. Exposed. I didn't fit in with the crowd anymore, and people were starting to stare. And take photos.
Of course.
He shrugged off the jacket, and I wrapped it around my shoulders. I couldn't put my arms through the sleeves because of the cape, and I was too exhausted to take it off. Outside, Morgan hailed a cab. Cyrano climbed up on the seat between us, and I realized the kangaroo was gone. What happened with the coin? Morgan shrugged.
We never found it. It could be out there anywhere.
And Helen could have it? I wasn't sure why that bothered me so much. He shrugged.
I updated Faith.
He waited a moment and added,
The woman who hired me.
I know who she is. I just wasn't going to admit that I'd forgotten her name. Are all your cases like this? I asked.
To tell you the truth, this is my first real case.
I thought you'd been doing this for like a year.
I have. This is just my first solo case.
And you couldn't have told me this sooner?
Does it matter?
Did it? Would things have turned out any differently? Maybe. Maybe not. I guess it really didn't matter. He slouched down in the seat.
I thought we'd find the coin.
Sorry, I said. Not that it was my fault. He bumped my shoulder with his.
It's okay, though.
He held his hands up like he was framing a picture.
A banner on my website about solving a $1 million coin heist would have looked great.
You have a website?
Not yet,
he said. The cab pulled into the hotel's parking lot, and I grabbed hold of Cyrano's leash before opening my door. We didn't need to lose her again. I let Morgan pay, and I got out, and almost cried when I saw the stretch limo parked in front, and the driver holding up a little sign with my name on it. It was my limo to the airport. It's me, I yelled to him. I'm June Nash. I grabbed Morgan in the side. Could you please go to my room and grab my stuff? I won't let the jet leave without you. He looked at his watch and started to mutter something about the time, but I waved him off. I climbed into the back of the limo and sank into the thick leather seat. The driver closed the door, and moments later the partition lowered, and he looked back at me.
We're cutting it close, he said. But if you want to stop and change on the way, everyone will understand.
I waved my hand at him and yawned.
This is fine for now.
Morgan would meet me on the plane, and I could change before we landed. No one outside of the few people who had spotted me in the city would know I'd ever been in this outfit. I slipped out of the trench coat, it was warm in the limo, and leaned back in my seat. I woke up when the car bounced over a speed bump. We were pulling into a parking garage. I picked up a little phone beside me, and the driver answered.
Hello?
Can't you drive out directly to the jet? There was a moment of silence.
I'm sorry?
Don't worry about it, I said, hanging up the phone. We probably had to go to a different area for departures. The limo parked, and my door opened. The driver offered a hand as I got out.
It's this way,
he said. I followed him to an elevator. There were a lot of floors for an airport. He punched the button for floor 9, and I held up my trench coat. Can you help me throw this over my shoulders?
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'd hate for anyone to see me like this. He gave me an odd look, but didn't say anything. There was a ding, and the elevator doors opened. The corridor was artificially bright and active. Men in suits and women in high heels and skirts moved up and down the halls as if their lives depended on it. A guy in his early 20s jogged over and put a hand to his chest as he tried to catch his breath.
I was worried you weren't going to...
His eyes traveled up and down my outfit. Twice.
Make it,
he finally said. Another guy showed up with a clipboard and a pair of headphones around his neck.
Have a nice show, ma'am,
the limo driver said. Show? I glanced back over my shoulder as the elevator doors closed. Wait, this wasn't the airport. This was that stupid morning program that Sarah had booked me on. I think there's been a mistake, I said.
Yeah, you're late.
The guy with the headphones slipped a hand under my left armpit, and the first guy took the right side, and they started moving me up the hall. My feet were barely touching the floor.
You celebrities are all the same,
headphone guy said.
How does she look?
The guy on my right leaned forward to peek at my face and shrugged.
There's no time for makeup.
And then we were through a set of double doors, and the temperature went up 20 degrees. Cameras were positioned in front of a quaint living room set where a polished-looking woman in a pink pantsuit was reviewing a stack of index cards. One of the guys snatched off my trench coat, and the woman's eyes widened with excitement. This was not going to be good. 24. I managed to get my trench coat back on before half a dozen people turned and aimed their cell phones at me, which I thought was rather rude. Wasn't I a guest? During the interview, the woman didn't seem to want to talk about Dewey's show and kept trying to circle back to my yellow tights and what was under my trench coat. All I'd say was that it had been an interesting stay in New York and that I was looking forward to my brother's universal classroom on Sunday. All in all, I thought I handled it pretty well. When the limo came back to pick me up, the first thing I did was ask where it was taking me. I could be taught. The driver said airport, and I climbed in and poured myself a shot of Zacapa. Morgan was already on the jet when we arrived, and from his expression, I knew he was dying to ask. Just say it. Good interview. Just point me to my suitcase. Once I'd gotten out of the silly outfit, I shooed Cyrano off the sofa and closed my eyes. You want some breakfast? Morgan's voice sounded odd. I opened an eye and saw that he was talking to the dog. It didn't matter, though. I wasn't hungry. I woke up when we landed, said no when the pilot asked if I wanted the costume, and grabbed a cab to my apartment. I took a shower, wrapped my wet hair in a towel and my exhausted body in a terry cloth robe before I sprawled out on the couch to check my cell phone for messages. There were 47. The first 3 were from my mom. She'd seen my interview and wanted to know why I'd worn a trench coat on national TV. I scanned the numbers of the other 44 calls. Most were from her, so I deleted them all. It was easier that way. I turned on the TV and reached over to scratch Cyrano, who wasn't there. Which was fine. I didn't miss her. I didn't. I snuggled under a blanket and started channel surfing. There had to be something good on. When I woke up, I ordered Thai food. I ate at the kitchen table so I wouldn't fall asleep again. It wasn't even 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I went back to the couch, wide awake and ready to watch one of the many movies I'd missed in theaters. I woke up when the phone rang. I shielded my eyes from the light pouring in through the slats in the blinds and checked the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. I checked caller ID. Who in the world was... Oh, it was my NASA guy. What was his name again? Doug? Raphael? George? Maybe he'd say it. Hello?
Good morning, June.
A male voice whispered.
I'm sorry to wake you so early. It's Charlie, your NASA liaison.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie. I needed to write that down. Hi, Charlie, I whispered back. What's up? Or I could just say his name a lot and maybe I'd remember it.
I think you need to come down here,
he whispered. I sat up and my stomach tumbled. Am I late for the classroom, Charlie?
No, that's later this afternoon.
I don't think I need any more rehearsal. I left off his name because it was starting to feel weird saying it so much. Earlier in the week, we'd gone over the entire show, multiple times. It would be a piece of cake. I'd have a stack of index cards and would play moderator, asking questions that Dewey would answer. Then, at the end, I'd invite Dewzers up to a microphone to ask Dewey their questions. I'd even been guaranteed that the camera would spend a minimum amount of time on me.
It's not about the show,
he said. Why are you whispering?
You got a delivery.
I didn't order anything.
I think it's a gift.
Ooh, someone sent me a present? Who's it from?
There's no name, just initials. TB.
It had to be Tegu, which was really sweet, and hopefully not illegal. Can you send it to my apartment?
You really should come down and see it.
Maybe it was a car. Okay. I was getting tired of all the taxis. I must have complained about that in front of him. He was really sweet to remember.
When you get here, don't say anything to anyone. Just go to the main gate. I've left a golf cart for you.
Why?
Because you'll be arriving in a taxi, right?
Ah, he'd remembered I was carless.
Once you're on site, go to building 1270.
Unless that was a garage, I wasn't getting a car. I called a taxi, had him wait while I ran into the drugstore and got a crappy temporary purse, and then had him hit the drive-thru for a breakfast biscuit. When I arrived at Cape Canaveral, there was a little red golf cart waiting for me. I asked about my destination, and the guard gave me a map. Be careful of the runners today.
The who?
The races started at 5.
Oh, yeah. The tour guide had said something about that when I'd been hiding from Sarah. I drove slow, spotted runners in the distance, but didn't see any going my way. Eventually, the directions led to a long, barn-like building. That could have been a garage. Maybe my present was a car. I parked and waved to Charlie, who was giving me the hurry-up signal. I jogged over, which seemed to make him happy, got a quick hello, and was shoved through a door. It was a garage, filled with yard stuff, and industrial-strength lawnmowers. I didn't see any ribbons or bows, which made me happy. Yard stuff would have been a crappy present. So where is my package? Charlie walked me over to a crate. It was big, 6 feet high, 4 feet wide, and covered in small holes. Uh-oh. Could those be air holes? There was a note taped to the side with my name on it. Charlie wasn't reaching for it, so I tiptoed over and gently pried it off. Something inside the box shifted, and I moved back a few feet. Why didn't you tell me there was a note? It might have been personal. He was useless. I tore open the envelope and unfolded a slip of paper. Dear June, a little something to commemorate our time together. Nos vemos pronto. T. P.S. He doesn't like loud noises. I shoved the note into a pocket and eyed the crate. He? What do you think's in there? It was my turn to whisper. 25. Whatever it was moving around again, and it sounded big. We backed up a few more feet. I don't think it's a dog, I said. What if it's a bear? Charlie was still whispering. I wanted to smack him. Why would you say that? Are you trying to jinx me? Should we open the box? How about we call animal control instead? Charlie shrugged and looked down at his feet. He was actually disappointed. Aren't you at least curious? No, I don't have that kind of luck. I'd left my purse in the cart, but my cell phone was in my back pocket. I tugged it out. No service. For a state-of-the-art we shoot rockets into space outfit, they had crappy phone service. Do you have any bars, Charlie? He shook his head and then pointed at something behind me. But there's a landline. I followed his line of sight. And there was a directory, too. I thumbed through it, looking for city services, and froze when I heard a little kid shriek. I whipped around and clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle the scream. There was a kangaroo standing over Charlie, who was flat on his back and rubbing his jaw. You opened the box! It kicked me. He doesn't like loud noises, I whispered. How do you know that? It was in the note. You could have said... His voice hit a high pitch at the end, and the kangaroo leaned back on its tail and kicked him again. Charlie rolled away from it and staggered over to one of the mowers and hustled up into the driver's seat. While the kangaroo was busy trying to decide if it wanted to climb up after him, I found my way up onto a mower of my own. The animal finally decided that we weren't interesting after all, and started grooming itself. Okay, so no loud noises, Charlie whispered. Why did you let it out? I whispered back. I was curious. Are you happy now? He rubbed his jaw. Not particularly. Why would someone send you a kangaroo? It's a long story. He looked disappointed. That I'll tell you all about some other time. He grinned. Maybe over dinner? He was cute, but I didn't need any more idiots in my life, so I ignored the suggestion. Was it even legal to own a kangaroo? And if it was, why would I want one? Was this a sick joke? Or maybe this was Tegu's way of telling me that he'd somehow gotten the coin. Last time I talked to Morgan, no one had turned in the stuffed kangaroo, and it hadn't been mentioned on the news. Chances were good, it was still out there. My present finished grooming itself and hopped over to look up at Charlie. Can you get a picture? He asked. Really? You want people to know you were cornered by a kangaroo? He scoffed. When's this ever going to happen again? It'll probably go viral. Then he got out his own phone. I can take one of you if it gets close enough. That was a terrible idea. Please don't, I said.
There's a zillion Dewzers gathering right now for Dewey's universal classroom. If they find out I have a live kangaroo, they'll crucify me. It's got to be illegal to own one. The kangaroo got bored and started hopping around the room.
If he gets back in the crate, Charlie said, shut the door.
Why can't you shut the door?
You're closer.
He was truly useless. We watched the animal hop around the room for a while. It didn't seem interested in any of the mowers, and all of the blades looked low enough that I didn't think he could hurt himself. After a while, I couldn't see him anymore. He was somewhere on the other side of the room. I think we're okay for a while. I climbed down off my mower. I need to get over to the auditorium. Make sure nobody comes in here while you're waiting for animal control. I got halfway out the door and leaned back in. And don't forget to call animal control. I didn't wait for an answer. I got in my little golf cart and punched the gas. I could see runners in the distance, but none were road hazards on my drive over to the universal classroom. Inside, I peeked in the auditorium we'd be using for the show. Sarah Sunshine was already on the stage, moving things around. I wasn't quite ready for a dose of enthusiasm, and her back was to me, so I hustled out of there. I was on my way to the cafeteria when a blonde woman stopped me. I am so glad I found you. It was the missing girl's sister. Blast. How much did she know? Have you talked to Morgan? He filled me in, she said, leading me to one side of the hall. The police are still looking for Helen, but they haven't told me much. I'm sorry, I said. It must have been tough to find out that her sister was a criminal. I guess you just never really know anyone, do you? She leaned against the wall and rubbed a hand over her face. People are going to find out about this. I'm so embarrassed. You shouldn't be, I said. It has nothing to do with you. She smiled at me, and I had a bad feeling that I was about to get a hug. She leaned forward, her arm reaching, and I heard my name. Faith froze, looking past me, and I followed her line of sight. Sarah Sunshine was coming our way, flashing a couple dozen pearly whites and extending her arms. Uh-oh. She closed the distance and pulled me into a hug. I heard about your horrible weekend. Oh no. If Sarah knew, then Mom knew. Who told you? Morgan, she said. I'd kill him later. I'm so sorry you weren't able to do the race this morning, she said. Was I supposed to? She opened a folder and produced a piece of paper that looked like it was made of cloth. There was a giant 519 in the middle, and little safety pins dangled from all four corners. I thought maybe you might want it anyway. If it would make her go away, sure. I folded it up and shoved it into a back pocket. I'd toss it later. Do you mind, Sarah asked Faith, if I borrowed June? She turned my shoulder and started walking me away, not waiting for an answer. I've been trying to get a hold of you, she said. Really? She was probably in that group of calls I'd deleted last night. Yes, all morning. So there were new messages that I needed to delete. Someone left something for you at the gate, she said. Ooh, another present. Maybe this one was better. I told them that I could hold on to it for you, she said, patting her purse, which meant it probably wasn't another wild animal. What is it? Somebody must love you, she said, 'cause this little guy is pretty trashed. Most people might have thrown it away. She unzipped her purse, reached in, and pulled out something small and brown. It was Helen's kangaroo. 26. I needed to call Morgan, or the police. What happened to his face? Sarah kissed a finger and pressed it to the spots where the glass eyes had been. It's a long story. One of Beth's followers must have found it and sent it here. Could the coin still be inside? I gave the animal a squeeze. Just under the pocket, where the fabric had been sewn shut, I could feel the faint outline of something round. Why hadn't I noticed that before? I ran a finger over the toy's soft fur. Drool-free fur. I hadn't really touched it before because it had been in Cyrano's mouth. Someone had washed it. Well, maybe you can tell me all about it at breakfast. I haven't eaten yet. I wish I could, but I jerked a thumb behind me and ran. I could have called Morgan right there, or texted him, but this was a good way to ditch Sarah Sunshine. I found an empty room. Sofas, chairs, a coffee station, donuts on the table. Perfect. I picked out one that looked like it was filled with jelly and sat down to dial Morgan. He answered on the third ring. "You'll never guess what I'm holding," I said, squeezing the stuffed kangaroo. "Good morning. You'll never guess what I'm holding," he said. Ew, I didn't like his tone. "A check. Faith actually paid me." "Get over here, fast." "Where are you?" "Cape Canaveral." "What's going on? Dewey's talk isn't until this afternoon." "Somebody knew we were missing the kangaroo, and they left it for me at the front gate." "It must have been Beth's photos." "That's what I'm thinking." "I bet one of her followers saw you on the morning show yesterday and knew where you were going to be today. Where are you right now?" The door opened, and Faith stepped in. I slid the kangaroo into my lap and moved my chair closer to the table. It probably wasn't a good idea to let her see it. It'd make her sad. This was evidence against her sister. She gave me a weary head bob and drifted over to the coffee pot. I twisted in my seat and lowered my voice. "Getting some coffee near the auditorium." "I know the room," he said. "Stay there. Hurry." Faith poured her coffee, added some sugar and cream, and leaned back against the counter to take a sip. "You don't have to hide it, you know." "Hide what?" "You have my sister's stuffed kangaroo." No point in denying it. There was nothing she could do. The police would get her sister's fingerprints off the coin, and it would be all over. I set the stuffed animal on the table in front of me. Faith set down her cup and actually laughed. "Thank God. You're glad to see this?" "You bet I am." "But that's evidence against your sister." "That's not all it is." Uh-oh. She lifted her hand and pointed a finger at me. "It's also our chance to start over." "Why do we need to start over?" "I wasn't talking to you." Of course she wasn't. She was talking to Helen, who was standing in the open door behind me. Just past her shoulder, I could see a black car, its engine running. "You're both in on it?" "She's my sister." "You said she embarrassed you." "She does." Faith splashed some more cream into her coffee. "The moron keeps losing our barber." Helen slammed a fist into her palm. "Not my fault." "Wait." I needed to stall them. Morgan was on his way. "Why did you hire a detective?" "Because she wasn't where she was supposed to be." Helen smacked her palm again. "Not my fault. Pete figured out where I was. Now would you please get my kangaroo?" Faith closed the distance between us and reached for the stuffed animal as I snatched it off the table. A tug of war ensued until she pinched my wrist and I let go. She smacked herself in the mouth, stumbled back a few steps, and spit out a few of my favorite words. "Composure, sweetie," Helen said. Faith let out a deep breath. "Right. Make sure it's still there." Faith squished the kangaroo in her fingers and found the spot where the coin had been sewn in. She nodded her head, tossed the toy to her sister, and grabbed a handful of my hair. I tried to pull away. "You have the coin. Let me go." "And have you call your boyfriend?" "Morgan is not my boyfriend." She shoved me toward the door. "Move." "There's people all over the building," I said. "You're not going to get away." Faith grabbed another handful of my hair, this time closer to the scalp. "I'm pretty sure we will." She got me to the door where Helen yanked me outside and the door slammed behind us. Faith shoved me toward the running car and I dug in my heels. I'd been tossed in more than a few trunks over the years. I wasn't going to do it willingly. She walked me over to the back door, which was an improvement, but that didn't matter. There was no way I was letting them kidnap me. Faith tightened her grip. "Get in." "No," I said. "What are you going to do about it?" She grinned and said, "Helen?" Her sister turned, and a fist came flying at my face. 27. I had just enough time to pivot to my right, and Helen's fist grazed the side of my head. It was still enough to knock me on my butt. She yanked me back to my feet, dug my cell phone out of my pocket, and tossed it to Faith. "Get in the car," Helen said. I knew what was going to happen if I said no, but I said it anyway. She dug her nails into my arm, dragged me to the car, and popped me in the side, just under the ribs. I coughed, hunched over, and was shoved into the back seat. I recovered enough to scoot over and try to get out the other door. It was locked. Helen got in next to me. "Don't make me punch you again." Faith started up the car, cut across the parking lot, and took a road that led away from the gate. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to visualize how I'd look with a buzz cut. "Shut up," Helen said. As we passed a field, Faith rolled down her window and tossed out my phone. I really needed one of those buy a bunch of phones you're going to lose and get a bunch free plans. We rode in silence until a long, barn-like building appeared in the distance. Hey, I knew that building. Was that where we were going? Could I be that lucky? And then Faith was pulling up in front of it and parking next to the door, where a handwritten sign read, "Keep out." Maybe my luck was turning. And then Helen grabbed a handful of my hair and dragged me out of the car. "Stop pulling my hair!" She let go when I was standing next to the car. "Walk." She motioned to the building. I went over to the door, wished there'd been a glass window so I could see inside, and checked the knob. Maybe my NASA guy had locked it. It turned easily. Blast. I opened the door just enough to peek in. What if the kangaroo was right there, waiting for us to come back? "What are you doing?" Faith yanked the door open, and I was shoved inside. I skidded to a halt, a few steps in, and did a quick glance around. No sign of an angry kangaroo who didn't like loud noises. "Stand over there." Faith pointed to a spot next to a big piece of machinery that had a flat shovel on the front. If the kangaroo showed up, I could climb up into the driver's seat and be safe. Or I could just go back out the door. It's not like either of the women had guns. "No," I said. Helen closed the distance between us in 2 steps and got right in my face. "I will hurt you," she said. "A lot." "Okay." I went over to the shovel machine. Faith took off her sunglasses and did a 360, checking out the landscaping vehicles. She pointed at the mower that my NASA guy had taken refuge on, hung her sunglasses on the front of her shirt, and she and Helen began to whisper. I couldn't make out everything they were saying, but I did pick up the words blood and garbage bags. My only hope was the kangaroo. If it was still in the garage, I had a chance. As casually as I could, I slid each of my feet back an inch or 2 at a time until I felt the shovel against the heels of my sneakers. Then I sucked in a breath and screamed at the top of my lungs. Both women turned to look at me, and Helen took a step closer. "Would you shut—" Something clattered to the floor and echoed across the garage. Everyone froze. "What was that?" Helen asked. Faith came over and grabbed a handful of my hair. I was starting to warm to the idea of a bob. "Go check," she said to her sister. Helen tossed her the kangaroo and tiptoed around a mower. We watched her slowly work her way around all the pieces of lawn equipment, looking under and around things, until she reached the other side of the garage. "I don't see anything," she shouted. And then there was a flash of light brown, and with a yelp, she was knocked out of sight. "Helen!" Faith yelled. She tightened her grip on my hair. "Who's over there?" I think the kangaroo got her. "The what?" And then she was looking at something over my shoulder. Her eyes widened, and she let go of my hair and ran. I didn't need to look to know what had scared her. I barely beat her through the door, and we both pulled it shut as something slammed into it from the other side. We screamed and jumped back. And then Faith screamed again, and I turned around. A guy in a U of M t-shirt and shorts was fighting her for the stuffed kangaroo. Hey, it was Frat Boy. He leaned back on a foot and punched her, just like Helen had punched me. But she didn't think to pivot. His fist made contact, and she dropped onto her back, cradling her chin. Frat Boy picked up the kangaroo, squished the center area, obviously found the coin, and grinned down at her. Then he waved to me. "See you around, Cupcake." I took a step, and he lifted up his t-shirt. The gun was tucked into the waistband of his shorts. Beside me, Faith climbed to her feet and leaned a hand against the side of the building. Frat Boy gave her another wave and got in his car. He shifted it into gear and began to back out. Pushing off the building, she ran after him, got the driver's door opened, and there was a lot of slapping and grabbing, and then the car took a sharp right and drove straight into the side of the building, with Faith hanging onto the door. She flew off, rolled into the grass, and didn't move. Frat Boy tried to back up his car, but the engine sputtered and died. He stumbled out the open door, wiped at the blood on his forehead, and took off across the field. I ran over to check on Faith. She had a pulse, and she didn't seem to be bleeding. "Can you hear me? Are you all right?"
"I hate you," she mumbled, "and I hate your brother."
She'd live. I didn't see the stuffed kangaroo on the ground near her, or in the car, which meant that Frat Boy had it, and he was getting away. "Where are your car keys?" I asked. She moaned.
"Helen
has them?" I looked over at the garage, where my present was currently living.
"Help her,"
Faith whispered. 28. I didn't even need to think about that request. Helen was on her own. There was no way I was going back in there without animal control. I jogged over to Frat Boy's car. He'd left the keys, but the hood was pretty much an accordion. Even if the engine had started, there was no way I'd be able to see over all the crumples to drive. I got back out and kicked something hard with my foot. It was Frat Boy's gun. I ran my foot along the grass beside it. I didn't want to leave it. I didn't want to take it. Too many innocents around. I got back in the car and hit the trunk release. Nothing happened. Good. I used the keys to get it open and tossed in the gun. And then the keys, before slamming it shut. Faith didn't look like she was in any shape to come after me, but better safe than dead. I went back over to check on her. She was still flat on her back, but at least her eyes were open, and she was rubbing her head. "Give me your cell," I said. She spat at me, and ended up with a loogie on her own shirt. Ew. I patted down her pockets, but didn't find a phone. Blast. If Frat Boy managed to get out of Canaveral, he'd sell the coin, and Morgan would never get over his missed opportunity to solve the $1 million heist. I hated for him to lose out on his website banner. For Morgan's sake, I couldn't let Frat Boy get away. I took Faith's sunglasses, she wouldn't be needing them, and jogged to a hill across the gravel road. I did a 360 when I got to the top. There was a lot of grass, and more hills, and a long chain-link fence that stretched off into the distance. Frat Boy might have gone over it. I didn't see any warning signs that it was electrified. Still, I couldn't see him doing what Helen had done back in New York. He didn't look like he had any real muscles for climbing, and he'd just been in a car accident. Chances were good he was still on the grounds. I kept scanning. Back around to the garage. Nothing there. Just Faith. She'd gotten up and was over at the door with the keep out sign on it. Just staring. Probably trying to decide how much she really liked her sister. I didn't have to worry about them. Neither one was going anywhere anytime soon. Nothing to my left. Nothing to my... Ooh. There was a bouncy castle, about a half a mile up the road, with a long, thin line of runners stretching out to a point in the distance. That had to be the race that Sarah had mentioned. Maybe Frat Boy had melted into the crowd. I needed to know. By the time I'd reached the start, there was a stitch in my side. And it wasn't a castle, it was an arch. I stopped to catch my breath and squint at the crowd disappearing into the distance. There was no way I was going to catch up. Maybe it was better just to call the cops and let them sort it all out. Morgan would solve other cases and still get that banner on his website. Probably.
"Excuse me."
I turned to look at a tiny white lady who had that "come to my house, I just made cookies" feel about her. She was practically swimming in an oversized Race to Space volunteer t-shirt and had a big, goofy grin on her face.
"Are you in the 10K? It just started. Where's your bib, dear?"
My what?
"Ah, you need to pin it to your shirt."
She pointed at my butt. I slapped a hand against my back pocket and pulled out a folded piece of shiny, smooth paper and shook it open. There was a giant number on the front of it and little safety pins dangling from each corner. Oh, yeah. It was that thing that Sarah had given me.
"Do you need help putting it on?"
and before I could say no, it was hanging from my shirt. For an old lady, she was fast. "Thanks," I said. "You wouldn't happen to have a cell phone I could borrow, would you?" She gave me another goofy grin. "Of course, dear." She tugged a huge iPhone out of a pocket and fiddled with the screen, frowned, and fiddled some more. "Well, shoot, dear. My battery is dead." She held it up as if I needed confirmation. "I must not have plugged it in last night." "Is it turned on?" I asked. Her face brightened. "Maybe it's not. I have so much trouble with these electronic devices. I would never have bought one for myself. My grandkids got me this for Christmas. I'm supposed to do pictures with it. Somehow." I took it from her and checked it out. Nope, it was dead. I bobbed my head at a golf cart, off to one side. How about a ride to the front gate? The guard there would have a phone that worked, or at least a panic button that could summon the police. "You're not even going to run a little of the race?" Her smile turned into a pout, like I was ruining her day. "It's a great course, and there's a whole lot of super cool capsules and rockets from America's race to space." Ah, like her t-shirt. "Maybe some other time," I said. "I really do need to get to a phone." "Well, hang on then, dear." She tugged a walkie-talkie out of her back pocket and mumbled into the speaker. A moment later, a garbled voice mumbled back. "Your ride is on its way," she said. About 2 minutes later, a golf cart showed up. The driver was a pale white girl who looked like she'd never driven anything larger than a big wheel. I got in the passenger seat and felt around for a seatbelt. She hit the gas, the cart lurched forward, and we zoomed off. "Have you got a cell phone I can borrow?" "My mom won't let me have one while I'm driving." So she was really young. "How about a ride to the front gate?" "My mom said I have to stay on the course." And a mama's girl. "You want a water?" "Sure," I said. She passed me a tiny bottle. "How come you dropped out of the race?" "I wasn't really signed up for it," I said. She twisted in her seat to look at my shirt. "You've got a bib." "Somebody gave it to me." "That's not your bib. You're not supposed to run with someone else's bib." The cart slowed down. Was she going to kick me out? She twisted again to look at my shirt. "Are you June Nash?" Ooh, was she a Dewzer? Maybe if I promised her an 8x10 glossy of my brother in his space outfit, she'd drive me to the front gate. "It's okay then. Your name's on the bib." I stretched my shirt out to look. Hey, my name was on there, right at the bottom. "So why'd you drop out of the race?" "I wasn't really running in it. I was just trying to catch up to this guy." "Is he your boyfriend?" Ew. "No, he's just this jerk." She nodded. "Xander and I used to play Zombie Lunch online, but then Elsbeth got a pool, and now he's always over there. Guys suck. They do." We rode the rest of the way in silence, and she didn't slow down until another blow-up archway labeled Finish came into view. She veered to the left, staying away from the runners. As people crossed beneath the arch, names and numbers were announced over a loudspeaker. "Do you see your boyfriend?" I scanned the runners. Some were standing near the finish, applauding. Some were holding their sides and limping around. Some were eating pizza and drinking beer? Huh. I wouldn't have put those together with running, but I certainly wasn't against it. Maybe Frat Boy was still on the course. Maybe he had gotten out of Canaveral and was already selling the coin. Poor Morgan. My driver circled the crowd and stopped at the edge of a long, wide driveway filled with buses. In front of us, lines led to booths for pizza and beer, and another one was wrapped around the side of an enormous metal building. I could make out an airplane wing just inside an open door. "What's that over there?" "The hangar. The line's in there for the bus back to your car." "You think there might be a phone?" My driver shrugged. A guy limped past us, stuffing a folded slice of pizza into his mouth. My stomach gurgled, and my eyes drifted back to the pizza line. I squinted, looking for a price list, and didn't see one. Maybe they'd take an IOU, or a glossy 8x10 of Astronaut Dewey. Then I saw something amazing. The lady manning the food booth was tearing a little strip of paper off the safety-pinned bibs and exchanging them for a slice. What a great idea! Was it the same thing for the beer? I couldn't see the front of that line. There was a guy in the way. Wait, that was no guy. It was Frat Boy. He had his back to me, and I might not have noticed him, except for the fact that he was tossing the stuffed kangaroo into the air and catching it. The guy was actually hanging around like he didn't have a care in the world. What a jerk. Who's a jerk? I looked over at the teen. Had I said that out loud? Did you spot your boyfriend? I pointed. There, with the stuffed kangaroo. If I could get to a phone, I could call the cops, and they could catch him before he made it off Canaveral. Did you give him the stuffed kangaroo? The teen asked. I gave Xander a stuffed crocodile, and he gave it to Elsbeth. What a jerk, I said. Want me to run him over? She gunned the gas and giggled. Just kidding. But she looked dead serious. Or I could help you get it back. And before I could answer, she jumped out of the cart. I'll create a diversion. You grab the kangaroo. And then she was running. Blast, she was going to scare him away. I leaped out of the cart, ready to tackle her, but she was fast. Really fast. She made it over to the beer line and bumped into the guy in front of Frat Boy and fell down, clutching her leg. A small crowd gathered around her, except for Frat Boy. I could have told her that it wouldn't work. He ignored her moans of fake pain and snuck around anyone who was watching the girl and not their place in line. I tiptoed over and stopped a foot behind him. A lady tugged on my arm. I could see her lips moving, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. My heart was beating too loud. And then Frat Boy flung the stuffed kangaroo one more time, and I slammed both hands into his back. He yelped and flew forward, hitting the ground hard. I caught the stuffed kangaroo on its way back down, turned on my heels, and ran. I got 2 feet, and someone had a hold of my t-shirt. Probably him. I whirled around and screamed in Frat Boy's face, which he wasn't expecting. He let go, and I took off again. I zipped this way and that, and went wide at the last minute to avoid a guy who'd stepped in my path, and plowed into Frat Boy, who'd somehow gotten in front of me. We went down, rolled into the side of the inflatable doorway, and I heard my name go out over the loudspeaker. June Nash, it announced. No time. How is that possible? Frat Boy caught my elbow, and I yanked my arm to get free. The kangaroo flew out of my hand. I scrambled to my knees, stretched out an arm, and then Morgan's hound was there, scooping up the stuffed animal in her jaws. Frat Boy grabbed her tail. The hound yelped, and the kangaroo fell to the ground. Cyrano! I leaped onto Frat Boy, punching at any body parts I could. June! Someone grabbed the back of my shirt. Let go! I screamed. I needed to kill Frat Boy. He'd hurt my dog. June! The voice was softer this time, and familiar. I felt an arm around my waist, and Morgan was pulling me off of Frat Boy. It's okay, he said. I got in one last punch, and 2 uniformed cops picked the jerk up off the ground. Ha! I yelled at him. You're going to jail, cupcake! Then I turned to Morgan, who was on his knees hugging Cyrano. I squatted down next to him. Where did you come from? Security found the crashed car, he said, and Faith trying to rescue her sister from the clutches of a rather angry kangaroo. Is she okay? The animal or Helen? I guess Helen. He laughed. Yeah, but she won't stop talking about suing whoever owns the kangaroo. I hadn't thought about that possibility. Don't worry, he said. She's going to be too busy going to jail to sue anybody. He cocked his head. Should I ask who TB is? TB? He held up a piece of paper. It was the note from the crate. It must have fallen out of my pocket. Thankfully, he'd found it. I didn't need the evidence pointing back to me. I guess it's a joke from Tegu. What's going to happen to it? It couldn't live in the mower garage. I called one of Dewey's friends at the Orlando Zoo. They sent someone to pick it up. Ah, he'd have a good life there. Morgan smiled at me, and I realized something. I didn't tell you where I'd gone. How did you find me? It was a straight line from the garage to the start, and some little granny said you'd gotten a ride to the buses, so I came here. Thanks, Mr. Detective. I sat back on my heels. You're welcome. Can you take me back to my hotel? I need to go to bed. His face melted into a lopsided grin.
I thought you'd never ask.
The end. Wait, that's not the end. After I left a disappointed Morgan and his hound in the hotel lobby, there was just enough time for a quick nap and shower before I had to be back at Canaveral for Dewey's Universal Classroom. When I got there, I followed Sarah through the semi-darkness to a little backstage seating area where Morgan was peeking out at the packed auditorium. The hound leaned against my leg and I patted her side.
June,
Morgan whispered.
I've got a question.
Behind his head, I caught sight of Mom. On the stage.
Something occurred to me last night.
What?
How did the missing coin end up in a stuffed animal that you bought for Cyrano?
Uh-oh. I did not want to admit that I'd accidentally stolen the thing from Helen's apartment. Out on the stage, someone handed Mom a top hat. She reached in, pulled out a little slip of paper, and shouted a name. A Dewzer in the audience screamed and raced up to the stage, and Mom handed them a mug. Wait, that was no mug. That was a Big June and the Bugs souvenir. A few of my favorite words might have slipped out of my mouth. How did she find out about those? I spun to yell at Morgan, who was nowhere in sight. Cyrano rooed up at me, and I leaned down to pat the soft fur on the side of her neck. Sorry, sweetie, but you're about to become an orphan. Author notes. This was supposed to be a mystery about coins. I spent hours at my friend OJ's shop listening to weird and crazy anecdotes about heists, minting errors, and industrious folks with metal detectors. And then I needed a quick little distraction for June in an early chapter, and everything shifted to wrestling. Thanks for all the stories, OJ. I hope to use some of them in a future book. Big, wet, socially distanced kisses to the Beck for reading chapters and giving me feedback. Lastly, none of my books would be possible without my extraordinary editor, Lisa doesn't mind when I stare at her blankly while she explains parts of speech, Mahoney. Yeah, it all still eludes me. A writer is nothing without her editor. Good adventures, Melissa. This has been How to Launch Your Lizard, June Nash Mysteries, Book 3. Written by Melissa Bonsack, narrated by Cassandra Metcalf. Copyright 2021 by Melissa Bonsack. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa Bonsack.